All right, here we are. We should have some sound now. It is BotBot. We are going to be streaming, and I'm going to be jumping out of Discord in a minute, so the players won't be able to hear me doing my commentary because that would be hilarious. But yeah, I will talk to, or I will let the players know we're ready to go. So you can click that button, and we will watch from afar. Have fun. Good luck. Oh wait, actually no, I lied. Because before we do that, I should do a couple of things. 1 second. As I'm unmuting everything. So we should probably introduce my outstanding co-host, who is Rasmus. Rasmus,
Good
welcome.
morning or afternoon, everyone.
It is morning here. It is 6 a.m. here in sunny Minnesota. And we have some players I'd like to introduce. If you guys want to introduce yourselves first, starting in the, well, I guess the seats will change, but we've got Biggs.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Biggs. I'm 21 from Sweden. I'm just here to have fun, honestly. I have no idea how good these players are, but it's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
Very nice. Thank you. And we have Cheeseman.
Hi, best wishes from sunny Austria and pretty similar to Biggs. So let's have a fun game.
And we have Martiniwerewolf.
Everybody, yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to play with you guys.
Excellent. And Jebble.
Yeah, I'm Jebble, and I'm really looking forward to this fun game.
And next we have, I'm going to turn Jebble up a little bit. You're quiet. And then we have, I'm reading that as AbdulJr. Is that how I should pronounce it? Perfect.
That is how you should pronounce it. Yeah, hello everyone. Hoping to give you all some excellent pre-Super Bowl entertainment.
And we have last, I think it's either nudeltulpe, or noodle. You want to help me with that? Noodle?
Yeah, nudeltulpe.
Okay.
Hi, I'm excited to play. Looking forward to this game.
Excellent. Those are our players. So we will get back. Now we will start the draft. And I'm going to duck out of Discord.
Good
And
luck, everyone.
to the chat, please let me know if any audio issues need to be resolved. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so bot first challenge of the game.
Yeah,
Do they know how to
that
use
over.
the
Just gotta press the button here,
tournament
right?
box?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't-
Probably the biggest challenge of the game. All right, we're getting our first look
All
here.
right, interesting.
Oh man, first pick.
Look
Looks
at
like we got
that.
a pretty high-powered game ahead of us, bot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oof. Oof-a-doofa.
tricky one.
And well, I'll say that, we had sent out a little survey to the players, and
Is there a
Mintak
way
was
I
mentioned
can-
in a number of capacities
See if I just
in that, so
do-
it's interesting to see Mintak in this draft.
Is there a way for me to zoom in on these slices? I guess I could just manually do it.
Also with Alt, you can magnify them.
And
If
what
you
is
like-
the command for that?
The Alt
Alt.
key.
Alt.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
So how do we decide who picks first?
The order is randomized. I'm first pick. If you look at the top
Oh,
right,
I see it right there. Gotcha. Cool.
I really didn't want to be first pick, so. But this is
Well,
a
there are some juicy
strong,
factions there for you.
Yeah, this is a strong faction draft. I think I'm gonna go with the Mama's Drama.
All right, interesting.
Oh, I need a sec.
I guess with this amount of powerhouses in the game, you really don't need to worry about picking your faction first.
I'd almost say with this many powerhouses, you would take your faction first. Because I'm not sure, like, for instance, SAR, you don't really care that much which faction or which slice you get. I'd be worried if I took my slice first that I'd be limited on my faction option.
Now, one thing to note while we looks like
There we go.
have our
There's
first
SARS off the table now. Or on the table.
faction pick.
In the table?
And of course, it's
Then I
SAR.
don't need to make that choice if I wanted to play SAR, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I was
It's the
going to
only
talk
one
about
I've played so
Bob,
far.
was that
That's the
we
reason.
did do a survey of the players before they knew what factions were going to be out, and Jebble had actually mentioned
But the positions do
hatred
change, right?
of
Like we're not
Mentak,
actually seated in
which
the
should be
order.
interesting
No, we're
because
not.
Martiniwerewolf
Exactly.
shared with us that is
That
actually his
speaker order
favorite
down
faction.
there in the bottom right will decide our position.
That's going to make for some shenanigans.
I feel like everybody talks about how good SAR is all the time, and nobody ever talks about how fun it is. Like,
That's true.
Well, we
it's
should
just
talk about
fun
how
to
much
like
fun it is for your neighbor.
to play against them. But like, it's just fun to ping pong around the board. I feel like
Yeah, I know.
your slice is what you make it. You know.
Yeah, just some factions that just don't suit one style, you know. So I really don't gel with SAR. Whenever I play them, I feel like I'm uncomfortable. So
Really.
yeah,
Isn't it my
Have I
turn to
passed my
pick
turn,
right
by the
now?
way? I have no idea.
Isn't it my
Oh,
turn?
so there's
Oh,
a
right
button.
there.
no, it's Big's turn, and now it's AbdulJr. It's the top right is the order.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was like this.
No,
Okay,
no.
so-
This all. Okay. I got confused there.
Yeah, I mean, so far SAR has not performed. It seems like everyone is looking at them.
Yeah, they get a lot of hate, definitely. They should.
No.
There goes my buddy Tom Hanks. All right, let's see here.
Are you also in the chat, Rasmus? The Twitch chat?
Well, see, man, I feel like I want to pick Necro, but I just have never played them well.
There's always a first, man.
That's true. Beginner's luck. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I just drag it into my play area.
Oh, here.
Drop
on the
choices
draft
above
board.
you.
Oh, I see.
Otherwise, the automated setup won't work.
Oh, you know what, Rasmus?
Oh, can you
I've been
guys not hear
talking
me
with
talk?
I've been talking with myself on mute.
And your turn now, I think.
So
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry.
you haven't been able to hear me.
There
I'm
we
here
Oh,
now.
okay. Oh, great. Yeah, I thought maybe you had just stepped away from the table for a little bit. That's okay.
Sorry. I'm clearly a
Okay,
professional.
okay. Yeah, we're both very professional people.
So now you get to pick 2 in a row.
So can people
Yeah.
hear me now? Jasper.
They've been able to hear you. The limitation is what you weren't able to hear me.
Oh,
It's more a question of
fantastic.
what you
So
want
anything
to
that
be
appeared
left
to be
with.
interaction between you and I was completely random.
Okay, fantastic.
But I'll say this, and I'll make a pretty bold claim here. You've got 2 of the smoothest voices on this broadcast.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so what did you say? Did you say anything about the fact that Martiniwerewolf, I think,
I
is
think I'm
eyeing
just
up
gonna pick
Mentak here?
Khan.
I made mention of the fact that Mintac was mentioned several times in our survey. I was a lot more vague about how Mintac showed up, but yeah, I thought Mintac showing up was pretty sweet.
Yeah, well, and
Right now,
now
there
Hakan has
really
just
is
been
no
taken.
reason for me not to
Oh,
pick
Jebble
Necro
goes
now.
with Hakan. That might be a
But I'm gonna
mistake
take this
since
one.
since we pretty much know Mintac is going to be picked by somebody, I think.
Yeah, Martiniwerewolf took speaker and a slice, so probably believes that Mintac will make it back.
Uh-oh. Feel like he's got to hit the next button now, right? Yellow seems to be considering NRA. They do have the green skip adjacent.
Whose turn is it? Oh,
It's yellow.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that. You guys just have to shock me if I do that during the game.
Yeah, Alpine, I can't say that I dislike Mintac in this position, because you got Sar, who's going to be generating tree goods. You got Hakan, of course, Empyrean. It's a juicy table. Not to mention NRA, constantly trying to get that promissory note out there. Yeah,
Basically, to avoid
and
doing a
he
load of
pulls the trigger on
negotiation
NRA.
over chips slash commodities with Mentec or Necro.
All right, so now we're up to Biggs. God Hope's End. Oh, looks like lots of hovering over Necro and Mentak right now.
There's Necro. Oh no, we're just flipping the card. Okay.
Yeah, just flipping the card.
I really want some of that booming network TV sportscasting music behind me.
all right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I really
Oh,
want.
and the Necro pick. I think that
I
was
want
the
to play
right pick.
Floating Space
I
Talk.
think Necro is probably one of the stronger factions at the table, even in
Yeah,
the
I
pool of
forgot
strong
about that.
factions.
Well, let's
Oh,
just
between
not
SAR
research
and
our
NRA
faction
too.
pick, shall we?
Please enter turn.
Yeah,
Mirror
sorry.
computing Necro is a fun one too.
That's gonna be really late though.
All right. So back to Noodle Tulip. I really thought that was Nude Tulip.
You were open.
Yeah. All right, an Empyrean
Sure get
pick.
Cheeseman.
Now, the interesting thing is, if the players, of course, don't know that Martiniwerewolf
Yeah.
loves Mentak, although I think it's probably fairly obvious that Mentak will be picked here, and he was able to
Yeah.
get speaker and
Thinking about whether
Hakan
you want the
next to
three?
him.
What I want to sit next to Necro.
Because I think
But
it's very.
is there a place where you can safely avoid it?
I don't think on a long run.
No.
Actually, I did misspeak. Necro won't necessarily be next to SAR.
Yeah.
Just that
It's okay. We can be friends.
All right, now we have
Yeah.
SAR in seat 3.
Right. I just thought it's.
So how does it
fairly
work?
easy.
If I
actually-
pick 4, I am next to SAR, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
players just
Okay.
trying
And
to
if I
figure out
and it's also
how
the
not
order
to
in
be
which we
next
get
to
to pick
SAR.
strategy cards.
But I think it's fairly
Correct.
safe
Okay,
to say that Hakan will be next to Mentak.
Problem is I've never seen Necro before on the table.
Oh, they can get scary.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm
Vesper,
gonna
I
get
think
bullied a little, but you know, we'll see.
Jasper, I do think that Isara will be undrafted because Martiniwerewolf has shared with us that his favorite faction is Mentak.
Like we were almost neighbors with him anyway because of the alpha wormholes. Just something to think about.
Hmm.
Oh fuck, that's right.
Yeah, I have the same problem. So.
Yeah, I'm feeling like that nudeltulpe draft looks pretty
Well, I
sweet.
might as well sit next to him
Imperium
anyway,
with
right?
second seat. With slice E. What is that slice called? Mama's Drama. Gonna be token rich.
I don't know if I'd pick 4 here for Necro. Do they really care about the first strategy pool? And being away from SAR. The thing with being next to SAR. Oh, that's a bit of a shocker. NRA picking
Happily
last.
take 6.
Hakan can breathe a
All
sigh
right,
of
I'll take the
relief now.
Piratas.
Surprising
Can
no
I
one.
make a suggestion for something different?
Uh,
Because with the Usaral agent, we can make a lot of money.
ooh, who's talking right now?
I'm talking the Hakan player.
True, true.
Oh,
There's a lot
Make
of money in
something like
Hakan.
Or you could just steal from him.
Yeah.
It's free money.
you can make something like $4 a turn if you just use the agent on me.
Yeah. But I'm gonna make this decision for sentimental reasons rather than practical ones. Mentak was the first faction I ever played.
Sure, fair enough.
Good point. Okay. So we hit finish. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I do appreciate Hakan trying to get Mentak completely off the map.
And let's hope they move that draft board.
Yeah.
Okay, this tile needs to go.
Oh, there you
All
go.
right.
Okay, I was hoping that someone had locked it, and then we would have to describe that to them.
I'm gonna place some cards.
Let's get a wide shot here.
And some frontier tokens.
All right.
Now, this is my first time streaming a
shuffle
SCPT
up the
tournament
decks.
game. Got the overlay going. We'll experiment with a few arrangements and see what we like. Let me know, chat. I know you don't need me. You just need the feed.
Are there commands for like getting all the tokens and stuff?
For the setup,
Yeah.
it's automated. You hit unpack
Now,
in your
one
area,
thing while the players are setting up the
okay.
board
and
here,
then
I
it will
think,
do everything for
you
you.
know, Necro's
Thanks.
in a really good spot
You're welcome.
because there's no asteroids around them, even though there's 2 players with anti-mass
So I will
deflectors.
deal
On
everybody
these
2
randomly
secret
generated maps, that's
objectives.
one of the top things that I
You
see
choose one,
Necro players
and once everybody
underestimate
chose one,
and then
then
get restrained by it because they don't start with anti-mass deflector. They only have 1 movement shift, and it can be a turn 3 or 4 before they start getting through those asteroid belts. So that's good to see structurally for them.
What I find
Okay,
most
so
interesting
to
about this
return
the
one
whole
of these
map
strategy
draft
cards, I
is
need
the
to
location
hit
of
F while
Hope's
it's in my
End
hand to flip it over. Is that right?
and what
Yeah,
that does
hit
between
F, and
you
then I
and
can just
that neighbor being in the
place it
equidistant.
back
Like in this
in the
case,
graveyard or in the deck.
pecan isn't plastic rich early
in the
on,
graveyard,
so
and it will shuffle it.
it might be an
in
interesting
after the
choice
draw.
for Hakan to go in and try to take Hope's End right away, because Necro obviously can't.
Right.
But that might be
So
how
I will
Necro
lay out
gets
the objectives, but not reveal them yet.
Gravity Drive early on.
And then once Biggs has chosen his secret objective,
Yeah, where'd I put the one I don't want?
put it in a graveyard, and then it will handle everything else. It will put it back into the deck.
Also a great map
Same
for
with
Aether
like all
Stream. I think
the
there's only
tokens,
maybe
plastic,
4
everything.
tiles
If you
on the
just put it
entire
in a
map, 4
graveyard,
or
it
5
will
tiles
put it
where
into the
you
discard
wouldn't get
pile
an
or
extra
wherever it needs to
movement.
go.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so stage ones are amass wealth and found research outposts. 3 planets that have technology specialties.
Let's get a look at those. I'm going to set a camera for that. So we've got spend 3 influence, 3 resources, and 3 trade goods. 3 tech specialties. One of my least favorite round 1 objectives.
Yeah, but at least you can sort of
Right.
plan for it
Big
a little
strategy
bit
card?
more.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, so as Mentak, what do you pick here?
Pick up tech.
Okay, hold standby.
There we go. I hid the tech overlay. Thanks, Jasper.
Tech politics.
All right.
Great,
I
great
guess,
pick, politics pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we know what Noodle Tulip's game plan is here. Who needs to score round 1 when you're going to pick up the Custodian's token?
That's a good point
So
about
it's
Sar
me,
being
right?
able to go there round 1.
Yes.
So maybe
Yeah.
not a great pick for Empyrean.
Well, we'll see. He is ordering over Warfare, which would be, and
Oh,
now we go with
leadership.
leadership here.
Interesting.
Yeah, and as far as Mentak getting there round 1, I'm not sure that I'm in love with that idea. I mean, you'd have to expend quite a few resources to double tech, hypothetically, right? Because there's no tech skip right now.
Then
Right
it's
now, that would
Necro.
allow him to do that.
Yeah.
So you'd look at 6 resources from the technology and 6 from custodians. Seems like perhaps a little bit a bridge too far. I've also seen NRA pull that off, but with the asteroid field there, that does seem to indicate to me not going to happen.
I don't know. I think I liked Warfare for Necro here.
Yeah, me
Okay.
too.
I'm a little
You need to get
surprised. I'm a little
yourself-
surprised by trade,
Yeah,
especially with Hakan. It's like force them to take trade.
yeah. Force them to take trade. Then
Is
you
there
get to
anything in
obviously get a
particular
majority of your
you want,
planets, if even the entirety of the
No,
planets, move
not
everything
really.
completely
Not of
forward.
those.
Yeah, they suck.
I mean, it's yeah, fair
And
enough.
building
Given I
a
pick it to
Warfare
avoid being eaten
for
by people, so
Necro isn't really going to do much for them.
price to
They
pay.
don't
I'm
have another planet tile adjacent.
I'm thinking about not like we could let warfare pass through, so we make it awkward for like Mentag and. But I'm not sure how much that really is worth.
Well, yeah.
Nice idea.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I'm probably
table's
not gonna pick
in that
diplomacy because
anti-warfare
Yeah,
meta.
things get weird. And obviously not Imperial. So yeah, if you pick something, I'd probably pick Warfare as opposed to picking the other two.
yeah. Um,
Yeah, I mean, if diplomacy is picked, that of course
Getting that early
opens up
double
a
dog is also nice.
whole
as
string
Safran.
of possibilities
yes,
in terms
exactly.
of custodians
It's
round
pretty
one.
decent. And I'm probably getting gravity drive anyway. I think. So let's just pick construction.
Construction.
Wow, give warfare to your neighbor.
Yeah, I'll pick Warfare.
I suppose maybe you're trying to solve the structural disadvantage there of only the one space
Okay.
dock for Hakan.
So I'm gonna place trade goods and set turns. And then it's Cheeseman's turn.
All right, so
Right.
we are off to the races, it seems. So I wonder what type of SAR player we're going to see here. Are we going to get an aggressive SAR? Or, in my opinion, what's the, usually the better play is to sort of slow play SAR and hold on to your slice a little bit better.
Yeah, and we do know that Cheeseman is on the shorter end of experience. You know, in the survey that came through. So, I think SAR is usually closer to unstoppable in experienced hands, but they can obviously still do some work without some of that experience.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
The other interesting thing that's going to happen on this game in particular, I think, is a lot of these players have experience, but they don't have a lot of TTS experience. So
Yeah.
it'd be fun to see sort of their different groups meta, interact with one another. You don't get to see that too often anymore because we sort of all coalesced.
And we didn't mention that actually none of our players are in the same country.
Yeah, we've got the Olympics of Twilight Imperium happening.
Yeah, we've got Austria, we've got England, we've got the United States, Germany, Sweden, and Denmark.
All right, volatile fuel source.
Yeah.
I was going to say, gotta believe that infantry is not going to be around for very long. And the rich get richer.
Oh, and I get trade goods. Yeah. That's true.
Yes, Haytord, I believe Biggs is
Yeah.
from Sweden. And as good as the command counter is, I guess you're sort of secretly hoping for tech skips right now, right?
I would think so, yeah. And Empyrean has 2.
0, 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're especially hoping for tech skips.
No.
Well, maybe not on Rigel. 2.
Rigel 2. 2 commodities.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the most tech skip cards are in the industrial
Rigel
deck.
3.
Not today.
Yeah, not today. But I think at this
Yeah.
point, NRA's got to be pretty happy.
Commodity
Let's
to
see
their
if they bring their mech to the industrial planets in their slice, because then they would have. Would that be only one, or do they need both to proc? Looks like
Right
they would
now,
need 2.
there's only
Is
yeah.
anyone
one tech
not
skip in that
wanting
slice.
to flip construction right now?
Don't care.
Me?
Wait, is this a
I
would like
probably
to-
wasn't going to
first
follow
turn
it anyway. So.
construction extort attempt?
Okay.
With no construction strategy
feel-
cards?
You would like me to wait?
Sorry, public objectives?
Green.
I mean,
Yeah, 1 round would be nice, but it's not very important.
How about you, Yellow? How do you feel about it?
I don't know if I can partake. I don't know if I have enough like strategy tokens. I don't know if I can afford it actually.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking that I could wait with the construction. So I think we could make some good trades this round. I can also,
Yeah,
if
sure.
I get the trade immediately, we won't be. The pirate won't steal any of our trade goods. He probably wouldn't anyway, but not for any other player as well. And I could also sell you gravity drive at some point this round, perhaps.
You want me to pop trade it right away?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, yeah, for like, I don't know. I mean, what is there to gain, really?
Well, that's the thing that he could pop. If you don't flip trade goods, I cannot join technology if you flip it immediately. And then I can't sell you gravity drive. Like I have a cruiser I can sacrifice and put into a fleet. And then you could that way gain gravity drive.
Yeah, that's very expensive for you early.
Yeah, it is, but but it's also very good for you as well, right?
I mean, yes,
So-
absolutely.
So that means you can go
I don't know about
to
that. I'm
Hope's
not sure
End
if
and
I
to
would be
to
very
other
happy with
planets,
this
this turn,
negotiation if
rather
I
than
was
wait.
in
So
Big's
if
shoes.
you're saying
What are we
you're gonna do
talking
that
about?
right now, if I pop trade next.
No, I'm saying that we can then make a deal. If you don't pop trade, then it's not possible to make a deal because then
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
sure.
can't. I'm not sure. I haven't figured out how the deals look like, but I'm very. I would like to make a deal in some way. I think it would be good for you and good for me indirectly that I get paid, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I will on my turn decide, I suppose, because I mean it doesn't affect what you do
Okay.
right now, does it?
Yeah, okay. I just would like to put this construction thing. I could wait with the construction if you wanted to place a space dock on this system. Then I could wait. Then I could wait instead of using it right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. If I like need it round 1.
Yeah, sure. Because otherwise I'll just use it immediately.
And I
Yeah.
think this is
Give me like a few seconds.
what I was talking about in terms of the different metas we're going to see at the table today. Because I know in my meta, this deal would never make it past a 15-second discussion.
Yeah.
I think I'm fine if I'm getting grab drive anyway with construction. At
But
least
they're
round
not
1.
talking about Hope's End.
Okay, sure.
You
I'll
can
just
pop it
use
if you want.
No, they're
Yeah, I'm just gonna pop it.
talking about a theoretical space dock. I mean, I applaud the attempt to try and get value in a creative way on round 1, but I don't think that it's very valuable outside of public objective. It doesn't even
Right.
seem that Jebble was really, or sorry, Biggs was really considering building a space dock, based on his reaction at least.
And I don't think on a single home system, you're usually looking to do that round one. Like, you want to either score or follow
So if I
tech to get more
don't
tokens.
pump trade now,
Yeah.
Cheeseman, that's gonna
Or
lock the
just-
system down, you know that, right? If you follow the secondary.
Yeah, it's already locked. This one.
Okay.
Yeah, or just save the token. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
right? So what was your idea? Your idea was I pop trade now, and you
And
send the
another-
ship to me at some
Yes,
point soon.
yeah,
the top
like we
player
have to
stock here.
obviously figure it out, but
Yeah.
exactly how that deal is going to look like. But it's not possible to do anyway if you don't pop trade, because then Mentech players just gonna pop technology, and I can't get gravity drive, and you can't either.
Okay. Okay.
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
do we know if they're gonna pop it? Because if then they can't double tech. I was thinking they're probably trying to make some money before popping tech to double tech.
Oh, I thought they would like to be part of the secondary of Warfare so they can get 2 planets.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm thinking about both. I would really like to get that that double tech done, but it'll just depend, you know, about what my
Yeah.
explorers look like and who's next to me and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
The point being, it's
Obviously.
not necessarily that the Martiniwerewolf is gonna do it, but if you were to do it, then that would suck. So it's easier just to get it done with now than wait.
Sure. There's also not really reason to not do it, probably, I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, Bot, I'm realizing
hurt.
that maybe we made a mistake already. Maybe we should have advised them that there is an 8-hour time limit to this
I don't
game.
think anyone is losing anything by doing it now.
I mean, if I pop it now, I can't trade the star, which I might be able to otherwise if I stand on the wormhole.
Trade with who?
Star.
Ah, okay. But you can still
I'm
refresh
still thinking
him
about that
make the
that
trade
comment,
afterwards.
Rasmus. I'm not sure.
yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. All right. Sure.
Which one's that?
I'll do it.
Otherwise,
About
I
the
can just,
8-hour
you
time
can
limit,
do it
like if
through
we
me.
should have told them.
That's fine.
Oh,
I
well,
guess
was saying
we
it more
as
a joke,
streamers
but
make the assumption that everyone knows
the tournament rules.
the tournament structure and
no,
rules and how it works, but
More of a joke, just to lighten the fact that
How do I play a card? How do I play
Just
this?
hit F
Khan
to
is going
flip
be,
it,
I think, part of
and then
every
there's a play
discussion,
button on the
just like
backside.
how Mentak wants to be part of every discussion, but has thus far been pretty quiet. One thing I will share, which I think is extremely interesting, that Biggs has been
So,
part of a.
Necro, do you want to
Well, listen to this
become
first, I
Nador
suppose.
through the Alpha wormhole?
I mean, I'm thinking about it, yes, since I mean, I'm not sure how this is going to work because I want to go there, but if I get grab drive, I might not care about going there. It's
just for the replenishing now.
yeah.
You can do the
Would you
trade through
consider
me.
replenishing your old buddies, the pirates, for a debt token?
I don't know, you're really far away.
I could give it to you in the agenda phase once we have an agenda phase.
How many commodities do you have? Hold on.
2.
Yeah, no, that's
so
not
super
That's
much.
not very dangerous, honestly. Yeah, sure.
Same question for friendly cats and other cats.
For 1, yeah. Yeah, all right, whatever. We're just gonna play nice right now. I don't know if that's actually correct, but I don't care.
Yeah. Same
Nico,
question here
come-
from Empyrean.
Now it's getting scary because you have 4 commodities.
Yeah, but I already have one, so I'm only
Yeah, that's
gaining
true.
3.
That's true.
Iggs, I'm just gonna drop this bad gentleman right over here for you so we remember.
Yeah.
Uh, just
I am kind of feeding people a lot of money, but I guess I am making some money myself eventually.
great.
It's
That's
like
what it's
jam
about.
tomorrow.
Necro, how about me, Sar? Because I will go to Alpha, so whenever we're next to Alpha, we will be neighbors.
Check with the con here. I'm not gonna have like anything left, but we could do the like same deal.
Yeah, X-1, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure if I'm going to Alpha, but either way, I think we're gonna be next to each other next round in that case.
I have this feeling too.
Yeah, Russian, that's my thought, is really with Necro in the game,
No, dude, I feel like I'm playing
that slows some of the powerhouses
nice,
down a little
but,
bit.
at the same
So
time,
like Mentak may or may not get some of those other.
Well, the
I
thing is, like,
think,
I like to think it this way: like, every person you refresh now will, once they get trade, probably refresh you back. You know. So
yeah, and
not
it is one.
not playing nice round one is probably usually the worst option in my opinion. But
yeah, and we should not get too bad to edge each other.
All right, I'll just do the deal with everyone. Fuck it.
All right, so it looks like X-1
See how it happens.
has
Maybe I
been
just, like,
established
throw the
at
game.
this table.
That's fun.
no,
No,
you're
all right,
you're
What I
making some
was,
money off
what
it.
I was going to mention while we were going into those
and
negotiations.
anyway, it makes the game more
first
fun
time
to
around,
have more.
I wanted
money.
chat to be able to hear that, but
Sure.
Big shared with us that he is
one-
traumatized.
Are
in
there
his
death
words,
tokens, like you
traumatized
said?
by negotiations.
What I usually do
So-
is just drop one of those little like
Ah,
planet
yes.
control tokens.
Right. So if
Um,
everyone
I think
can
it's
do that, I will
interesting
just
that he
refresh
picked
you
trade
to do
and
it.
is
As a chip.
sat next to a very talkative
Necro, do
jebble
you want
with
to
Hakan. So
watch
he
3 for
could be
3
in
so
for
we
a
can
rough game if he does
refresh
find
our at least 3 of our
deal
commodities?
making the traumatizing part of Twilight
Sorry,
Imperium.
wait, you are.
I'm Hakan, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hakan speaking.
3 for 3.
Yes, exactly.
I have to get commodities.
Something of note here, I hate the
will
wormhole
refresh. Hold on.
arrangement on this map.
White, you wanted in on the deal
Yeah,
too, right?
it's not not
he
great.
already
I
put the
guess the
token,
alphas are
the Mentak
somewhat
token.
useful.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Me as well. So SARS token is missing.
What you mean?
Just give him one of your owner tokens here from the owner token bags to
Okay.
so
Yeah.
that he can remember that you owe him one.
I'm just gonna take. I'm supposed to have 3 trade goods too, so no one's confused. That's why I'm
Yeah.
taking these.
I'll place it here.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, I think 3 for 3 is fine. I didn't refresh you. You refreshed yourself, so I mean, I can't ask for more. I feel.
For me or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a possibility here that Necro
Yeah,
could
I
end
can't
up
trade
with
with anyone
both
else.
Cormand
I've gotten everyone
and
else's
Hope's End.
token. So I suppose
I really wish he had taken
that is
Warfare?
it.
Yeah, he'd be in such a stronger position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
move
I guess
everything,
Hakan can do
move
stuff.
everything into Barraglerda, and then
Yeah, it's not my
that's
turn,
your
so
No,
production hub,
that's true. Yeah, well then, yeah.
forward home system, if you will.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little bit. That would be a really aggressive start, but
Yeah, but I think you can sort of
get away
take
with it.
advantage of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you have a very high resource slice with your ability to get tokens very efficiently.
Now, see, with NRA taking the mech
So
to
exploring
the
Star
red
Point
planet,
twice.
we do get an attachment potentially, but I think that's
We
a
do
little bit
not
of a
here.
misplay. Yeah, I
And
think
I
he
will
should
take
have brought it
money
to the industrial planet.
And this goes in purge, doesn't it?
Hey White, I whispered you.
That way you have a better shot at the tech skips. And of course, I'm talking about a Cohen Joe-Ir, not New Albion, before someone in chat corrects me. Looking at you, Jasper.
Yeah, and with all due respect,
You can also talk about it.
See
on your
that?
turn
Give
if
me
you want.
one sec. I gotta figure out how to whisper back.
that's some
just
that's some
exclamation
high level
point clue,
NRA
right?
play to
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about
it
it
is.
in
We
those
can also talk
terms.
about it on your turn if you want to wait.
I
That's fine too.
suppose.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
about
just think
that,
you need to try
you
and
know?
eke out every
Yeah.
little advantage when you've got these objectives here.
Yeah.
Of course, the standard play is to go for
I'm going to use my agent
the
to
mech
explore
on
start point
red
again.
planets, on hazardous planets. That way they're safe from any of the negatives associated with the exploration cards.
We're going to switch views here.
And in this situation, I think you go for the candy. What is a trade good going to go for you? Trade good versus, yeah, absolutely. Let's say trade good versus, at the very least, a command counter.
So now the overlay has the objectives.
Hakan, do you want to swap 1 for 1?
Yeah, sure. Let me just. Oh, I could. There was a hotkey for that, but I forgot which one.
If you've got something in your hand and you press 0 on the numpad, then you send it straight to the graveyard.
Okay, cool.
So, Noodle, let's talk about becoming trade partners, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I would love to get Dark Pact.
Mhm.
I would love to do a 2 for 2 this round, so I can
Yeah.
do the double tech.
Yeah.
My hesitation is this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having like a premonition here that if we do all this stuff and we play very nice and then I pillage you next round, it's not going to look, you're going to be a little mad about that. And I don't necessarily want to give up my ability to pillage Empyrean all game, but maybe there's something we can work out.
Yeah, like you don't have to be worried about that. If we don't incorporate it into a deal, then I won't be mad or surprised if you pillage me. Like we can say like we do a deal and I say, hey, how about you give me like
No
one
pillage
pass on
on this or
pillage and something like that, and then it's fine. But otherwise, you have your abilities and I won't expect you to not use them. Like that's fine.
That's very
reasonable.
Yeah, that's great.
Very
so here's what I'm going
diplomatic.
to do. I'll move the cruiser into the nebula there.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can do a Dark Pact and 2 for 2.
Yeah. Perfect.
Beautiful. All right, sir. Activate system. Come on over here.
So for this round, can we add on that you won't pillage me? So that's
yeah,
like,
no pillage on this. For sure.
That's like the payment for the Dark Pact. Like
absolutely.
I kind of almost would have asked that Empyrean move there because Empyrean wants to grab that frontier token anyway, and that saves Mentak the token.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you can pull that off, that would be
you'll have to play it on your next turn. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind an extra stall in round 1.
And you've got pillage, so you've got a little bit of leverage in that way, because you can give up pillage to. I mean, because that's three influence to send that cruiser there. When Empyrean wants to go there.
Leadership.
Yeah, I do think you have a slight order of operations problem, though, because, if Empyrean just doesn't go there,
right,
sort of have a leverage problem in that negotiation, whereas if you jump in there yourself and you say, "I'm
Just a
here
second.
now."
Did
You
you
give
already
yourself some
flip
leverage.
your commodities?
But Empyrean has an incentive to give Dark Pact away as
Mantak,
well, though.
Martini?
So
That is true.
Yep, I did.
Because like if you wait and we do it after you play Dark Pact, like on your next turn, then
Oh, of
we'll get the extra
course.
trade good.
I will note
Duh.
that that deal
Yep,
ended
I
in a
got you.
slight misunderstanding between the players. We'll see if that comes out later in this round. Empyrean asked for
Alright.
no pillages
I'm
during the
just
round,
gonna,
and Martini agreed to no pillages during the transaction.
I'm just gonna go here with this ship. I'm gonna use my agent to get a command token.
but with the Dark Pact
And
coming
I'm
out,
gonna
that's going to
explore the
delay tech a
frontier
little bit,
token.
so that we'll see if that hurts anybody.
Candy.
I would imagine that probably is going to help more than hurt, though, right? I mean, does anyone need tech
Okay.
right now? I suppose Necro needs it. That was sort of the. I guess that's what they're waiting for. That's why they want gravity drive so
And
bad, is to
over
try and get
fighter
to their Mechatol Rex adjacent
Yeah.
carrier
system.
and infantry. And explore.
Oh,
Ooh.
What do we got?
DMZ on
DMZ.
Primor.
Okay,
Primor?
that's pretty good.
That's pretty nice on Primo, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
so good for Hakan.
I mean, you can definitely not be upset with that.
Well, you can be a little bit upset because the size of the token compared to the size of the planet is just a little
Oh, wait a
embarrassing.
second. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Primor's hidden by the scoreboard. Good point. So is Hakan's home system. I should pan out a little bit. There we go.
Okay, and Necro is bringing their carrier. So maybe it's not going to be so bad because they need now Warfare to pop in order to build a second carrier. And they need Grav Drive. They need a lot of things to happen. But, you know, that's sort of the weakness with Necro round one. Say, oh, but we're bringing the Dreadnought too.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I guess that's the all-in strategy on Warfare. Like, you're counting on getting Warfare.
Is there an automated way to explore, or do I just grab a couple cards?
You can right click.
Yeah, Jasper, I was thinking that too. Just send that cruiser into the into the carrier that SAR has in front of the home system.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah. Do we?
Like, it's a big gamble, but it's a fight you're almost assuredly going to win and destroy SAR's space dock. Like, oh, you could really.
You could. SAR will be having not such a great day if Necro decides to do that.
2
I mean,
attachments.
that could, in fact, we could see it because, you know, while definitely not the meta play, usually, I think people are already pointing out not to be mean turn one, but send back SAR a space dock in round one. I mean,
the table will have some respect for you. SAR won't, but the table might.
Yeah, I think SAR would be a little bit upset with you. So we get some more candy.
But no tech skips.
No tech skips.
What do we got? Terraforming or functioning base here.
Are you also moving your carrier?
So there are
over here?
15
Yeah, sorry.
cards left in the industrial
Not
deck.
Sonic Noir.
You're not static.
I think there are 4.
Thought no one would see. Damn.
The NRA was trying to use the Sardak commander. Well, we have Dante's Paradise claiming that Emp's going to find a tech skip on Airnam. So let's see if that comes true. Here comes Mentak.
Okay.
Let me use my turn to play Dark Pact here. I just drop it, let's say right there. And we'll flip 2 for 2.
Yeah,
Noodle,
exactly. And then we both
and
get
take an
one.
extra.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So right now there is a 26% chance that you get a tech skip on an industrial planet. And only 2 industrial planets left.
Oh, you did not come with me. Come on, buddy. All right, that's it for your man. Hey, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back if anybody needs me.
Well, you can bring me back a cup of coffee, Martiniwerewolf.
All right, SAR's up.
Cheeseman. Oh,
Yeah.
no, sorry.
1 sec.
A lot
We've
of
been
thinking.
streaming for an hour, so it might be time to stand up, stretch your legs a little bit, keep that blood flowing.
Yeah, oh yeah, there you go.
Got a long game
Always
ahead of
good.
us.
Yeah, I think so. I think we might want to be brushing up on our tiebreaker rules at this pace. I know, again, I'm being a little bit nitpicky here, but I think I would have gone to Archon Veil first. That way you can wash your trade goods with Empyrean and use them on the build next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, it bring in the carrier too, so now we're not even going to get Archon Veil. And, you know, not that you'd probably want to do this as SAR, but a strange circumstance where you might be able to actually use Warfare as SAR
Okay, so
round 1
Arcan, we do a 2 for 2.
Yeah, sure.
in the alternate order of operations.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just
whatever.
yeah. And then I'm gonna play politics. What's the order on this? I'll take the speaker button. I'm gonna draw 2 action cards.
Oh, did SAR get Paradise World? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Alfane, I agree that that would be risky, but please remember that Empyrean, in Empyrean's mind at least, he has a soft promise of protection for the entire round, so he probably would have been able to justify it in his mind. And he also was the player who previously said that he wants to be nice round 1. So I probably would have at least asked the question before placing the activation token. See if that's something that we could have worked out. And who knows, maybe he would have said no because you're SAR, but something to think of.
Yeah, I would tell SAR no to washing commodities.
I have a rules questions about legendary planets. Can I use it the same turn as I pass?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good to know.
Hey, I'm back.
All right.
Are you billing?
I did play politics. If you want to follow that secondary.
No, I'll be all right.
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Noodle?
I mean, it's...
Are you being pillaged by Mentak this turn? Do I have a deal where you don't get pillaged this turn, or?
Yeah, we worked that out. He's not getting pillaged.
Yeah.
Okay.
This turn.
Because I'm thinking about my agent here. You have the most commodities, so I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
and I perhaps just think a 2 for 2, but I also get your Blood Pact.
Um,
How do you
So
feel
it's-
about Blood Pact, Rasmus?
I feel like it's just a stall.
yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
I
It's not something
just
that I'm really after. Although the
So
reason I do like it is for
you're
the
refreshing me.
Yes.
I can't remember the name of the secret
And
objective, but having
then
another player's note
betray
in
a friend.
play
Yeah.
area.
I'm giving you my
Well,
blood
yeah, it's
pact
actually good for 2 secrets
and
because it's one you don't
Oh,
mind
right.
losing.
commodities for
Right.
2 trade
The other one I
goods.
just sort of
Yes.
view as an automatic secret
Okay.
objective because
So
it,
you
and
just
don't
grab
get me
those
on
two,
my
and I'm gonna
soapbox
flip the
about
other
it,
two.
but you're going to get a support for the throne at some point
Yeah.
in the game. So it's really just like a 2-point support for the throne. Of course, it doesn't go away, but
Then I'm just gonna play Blood Pact.
yeah. So why the stalls here? I guess also stalling for warfare? Question mark. Tech.
Both?
Yeah, but you can. Is it? Oh, maybe it's going to be a play for Hope's End and the Mechatol Rex adjacents, and just avoid going for Mehar Zul altogether. Is that the hope here?
Sorry, I was distracted by a realization that I just had. Oh, never mind. I was thinking that maybe Necro had unexpected action, and that's why everything moved, but they didn't get cards until
All
after
right.
they
Yeah.
did all that. So never mind.
Yeah.
What were you saying? Sorry.
Well, maybe it was just a really high risk
thinking
play.
I
1 out
would
of
want
120
to
or whatever.
maybe buy
Don't tell me the odds.
Never tell me the odds.
one of your promissory notes.
What I was saying is
account.
maybe the stall is necessary
Trade
because he
convoy
needs grab
specifically,
drive
or
and
Yeah, I'm thinking
warfare,
about that one.
or just grab
okay,
drive
so for
to
a
get
stall or what?
Past
Hope's
Mehar.
Yeah,
and
partially.
Tekron Torcan. He's just going to
Okay,
skip Mehar
yes,
Zul.
What do you have
Yeah.
in mind?
Yeah, and Alphane asked the
I
question
guess
about nobody taking Mechatol
somehow
round
also have
1,
to talk about
and
Hope's End.
that helps, or that
Yeah.
makes me
And
realize
if I'm
that
not giving you
SAR
Gravity Drive this turn, I'm
really
doing it next turn, obviously.
didn't
Yeah,
put
yeah.
themselves in position to take
I mean, I don't
Mechatol
see a way
round 1.
for you to give me grab drive this turn.
Yeah, but I think that
Unless
was a
you
decision
sack the cruiser. That's
that
like
was
the one
really
way.
more or less made
Yeah, but that
when
was
warfare
actually
wasn't
what I
taken.
had in
That's
mind.
true.
Okay.
That's a really good point.
But the thing is, if you're not getting any use of Gravity Drive this turn, I will just wait till next turn to do it.
And again, I
Yeah, I
think
don't know,
that's
it's-
sort
it's
of the
kind of hard with
benefit
all the
of
timing
dealing with the
issues.
internet
exactly,
meta, where
exactly.
you've got
So I
the
just think I'll
hive
wait for
brain
next
of
turn, but
thousands
I'm
of people
still
working out
want
every
to
different combination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
make a
I
deal
don't know.
with
You know,
sacrificing my
strategy
cruiser.
card plus your commander or your agent equals whatever.
But how do you feel about Hope's End? Because I might be able to take it this turn,
Here we go.
but
Hopes and
I
negotiations.
don't want to
Yep.
like. I don't have any intentions of keeping it. I think because I think we can sort something out.
Okay, so you're thinking about wanting it this turn, but then you're gonna leave next turn?
I too
Yeah, probably something
often
like
take
that.
legendary
Okay.
planets
Or
without the
otherwise, that's
intent
can
of holding
kind of
them
be
the
the
entire
payment for
game.
Rapid Drive or something. But we can figure that out next turn. It's just also so you know that I'm not trying to, it's not
Wasn't
something.
the pay for gravity drive partially that I pop trade right away?
No, that was before we could even make a deal. Otherwise, we might not
Yeah,
have.
that
Rapid Drive.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Scared of Mantag popping it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
But anyway, what do you want to give for trade convoys?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's worth that much, but it is. Honestly, like
Biggs once again
I'm
being put
also,
in a position where he needs
So
to
how is your
negotiate.
promissory note? How is that? How is right there?
yeah, you can just read it. I just have them out until I start selling them.
Okay. Do I have to use it?
No, it's optional.
Okay.
You can keep it in hand, but once you use it, once it's in play, he can't steal.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I do think it's interesting
don't know
that
if I-
Jebble had
Yeah, do you
told us
care
that
about it?
Necro was
No,
his
not really.
favorite
No.
faction,
I
and
want
yet
to
he
tell you
picked
my take,
Hakan.
so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
really.
I think both were available to him.
I mean, honestly, I'd sell it for my
And
alliance.
it's also possible that that play or that pick was really based on the fact that that seemed like the more
Alliance is nice.
sound
The
pick
alliance is pretty
for the
good.
position.
The alliance is pretty good. I will do it.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working out for him.
Wait, is there a clause where if either one of us attack each other, trade convoys is gone?
Yeah, if I activate you, I lose it. So
No. Yeah, but
So
it's the
Hakan
same as
should-
trade convoys,
for
right?
trade convoys, yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
both ways. So
Hakan should
the
trade
thing
away
is, you
trade
have to attack
convoys and
me
then
if
go
I
and
pop
take
trade
Hope's
convoys
End and
before
never
you
give it
pop
back.
alliance.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Hakan just
Okay.
take Hope's End and never
I'll
give it
do it
back? I don't really
for, an
understand.
alliance and a
I mean,
trade
it's a
good.
planet. You have Primor. You will never lose
No
Primor.
space
You
between
have the ability then
exclamation
to
and the
drop
color.
a mech and 2 infantry every round.
I just
mean-
realized.
Which is the thing that you have trouble with as Hakan most of the
Right.
time.
Well,
So
get
what
one
are we
out
talking
there,
about
you
here?
know.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't
I find it a little bit unbelievable that
Yeah,
he's just going to
exactly.
voluntarily
It's bound
give it
to
up.
happen,
But I do know that is a strategy
sooner
some
or later.
players like to go by to avoid heat at the table. I just feel
Well,
like
it's
this
Matt
is
Necro.
an amount
Oh,
of heat
yeah,
you can deal
yeah.
with.
But
I mean, yeah, now you might be interested in it, but I mean,
we can figure that out at some other time.
alliance plus one
Yeah,
trade would
we're
be-
a
Alliance
long
plus
way
one
from
trade
that.
good, I would
Yeah.
rather do that now. I think that's the reason why I want the trade is I don't get any use of your
No, yeah, that's true.
your,
I mean,
your-
okay, fine. I mean, I'm gonna do that.
Yes,
It
Russian
sucks, but, you
infantry.
know,
We
whatever.
did get a
It's fine.
bit of
Let's
secret
see here.
information
I'm just
here.
gonna break up my trade good so I can actually give you.
Yeah, sure.
Not all that scandalous though.
No. I mean, could have been worse.
I do think that trade convoys is kind of underestimated in general.
mean,
but of course
so what
also
would
say
be-
that as an Arcan player.
What is the benefit of Hakan of just giving
Especially
up
it's
Hope's
much
End,
better with a
assuming
Mentec
that
player,
this isn't just a
actually.
complete
Because
fabrication?
then you don't have to give your ships out to be neighbors with people.
All right, and
I'm gonna take
Well, we've come to find out that
so I'm just
the
gonna
experience
pop it, by
level
the
at this
way.
table is on the shallow end, and I think that that's very more experienced players
I'm
tend
just
to
gonna have it
just
like face up. and I
be
guess
more
we all
willing
just
to
know I
accept
have it.
aggression and
Yeah.
fighting over an equidistant. I think it's really an attempt
Just
to keep
don't put it
the
with your
relations
exactly.
positive and not just really not sure how to negotiate it. I think that's what it comes down to.
You can right click and click draw to draw cards.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you go into a
really-
negotiation
okay.
saying, "Hey, I want Hope's End, and I don't really want to let you have it at all, ever"? Like, how do you go into a negotiation with that?
I'm going to play fight.
I just think you don't enter. I mean, he's the one who brought up the negotiation. You just put the tactic token down, and now this
Yeah.
is my equidistant.
What does that do? A couple free
That's the end of
fighters?
the discussion.
Negotiation over, yeah.
Yeah, Necro's not going to be able to do
One free
anything.
fighter,
Next turn, it'll have an
Could I pay you to pop
4
one per right
infantry
now?
and a mech on it, or whatever. It's done.
Probably.
Which is
You
why
owe
that
me-
slice
you owe me one
has
token.
in my practice
You can
games
have
has
that
been
back
just a
plus,
twisting slice because
Ooh.
you hate to give up that
I mean, do you mind
the
popping
leverage
one
on
per
that
right now?
on that system. Like you just give it to the
I'd
neighbor on
rather
your
not,
left.
to be honest, but it's mainly because it makes things slightly more inconvenient for everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I
and
would
as the person has
say-
warfare, that's sort of
You know, obviously, if Primor did not get DMZ, we might be in a different world. But the
Mhm.
reality
so I definitely
we
can be
live
bought
in
off, but
is
be a
you
bit more
have
than one. The wiping out the
2
debt.
you have Soul's
Yeah.
ability
not much,
for the
not
rest
much
of
more,
the
but
game.
something more.
I want Hakan
Yeah.
to have all 3 legendary planets because they have the wormhole
Yeah, I'd be fine with
the alpha
wiping the debt and then
right next to Primor.
I guess one debt to you since I mean we are neighbors now, so I mean I can just give you one.
Are we?
I pop trade convoys.
Oh, of course.
That works on both.
Yeah, that's fine by me. Oh, actually, sorry. Do you mind also if I refresh my commodity as well? Saying this part of the same thing.
Who played Fighter
Um,
Conscription?
That was Abdul, I believe.
That's
an array.
free. But yeah, all right, sure, whatever. I guess I'll be nice.
It's a very early play of Fighter Conscription.
Cool.
Well, I think
Unless
what-
it's just a stall.
I think it's just a stall. We're gonna have an attempted warfare stall here.
You
I know
give
we were
me
talking
yours,
over it about
or-
talking about
Oh,
Hope's
sorry.
End,
Yeah.
but
All right, Cool.
Was there an announcement of a warfare stall? Because I feel like that's really
yeah,
the
I'll
only
pop warfare.
time.
Oh, there's warfare.
Oh, there you go. I guess it was negotiated out.
Can you hit the play button, please?
Yes, sorry. Just getting rid of the fighters.
Oh, sorry. Didn't realize you already had placed
So
them.
did anyone get any tech skips so far? There's one tech skip that was received.
We've seen 3
from exploration.
attachments, but
Yeah,
I don't
only
think that
one
we've seen
skip.
tech skips.
There's just one. Necro
Oh,
has
one?
it. Warfare Research Facility on
Yep.
On Varig. So I don't know whether NRA realizes it, but if they're going for the equidistant with the beta here, they're going for Atlas. There is no tech skip available on hazardous planets anymore.
Oops. So I'm building a dreadnought and 2 fighters.
And also, if you hit the play button in the build area, it sends it into the chat.
Is Necro not
build you're doing.
building off of warfare?
I don't know. He's got a bunch of plastic in the build area here. I have to believe so, because what other secondaries did he
everyone done
follow?
on the
There's
build?
no command counters
Not
in the
quite.
strategy
Just give
pool.
me like 2 seconds.
Oh, well, that build could be an activation planned.
Right, but I don't think that he followed. I guess he followed politics. He's not going to follow tech. He didn't follow construction. Yeah, he started with 2, so it must be a warfare build. Just a misclick, I think.
No, yeah, I'm done.
All right,
Oh, you know what? It looks like he was waiting
confirmation
his
from-
turn.
Getting confirmation from the Chatterati here. They just
All
deposited.
right, let's
a
get out
token,
of this home
so-
system. What do you say? I realized I accidentally didn't do any secondaries.
Now, Bot, one of the
Oh,
things that I
turn one,
like to
buddy.
do when I'm looking at these boards is just talk about the structural differences, and that has a long-term impact, I think, on
Well,
play.
it's not like you're
that's
losing anything. Like
underestimated
you
by
can
players.
always lose those
This NRA
tokens.
Mentak
Right,
dynamic,
exactly.
I think
Maybe
they
a
might not
slightly
realize
less
it yet,
starved
but we are
round
headed for
2.
conflict because
Yeah, doesn't
NRA
sound
cannot
so
get through these
terrible to
asteroid
me.
fields. Primordials
R2 is
have been
always the
closed off to
worst.
them,
Let me do a little explore here.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
there's just a highway.
Explore
There's one way
Cason.
for NRA to get out of here.
What do we got? Abandoned warehouse.
And since the betas are
Oh.
right next to each other,
Gain
the
2
swarm is
commodities.
useless.
That
I'll
works
take
with
that.
Dark Pact. We can do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we can do it. Like I can wash you, and then we both get 1 of them.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. All right, so I'm just going to drop this in the graveyard. I'll grab those 2 commodities later on.
I love that
Alright,
Noodle
and then
Tulip
explore Rarin.
reminded Martini
Good
that
old relic
they
fragment.
can get even more benefit.
Hey,
out
Nos,
of
what's
Dark
going
Pact.
on?
Nah, don't want it, mate. Just go for red and green. Don't want your blue. It's-
Ah, well, maybe I'll come knocking at your door for that black market later.
It's a legitimate market. I don't know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I am very curious to see how
Now,
NRA deals with this
split.
long-term structural issue,
Right?
and when
I'll do this
Mentak
on
realizes
somebody
they
else's
got a
turn.
target
Here we
on
go.
their back.
I've grouped these 2 planet cards. Spread.
Yeah, and I believe that Martiniwerewolf would let us know that he plays Mentak a lot, but also that's also with local game group in
Right.
in real life.
Right.
So the Mentak meta may not have reached his world.
Well, if we
Yeah,
see
I guess a pass.
hyper for NRA, which I think is probably the obvious play here, that will set them up next turn for prefab. And at that point, I think, you got to watch out because that's when NRA starts getting really
Okay,
scary,
I'll
being able to
activate
refresh and
Aaron
explore
Amir.
planets once they get taken over by an adversary or from an adversary.
Yeah.
And
I'll go
typically,
there with
Mentak is going to be a little bit light on plastic. I would have to say, I'd be
Mech,
watching out for
Ground
Case and Raron.
Force, Fighter,
It's not a huge fleet there.
and explore
Could be easily taken
Mir,
over. And
Oh,
could
there
be,
is no
oh.
tech skip.
yeah, there's no more
and
tech skips
I don't
available
know.
on red planets.
That was what the chat called, right?
Commodity,
That was we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now that is another industrial planet.
So this kind of depends.
So
So
by far the best chances are the industrial.
Martiniwerewolf. You planning on playing tech on your next action?
It was indeed.
Okay. So do you want to do the thing where I wash your two, and we both get an extra one on my turn?
I love it. Let's do it.
Because then I'm just gonna spend the one I'm getting there on the local fabricators.
So I'm just gonna flip these. Bing,
I
bang,
have to say,
boom.
I really like Noodle Tulip's play. I also really
Down.
like Noodle Tulip's name. So
Grab an extra one.
Yeah, it's my turn.
And just so everyone who's catching up with me on this industrial fragment thing or industrial tech skips, there's now a 30% chance that if NRA wasn't even to use their mech, just use the infantry at this point to explore these, that they will find a tech skip.
Do I want to ready this planet? Let me just think for a moment here.
Whisper is just exclamation mark and then the color, right?
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
No space. Don't let that trip you up.
Yeah, no space.
All right, and an expedition found on Nehar Zul.
Okay, that's my turn.
Which he did go for. Hard not to with Primor. You get free infantry, free planets.
Yeah.
You gotta like where Hakon's at right now.
Oh, interesting. Necro emptying out the home system, moving an infantry into the alpha. Obviously, we expect that to go to Hope's End.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, it's just going to be absolutely devastating if you bring one dread,
All right.
you drop a mech.
Star. Your
Primor.
Your death.
I don't know if he maybe didn't flip the Atronach, but it is
Yeah,
still
we never
available.
know, right?
So potentially
So
we're
what's
looking
minus
at
one?
It's -1.
3
Yes.
infantry and a mech
There you go.
with a dread over it.
Yeah, and I'm
Maybe
gonna
not.
just assume that that's the plan, is to get Hope's End, and then because wasn't it Hakan that asked the question about using the attachment when you pass?
Thank you.
So that might be the plan, is to drop obviously the mech and 2 infantry on Hope's End. So just like you said, 3 infantry and a mech. That's yours.
Yeah,
Have
I
fun.
mean, statistically speaking, you gotta like your odds there. And
Russian,
not
I
to
think
mention-
Necro is trying to be coy about the intentions with Hope's End, without realizing that Hakan can pretty much box out Necro on Hope's End. So I think Hakan was entertaining the negotiation that was going on over Hope's End, but I think really Hakan was just like, I'm just gonna take it. We'll talk about it. Sure, that's fine. I can take the heat.
You're still doing something on your turn, Biggs, or?
Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
So if there was to
So,
be
Martin,
a
as you
ground
probably have
combat
guessed, I
there,
plan to go
it
take
is
Atlas.
95% in Hakan's favor.
I hope that's all right.
So
Choclax Necro built with the home system and has 5 trade goods. So I don't think that's a lot of value. I don't know if trade goods were spent or used in other ways.
yeah, and there are 2 debt tokens, keep in
Here,
mind.
yeah, what I just
so
said, I
there's
just realized my
hypothetically,
Oh,
I suppose, 7
thing was up. It's all good.
trade goods there,
You know,
2 of which you can't use.
you got me on as far as getting out there first, Gus. So.
Hey, remember when everybody was passing on Warfare and now NRA had it in 6th
very much.
position and
If
has
you want, I'm sure I can give you the
what is that?
black market. Sorry,
5
legitimate
planets
market
outside the
forgery
home
for a
system?
very reasonable price if you need it.
But not scoring.
Absolutely a legitimate price.
Yeah.
Open market value.
I still have never
Although,
played
no,
Nas,
hold
and I
on.
love their flavor
2
so much. It's got like an Indiana Jones, but also like
NRA will
you know,
score
a little
round
weird.
scummy. I'm into
They're
it.
going to
Yeah.
amass wealth.
I've never
they
played
have
them before,
enough
so
resources and trade
Oh,
goods
how are you
to do
liking
it.
them so far?
yeah, it feels a little bit sort of like especially with the 2 asteroid fields there. Sort of like I'll play my own game, do some exploring,
Yeah.
see what comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, there's
Exactly.
a galaxy out there. Oh no.
All right, so I am playing tech, and I'm going to double tech. I'm going to pick up Psycho Arc and Cruiser 2, baby. Primus plus these 2.
Okay, so Cruiser 2 now hitting the table for Mentak. If they can get 2 more trade goods, we will see,
Now I gotta
I
search
predict,
this
custodians
tech
being
here.
stolen from Empyrean.
Here we go. Oh, that's it for me. I'll just get these. Say again?
I was just thinking now you could just go ahead and steal Starpoint with your Cruiser 2. Wouldn't that be funny?
Which one?
The 5-1 over here. Would be kind of an aggressive move, but
Oh yeah, yeah. That would be.
I was not
Well,
being serious.
I don't know why you would
we're
put that
pirates,
idea.
but we got to work up to that sort of dastardly business.
Yeah.
Hakan's home
silly
system.
me.
That's like a round 3 action for these pirates.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second here. I gotta find Cruiser 2.
So
yes, I'm
tough
going to
decision for
Evra
NRA.
and exploit.
I guess they decided to
Oh,
get
more candy.
hypermetabolism over scoring round 1.
Oh, I
Super
just
tough
dropped
decision. What
Cruiser
would you
2
do there, Bob?
on Noodle's board.
Oh, I'll take it.
Honestly,
I mean, I don't have any cruisers, but
I think I'd probably score. Like I can catch up. My economy can catch up.
I
My
have a
scoring can't.
suggestion again.
Yeah, I think that is
Yeah.
correct. I think
So
you
I'll go up
angle
and take
yourself
this
to
planet
take
here
tech.
now.
Oh wait, let's.
yeah,
We
sure.
got
Okay.
we
Yep.
got people
Yeah,
talking
and
about
then
Hope's
next
End.
turn
Let's.
I'll leave it, but I'll let a guy stay, so you can get a tech of mine, so you can fight that single dude.
An infantry?
Yes, an infantry. And I'll do it for so you both get the planet, and then it's kind of yours. I think it will be very difficult for me to try to take it back. But I'll do it for 3 trade goods now.
I mean, an infantry is kind of scary because I'm just gonna go there with probably 2 max.
Okay. So would you rather I used a cruiser instead of that suggestion?
I mean,
It can't be less than an infantry.
Yeah, what are we talking about? I don't understand this negotiation.
maybe.
Like, I can also just remove my men completely from there. That's also fine. Both is fine.
Yeah.
Whatever
I'm
how
thinking about
you
it.
want to get the planet. I was just thinking that you wanted a single guy there, so you could.
Yeah.
It's up to you. But I'm just saying I'll do whatever you want with that planet next turn for 3 trade goods now.
But you want the trade goods now.
Yes, I want them now.
Thing is, I'm slightly scared. Sorry, might just kamikaze through the gravity rift, so I might just want to build at home.
Oh, okay.
It's
that
quite
makes
a big
sense.
fleet up there.
Yeah. That makes complete sense.
So I don't know if I can give you those trade goods.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's completely fine. That's fair enough.
I don't know how does space dock through the gravity rift work? Does it even roll?
No, I don't think it does, because I don't think it's a ship.
But it does it get the +1?
Yeah,
It's
just
interesting.
normal.
The wording on it is it like acts like a ship, I believe is the wording. I could Google it if you guys want.
So if you can get some kind of promise from Cheeseman that he won't attack you, would you take the deal?
Yeah, I mean, I whispered him and he didn't answer, so I'm thinking he's considering it. He just
Sorry,
know.
Okay, so
I have not read it. Sorry.
I,
okay.
in this context,
I mean, how do you feel about it?
we're negotiating over a point.
Like
So I
can.
don't know if Necro realizes
I
that.
can be a middleman for deals for the next turns if you promise not to attack him next turn.
So Biggs, the thing is, maybe there is something where we don't go after each other just in round 2.
Okay. Hakan wants those
Yeah,
3
I mean,
trade goods, because,
absolutely.
yeah, that's a point for Hakan.
I'm not the one able to. You are the one threatening me with that relatively large fleet, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Necro in general are threatening, so I think that's kind of the same
Fair.
situation. So
You don't want to.
yeah.
You're saying you want like a just no aggression in round 2.
Yeah, I think it would be better to make it more formal with something to exchange.
Yeah, I mean, you want to exchange like actual ceasefires, or what do you mean?
Yeah, let me think about it. What's
Well, I don't know what you're thinking about,
What's
because
a
right
good
now
deal for
you
both of
cannot
us?
trade with each other.
Yeah.
Oh no, they can. They have the alpha adjacency. I mean,
Yeah,
from
I'm not liking the position that Necro's in right now.
Necro's in a bit of a pickle. I do think it's a little bit self-inflicted from not picking Warfare.
Okay,
round
so I
one.
have a board game geek thread with a comment from Dane that says you would still roll the floating factory.
Okay.
Okay.
As you said, it's movement related. Thus factories are affected by it.
Okay.
Well, that's
But
basic.
PDS
So
don't
I think it
work
probably
on
gets
this,
the +1,
on the
but it
floating
gets to roll.
factory.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
we don't
interesting
even
that
need
those
to.
two sort of conflict.
They don't need. Well, there's no hit points to a floating factory. That's why there's.
It's true.
PDS won't work. But you wouldn't even need to bring the floating factory. I mean, obviously.
That's true.
I can still
Yeah, you
What
just
are we
drop.
talking
You
about
just
here?
drop.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because it's the same
Okay,
thing, guys,
Hakan's taking
whether you
Hope's End.
accept or not.
AFK for a second.
I think
Okay,
the
so
negotiation might have been a little bit of a posture.
I might as well. Well, then we can just make the deal in the next.
Or not.
Oops.
Either way, I don't. You know that Necro's on the ropes in their position right now, and I would probably just use that leverage to just say, well, this is mine.
Okay. Yes, I would like to do that.
That solves the problem. That's the point right there.
That's pretty good.
yeah, so now you have the point. You can have your cake and eat it too. I have to
I can
say,
still because I have
Negotiation
3
off
more
the
opens, I
table.
can still
Hope Send
make
is
Super
mine
Reduce
forever.
there, and then just leave with one of them if you still want to do that.
Good
So,
day.
Yeah, I am
that's still
considering it.
But now the trade good now, 3 trade goods now doesn't really matter. So
Yeah, that was for the
it's
point.
because I wanted to get the amass wealth objective,
Yeah.
but now
Yeah.
I have it. So
So now it's mine. So
Bix, I've answered you.
What did you say?
I've answered in the chat.
You have answers in the chat.
So Noodle is blindfolded at the moment. Not
well,
sure
I too like to
why.
play my games blindfolded. I find that it helps me.
Oh, AFK. Interesting. You don't want any of your family members wandering in and being able to see the board position.
Yeah, see what I'm spending 6 hours, 8 hours of my time on.
Trust me, you ought to cut it. Just trust me.
Yeah, so not to belabor the point about Hope's End, but to take it from a slightly different angle, at essentially no cost to Hakan now, they will take Necro out of the game, I think, by using both the Hope's End and Primor attributes or attachments. Because essentially, what is Necro going to do? It's going to be 2
Yeah, we are
infantry versus
different.
2 infantry in a mech at this point. Or they're going to
but
commit
the trade
all
goods
of.
doesn't matter right now. So now you can just use your trade goods, just so you know.
Can I trade on the turn I pass, or is it just pass?
You can in fact trade on the turn you pass, or you commit all of your
I think
plastic to Hope's End.
trading is not necessarily like an action. You could do a trade to like stall as an action. So I think you could
So I
trade
can,
and
like, oh, I
then
want to trade
your
with you, and
action
then
pass. You know.
Okay.
Say again.
I can trade with someone and then just pass.
Yeah, I
Then
think
just
so.
straight up pass. I think that makes sense to me.
Okay. I just gotta figure this out with Clark.
For sure. We started the clock, right?
But you can
Someone
you can
finally
build a throne if you
realized
want
there
to,
is a
Bix,
time limit to the game.
and use your trade goods.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm. The thing is, this deal with SAR depends.
Yeah, okay.
Like if it
Good
goes
to
through, I
see.
will not build at home.
Okay.
If you just hover it
We
over,
are
it's
hour
easier to
and
see.
15 minutes into the game, and we are not yet done with round 1. So that being said, is Mentak?
So what did Hakan? What did you do on your turn?
I took Hope's End.
Okay, but there was no deal with the 3 trade goods.
It doesn't matter anymore because I needed the 3 trade goods for mass wealth, but I flipped Hope's End, so now I don't need the 3 trade goods right now.
You had the expedition explore.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I think that was public.
So, SAR looks like, I don't know if they just didn't spend these planets, but did they just not spend Rag Lysis? Or do you think they just didn't flip them? They must have spent them, right? Because they built things when they moved.
Well, they've taken 3 planets, and I'm assuming did some trade.
Right, but they did build things, so they must have spent.
Okay.
Rag Lysis.
All right.
I think Hakan is the only one scoring round 1. Is that fair to say?
Wow.
Well, it looks like SAR's getting Yellow's support for the throne. Oh, wait, it's a swap?
There you go.
Is it a swap?
Oh wow.
All right.
Okay, I'll just move you up.
So Yellow
I
is
think
getting
that's the earliest support I've ever seen in a game.
Purple's support? Yep.
I've
Yeah.
seen
So
one
you
The
guys
two
that's
can
like
toughest
swap.
space.
boys too.
Yeah, well,
not
here's
attacking
why I
one
love
another.
that for
Yeah.
purple.
Those are
It's
some
not
highly
bad.
coveted supports.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is.
and he is also not
I
getting
mean,
This
I
is
don't know
very-
that it's a good deal for
easily.
either of them, but
Oh no, I think it's a
Oh,
great
I
deal
think
for
that's
purple.
pretty
both gender.
Though, right?
I think
Except the
Necro,
gender, I
with
think, right?
respect to Biggs, very tough start of the game. I
can
think
steal
you're
in a
way
gender too.
behind right now.
Okay,
Of
one
course,
last
you
thing.
can catch up because you are Necro, but I think
Is it based on a
SAR,
unit? It
very
isn't,
difficult
right?
for them to get a support
It is.
swap because of the
It
negative
is.
meta.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
Okay.
in advantage with the speaker token right now, and they can take an early, maybe even Diplo, and take Cormand for sort of a long-term advantage because now Necro is not going to be able to go in there and take it back.
yeah. Well, aside from that, I mean, I guess that's the thing that really sucks for Necro is that you can't get tech off of SAR now.
Right. I think it was a bad deal for Necro.
Yeah. I guess
I will
that
pass.
wasn't what we were really debating at all.
Right.
I
So
think
it was
we
a gr-
agreed on that. Yeah.
I think it's a good deal though for SAR.
Yeah.
I think Empyrean now probably a little bit
I will purge my
uneasy
2
perhaps,
fragments for a rock.
although I think Noodle Tulip will be fine based on
Yeah.
just sort of
You
the
can also right click and
level
purge.
of experience
Oh.
that we're seeing in the play here.
Oh fuck! I was supposed to trade. I'm
We are
stupid.
getting our first relic of the game. I hope it's Tomb of Infidia.
Ooh, the Dynamis
Oh.
core.
Oh, don't hate that. Don't hate that
I
first
love
round.
that.
Yeah.
So now Nazroka's
some
five
rich
commodity
Nazroka.
faction.
It certainly
hi,
makes
Mentak.
sitting next to Mentak a little bit more
Yeah.
workable.
Or more gross, who knows?
No, I think it's fine. Because now you're getting 4 commodities rather than 2 commodities basically every turn. So I do think, again, we can see the hypermetabolism into prefab. There's going to be conflict, I predict, in our future between these two players. Right now, I think I'm really liking Empyrean and really liking Hakan. There you go. Mentak getting the yellow skip.
A bit late.
We got prefab or Psycho Arc. We'll see another round of tech for them.
Extra dude is
Would
always
be
nice.
great.
Ooh, an extra infantry on Semlar. So question, what if NRA didn't take Warfare? Are you giving everybody else more value by taking Warfare in that position? I mean, obviously, NRA took 4 systems, so that was
So-
pretty good.
It's done, right?
I
Oh,
think
no, the tulip is. Yeah.
in the
I'm
abstract,
passing.
you are giving everyone more value, but are you giving them
I'm
more
also
value by
passing,
Diplo
but I'll
instead? Because you're not going to take
use the
Imperial
2
here.
legendary planets.
That's true.
So Necro. I just want to talk with you
Although,
about how I
to
should
that
place
point,
these units.
Uh,
Because there's multiple things that
Oh, look
could
at
happen
this.
here.
yeah.
I could put my mech here and simply sell Hope's End to you.
Or I could just
Oh,
keep
he's
it
AFK.
forever. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. I kind of have to wait for him.
Mhm.
All right, so Jebble is going to
Yeah.
Sorry
talk
about that.
about this deal that I
It's
think
fine.
is
Maybe
not
just
in
pass
their
your turn
advantage.
anyways. So
Sure. Yeah, I'll pass thing right after.
yeah.
So.
But maybe we'll see a use of the mech. I doubt that. Anyway, if he had taken Diplo, he would be scoring round 1.
How'd you guys all get into this game in the first place?
So maybe
I
to
mean,
your
playing
point,
Twilight Imperium in general.
to your point, Bot, taking Warfare might have been the wrong choice. Maybe Diplo would have, in this
Through a
particular
friend,
situation, been
he
better.
showed us 1 year ago, and everyone got totally in it.
That it was sort of the same way in my board game group, but it was like a very specific like couple people of the larger board game group that were like, oh damn.
Yeah. That's what this game
Yes.
does.
Yeah, it I think it like tickles a particular nerve center.
I
and you
agree with
got
you,
it or
Zip.
you don't.
I think
Yeah.
Atlas isn't worth it. The
It's more
question
the
is
marathon type of
giving
play.
everyone warfare
Definitely.
and they get more plastic on the board. Is
Yeah,
that
I've been
worth
playing
it,
sports
or
since
is
third edition,
everyone
actually,
having basically
you know.
1
Oh,
point
really?
round
Yeah,
one?
back then
Because
How
I
does
think
third
with
compare?
Diplo, there'd be a
Oh,
lot
it's
of
way
people
worse.
scoring him as well, especially with as rich of this
Yeah.
board as it
Fourth
I've
is.
never
edition
played third.
is really a step up.
So,
Yeah.
what is
And
the better
POK
pacing
again.
for the
Like,
game?
I think the game is now as good as it has never been before.
That's a little bit
That's
hard
cool.
to talk about in
Question
the
on
abstract, I
the
think, especially a
objective.
round one
Can you
strategy. but-
spend trade goods for all of the things there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna immediately purge my relic.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we will be.
So you're
scoring.
gaining some trade goods right now, Abdul. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
because I'll have 9.
That
So
is a
NRA
very
will
good
have 9
point.
trade goods and just spend all
Could
9
Could I
for.
grab one
Oh,
of those
scoring.
bad gentlemen?
Don't ever say that the relic deck
No.
is useless.
Oh,
So,
come on, just give me one, will you?
I do like
I'll
it.
give you 2 next round. I can't give you 1 because then there's no point.
I think
there's
that's
no
the
point me
only
doing it 'cause I won't have
scenario
enough
where
trade
I
goods
would
to
have done
get the
that though
objective.
is if it took
All
me
right,
from not scoring to scoring.
I can deal with that. Tell you what I'll do. Let me pillage only in name this round so that we can both draw an action card off of my agent. I'll give you that trade good right back, and you can give me 2 next round.
Yeah, okay.
Beautiful.
But do you do that deal?
So do you guys want me to like
I mean,
take
of
it and
course you
give
do
it
it as
back on my
NRA.
turn, or you want to just leave it in
No,
his
it's
play?
No, it's fine.
You can give it straight back to me because we're not trading, are we? So you can
As
all do it on,
Mentak?
we can do it on the same round.
Right.
Yeah.
As Mentech, I
Alright,
just
let's
take the
get some
trade good because
action cards.
I give him the action card, sure, but I'm denying him a point.
I just right click and draw.
I mean, but
Yeah, or
you've
you can
already
just
talked
press
about
one,
how the
and then
conflict
draw
between
one
those two
card.
is likely to be strong, and maybe it's worth more
Or did
to
he
maintain.
Did he get 10? Is he at 10 now? Or was he at 9?
Well, it should be at 9 with gaining 5 trade goods.
Right, but there's 10
Abdul,
trade
do you mind giving me
goods.
2 debt
No, there's 9
tokens?
on the
Just
whatchamacallit
Yeah.
counted. Yeah, no, I
Sorry.
definitely
Go mad.
if it's definitely a better negotiation than one more trade good though, right? I mean this is a support swap situation. Or yeah, I think it's a support swap for me, or I take that point.
Okay. Yeah, that's a huge advantage to put them in a position where they have to support swap
Yeah,
with you.
both objectives
Yeah,
not
because
really
then you at
easy
least
in the
have them
first
sort of
round.
in a cage, and then it's going to be a race to get Quan before your support buddy does.
A couple people are making it work with that amass wealth, though.
Yeah,
You know,
I
somebody
think
asked the
Amass
question
Wealth
where
is
Mentak's
pretty
second
well
cruiser
scoreable
was, and I couldn't
as
answer
well.
it, and I just remembered it's in the
if
Nebula.
you want to do it.
Yeah, it is camouflaged.
Just
Yeah.
They're invested
Just
in
face.
camouflage technology.
And
That's
don't
how they
spend the
ambush
money.
you.
Oh, I have to pass.
Yeah, I have
Second
passed. Yeah, I still need to place my guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Biggs, Yellow, are you back? Your mouse is moving.
Yeah.
Because
just-
we've,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Biggs
We've
just
been
doesn't
waiting
want
for
to
you,
talk
because-
anymore.
Okay, because I have these 3 dudes I need to place with the planets. It's just where I'm assuming we're gonna make a deal about hopes in next turn. So it depends on how you want it. Do you want me to just place a mech there, and then I can sell you the planet with the mech? Then you don't have to move anything to get in there. Or I can place the infantry and move out with one of the infantry, so you can kill it and get a tech. How do you prefer it?
Huh.
Mostly it's whether if the 2 guys should get on there. Wait a second. How does the mech work again? If you move
I
all
don't
units from the
understand
planets,
this
okay.
negotiation.
So it doesn't really matter much, I guess.
Okay.
Because when I sell you with the mech, I move all the units on the planet.
This has
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
just posturing.
Oh yeah. I guess
So,
it doesn't matter yet then.
Oh, it matters if there's 2
And the
guys
weird part
there
is
if you want
he's trying to get
destroy
value
them.
out of
Yeah.
it, but there's not a value
So
that's
how do you-
more
do you want
valuable
the
than
2 guys
just
there,
taking
Holding
or
it.
how do you want
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you
Yeah,
lose
good
every
question. There are a
single
lot of
piece of
options.
plastic in
Yeah.
that tile,
I don't know,
you
3
will
trade
have
goods is
destroyed
expensive.
Necro's game.
But gravity drive is good.
It is. Like we can
And
also figure
if
something else out. You
Necro,
can pay me something else, and I fly
here's
in with your cruiser or something like that. That's a lot
the
of
only
options here.
thing
It's
that
not
I can
like I can also keep hopes
credit
in,
this
and you can
to
do something else with your
is some
fleet, and
posturing,
we can find some other
so
trade.
that
Like you
red
get this.
can get a
I
lower
sacrifice a
initiative,
cruiser for very
so
cheap
that
if I keep
yellow
hopes in,
is
for
not
example. There's a
worried
lot of
about
options
getting
here,
in there before
and
it's
I'm willing
I
reinforced.
do
for
think I
almost
want
all of
Hope's End regardless.
Okay, fair enough.
Because if I don't get it, I'm not poor, but like, no.
Yeah, mostly it's if you want to beat the one guy or you don't.
So I have to say that this must be a play
And that
to
would also
try
cost
and
me 3 trade goods. That's your deal.
Yes.
that can't be the deal.
Or we can figure something else next round.
I
Can be
refuse to
something
believe
different. It's not.
I think this is a
Before
soft
earlier, I
pedal.
needed
He
the
has
3
no
trade goods
intention
right
of
now.
selling
I
Hope's End.
don't I don't need the 3 trade
Yeah,
goods
sure.
right now, so it could be something
But
completely different.
but so you are thinking about whether or not you want any infantry there at all,
Yes.
or if you want one guy there.
Yes, because if I only take the 2 infantry here,
Yeah.
I move out with my dreadnought and move an infantry, and then there's 1 infantry left for you to defeat. And I put my mech there, I can just sell it to you. So,
Yeah.
I mean, in the
so it's just
survey,
which one you
Jebble did
prefer,
talk
if you want
about,
to defeat
you know,
an infantry,
preference
or
for
if you just want me to
diplomatic
sell it to you.
resolution as opposed to just sheer force. And I think
I
we're
mean,
seeing
the
that
mech
play
thing
out here.
is convenient.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of how
but I'm not sure.
Humble Checkmate plays a little bit, where
Yeah, maybe just the
he
mech
proposes a deal which
deal
initially would have gotten him
would
a
be the
point.
easiest.
Now he no
Cool.
longer
I'm just gonna
needs
do
the
this
deal, but you fall in love so
Yeah,
much with
honestly,
the deal
I think it is.
that now he's going to go ahead and do it anyway. You're sort of talking yourself into it.
I'm going to play Fighting Conscription now.
That's sort of Humble Checkmate's sort of classic downfall, in my mind at least.
Yeah, I like
And
what
maybe
Alphane's saying. Giving Necro a Hope's End and a free grav drive
loss.
can't be the way to go.
Yeah, so I guess then we're sort of talking about a hypothetical.
Okay,
Oh, all players have passed, score
All right.
So
but the
we
sort
need
of
to
big
score.
outlet cappuccino method of making sure everyone's
I think
in a
everybody can just
scoreable,
score.
winnable
I'm not
position,
scoring anything.
or just sort of a more aggressive
Yeah,
approach where one person,
I'm not
you
scoring.
can destroy someone
I'm
round
scoring.
1, early round
Not
2
scoring
as
by
well.
denying them any path forward.
I'm scoring a mass wealth as well.
Baldric, I like that. There's no need to use force. You just already have it.
All right.
So we can reveal the next objective, and it's corner the market.
Jesus.
Oh, I was waiting for this to come out because now that Hope's End
Okay.
is going to be pretty valuable. Obviously, 3 hazardous for Hakan.
So we're dealing action cards.
Well, I don't know.
Does anybody want to play political stability?
The support swaps are in the play area, so they seem to be being picked up by the overlay.
3, 2, 1.
But they're not in the
Done.
they're not in the
Then I'm gonna return the
secrets
strategy cards,
area. So I guess we're good.
and we end the stakes
Yeah, we'll
phase.
make sure that we clean up at the end and record it properly.
Then we need to place our counters.
Let's see if we can have a hour and a half status phase.
Well, we're
Well, luckily
checking everything here.
nobody took Mechatol, so we'll be able to go right into round 2.
Yeah, so blue definitely taking leadership. That was the plan from the beginning.
So Necro,
SAR,
you need to place
what do
your
you take
command
as SAR here?
counters.
Sorry, what?
You need to place your command tokens.
Oh yeah.
Why not Warfare? You have the 2 space docks. I don't think your
Cool.
space dock
So then in the strategy phase,
is in
I
danger.
would like to
Well,
Was
why
it
play
wouldn't you?
Melon Zobat?
I like trade, I
investments.
think.
Oh, manipulate
So I
investments.
can place
Manipulate
5 trade
investments
goods
coming out.
on strategy cards of my choice, and I must place them on at least
Oh,
3 different cards.
the rich get richer. Love
Um,
this for nudeltulpe.
So I'm gonna put 3 on leadership.
And Botbot, have I mentioned how much I love
And
nudeltulip's
then-
name?
You have mentioned
Where
that.
else should I put them?
The spelling is a little jarring, but
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a nudeltulpe, so that's okay.
So, what are you planning on taking, Cheeseman?
So,
I'm gonna take leadership.
I mean, you put one on Diplo, right?
yeah, leadership would be an option, but
You just
it's
beg
not.
someone to take
No,
Diplo.
no, I'm gonna take leadership. So
Yeah.
if leadership is gone, what are you gonna take?
Maybe warfare.
Okay.
See, I think warfare is a trap here. I think you want to take trade,
So
because that's
I'm just
going to
gonna put
be
one on warfare. Maybe, later
amass
in
wealth
the game you
for
can also
SAR.
do me a little favor.
well, the reason I like
And
Warfare
then I'm
for
gonna
SAR
put
is
one
because
on.
the Mehar Zul and Vethit, I know they're not great planets, but
Oh no.
you only have one carrier,
Yeah,
so
maybe
being
tech
able to build in
would be
that
the
space
second
dock,
option.
lift the
Yeah.
token, and then go take those
Yeah, I'm
other
just gonna
two.
put on tech then. All right.
We have
And
two
then
docks.
I'm
But the other one's over in the Alpha.
gonna take leadership.
Right, but you can swing that over with your agent
Sure,
if you wanted to. And I'm going to how
gonna take
beautiful would it
warfare.
have been
There's SAR
if,
with Warfare.
yeah, how beautiful would it have been if instead of taking that command counter from Zobat first
Hey,
turn,
Noodle, check out my whisper when you have a
he
sec.
takes Vega Major, Vega Minor from his support buddy with the 2 infantry, locks in a point, really puts the nail in the coffin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Necro's
of
taking
course,
tech.
can't do that now unless you're going
Yes.
to risk the rift.
I am scared.
I'd be tempted to do it, maybe with the cruiser through the gravity rift.
Hmm.
Yeah, and this just further
This is actually
further
kind of
shows
tough.
how tough a
I
spot
think I
Necro's
will
in right
take
now,
politics.
and how willing the neighbors are to
Yeah,
not keep
I think we
pushing.
can talk about that.
Although you can
Martini.
also get the 4
Kind of depends
planets
what
for
what you can offer
SAR
me.
with Cormand. 4 tech traits.
Yeah, for sure.
Or 4
Let's
traits.
think on it.
4 of a kind.
Wow. That's some good notes back left.
Oh man, trade is still in the
Yeah, and Imperial.
and Imperial. Wow.
Yeah.
Is
I
it
mean,
over
as
to me?
Mentak, you definitely
It
take
is.
trade here, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think I gotta pick up
Yeah,
trade.
I don't think that's a tough
Okay.
decision.
I will place trade goods and set turns.
All right.
Okay, so you wanna borrow the planet, right? So it would be best for you if I removed both infantry.
Yeah, you could take both to Mechatol. I'd hold it for you for the round. And what else? Let's think. Obviously, you're getting a refresh in trade because we got Dark Pact.
Yeah.
My blue fragment?
Is Martiniwerewolf
yeah,
really trying
that
to...
sounds good. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I'm gonna activate Mechatol.
Okay.
I'm gonna take both
Well,
guys
I guess
there.
we all saw that coming.
Yep. Imperium's just having the best start. Very quiet.
I'm gonna spend Aaron Amir for 6 influence. And take the planet.
Well, Necro, I keep going with these weird deals, but I have a I have a new deal because of the new objective. Because we can both score that objective this round. I don't know if you plan on getting this planet, or if you have a deal with Purple about that planet.
Yeah, we kind of skipped over
I mean, how would that
Necro
work? How would we
taking
both
tech,
score it?
and that was probably a bad move with
Yeah, but you get this right.
Sar
then you have
moving
1,
first.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
but then you don't have hope cent.
Yes, but
being
then
so
I
late in
can get
initiative
these
order,
two, and then I
I
have 4
think
blue.
politics was the better
So you
play
have 4
here.
red, and I have
Yeah.
4 blue.
Because then not only
And
are
the
you
point is, I can
forcing
put
Hakan
2
to
mechs
take
here,
Diplo
so I
if they
can
want
just
to
sell
do
them to you
this
next round,
sort
so
of
you don't even have to
extortion,
use a command token to
soft
take them
extortion,
next round.
which you don't hate, given,
I
a
mean,
Barrack lead of 4. You also set yourself
then I'd
up
have to
for
make a
speaker
deal.
token next round.
Here. Too.
Yes.
And
That's
I
why I'm
haven't
asking.
yet.
Yeah.
I also don't like
don't know
openly
what you are,
negotiating
but if
over Cormand when
that doesn't
Sar
work, we
gets
can
to
make
go
a deal about
first
this one.
and isn't
Yeah.
part
You
of it.
get this one.
I mean, here's the
can also
problem.
use a mech on that
Necro
to give it.
does
give it
not
to
have
you.
any leverage.
That's true.
Will not have any
So-
leverage.
Yeah.
Well, you're just like thinking you want to go there.
Yes, I think that's the easiest way for me to get this objective.
Yeah. Right.
Otherwise, I would have to keep this and maybe go there myself or something weird like that.
Of course, you could
Yeah,
keep
that sounds
Sopend and do
harder.
that anyway.
Yes, exactly. And I thought this was easiest because we both
I don't know.
complete the objective. And
I don't
Yeah.
think
even
this
if you can't get this
negotiation
one,
really matters. I
there's
think
this
Necro
one.
is sort of
Yeah.
out of the game. It's just a question whether
So
Hakan is going
obviously,
to
I
get a
will
better
lose
advantage.
the value of the planets you take in front of me that I can't take this round. These.
Yes, that's true.
Um.
But then, as obviously, you don't have to pay anything.
No,
for hope
no.
cents. You're just getting
Okay.
it.
Okay. Okay.
You're just getting it.
Okay. And will you be able to place a mech and give me the other red? This
Yes, we
this
just
round.
coordinate it correctly. So if I don't fuck up, then
So, but I
then
think
it should be
Necro in this
doable.
position,
Okay.
you have to do it asymmetrically. You need to make Hakan pay for this.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna. I want to
Humble's
use hope
here.
cent, obviously, so I'm just gonna start
yeah.
with Humble,
Humble.
and then we take it.
In the chat, you know it's humble because all the
Oh,
caps
you
are
have tech, so you
with.
can obviously
Yep,
just
yep.
use
He's
tech.
always yelling.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine on.
So I
tokens.
think the way that I would have approached this as Necro is just lay the cards on the table.
So
Say,
how are we gonna
listen,
do it? I want to.
I don't really have a shot here.
So yeah,
So
before I
if you
move
want
anything,
this to be easy, the only way forward for me is Hope Send.
I want this carrier up here,
And
want
it's going to
this
cost you,
carrier
to
up
organize this so that you get another point. You scored
Yeah.
last round, you're going to score
here.
again.
So I first need to sell.
You need
Hope
to
Sends,
make me happy, or I'm just not going to tell you what I'm going to do, and that's going to cost you
No, that should
resources
be all right. I'm
to
gonna
try and
use
do all of these
Imperial
things.
Arms Vault
By negotiating here
to play some mech.
and not really getting much out of it other than possibly
And you want to
friendly
To be
borders.
sure, you want me to play some mech here right now, or should we wait with that?
I mean, are you going there now?
This information is so
I can
valuable to
just
Hakan.
activate politics. That's much easier. Actually.
All right.
Yeah, sorry about this.
All that just to play politics. I love the long negotiation right into a strategy card play.
Yeah, gotta love it.
Or should I just draw 2 and then put them
I
back?
think just draw 2 as far as I know.
Yeah, Humble, we have a Mentak player at the table who has told us that Mentak is actually their favorite faction, so really going after your heartstrings there. Been sort of a tough round 1 for them.
So 1 on top and 1 on the bottom. So how do I place it
You'll
on the
probably
bottom?
find them on the Mentak dating app known as Pillager.
Oh,
Pick up the whole thing.
hey-o.
If you hold,
I've been working on that one for a while.
Hit the whole thing up.
Where pirates can find each other.
No, come on. Surely the tagline has something about getting
And,
booty or something like
I'll
that.
go to action cards, and
Try to keep it
I'll
clean.
become the speaker.
It was a family show, Rasmus. Oh, and now he's
Like,
going to
I'm
try and
willing to
sell him
sell
the
it, but
speaker token.
I guess
Oh
it's
my god,
just
poor Biggs.
Of course,
This-
that's how Humble met his wife.
we're already talking so much, so I think I'm just ending
I
my
think-
turn here.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Sure.
I think. I mean, would you sell it for 2?
Just give him the speaker
No,
token.
that's not
Don't
enough
buy
because
it
I
from
get
him.
back speaker order as well.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, then it's fine.
So much value out of that.
That's my turn.
Oh, he's
play
not going to give it
construction.
to him. Going to keep it.
Did he look at the agendas?
I don't
Yeah.
know, but
Let me pan out to
The-
see.
the nice thing is, as
I don't.
casters and not moderators, that's not our problem.
I don't see any agendas in his hand, so I don't think he looked at them.
Yeah, let's see if he catches it on his way back. All right. Abdul playing a very tight game here. Gotta respect that. I normally don't love construction, but I think maybe in this particular structure of the board, it is pretty good. Obviously, movement is
Assuming no one
a
else is
problem,
following. Okay.
and that forward
Secondary does
base on
activate the system
Atlas is really
improvement,
going to
right?
help.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to use my agent as well.
Another reason I like construction here is because you can pretty safely put that space dock down, because Hakan is busy with Necro
brilliant.
and Mentak doesn't really have the
Ah.
plastic to threaten you.
Yeah.
So
I
I feel like
wonder-
NRA is quietly moving up in the positional standings.
Yeah, I like Hakan, I like Empyrean, I like NRA. NRA's percentages here are very much going to depend on what objectives come out. I do not like that NRA did not
I wish I'd held on to
explore
that fragment, huh?
a industrial.
All right, that's it
That
for me.
would have really helped. They have a 30% chance to get a tech skip from the industrial explorers, but they went with Atlas. There are no tech skips left in the hazardous deck, but I don't think Abdul recognizes that.
And it looks like, I wonder if Mentak is just giving that industrial to NRA. Because that's just a point.
Well, as NRA, I'm definitely waiting for tech to pop before I go in there,
Sure, yeah.
because then I'll have prefab.
So
Although I also need my mechs. We have a situation where not going to be able to get mechs on the planets to unlock the
I'm
commander,
going there.
or mechs in 3 systems.
All right, Star is taking Vega Major, Vega Minor. The
I do
Vegas.
like that. Well, how are we getting there?
And I'll play my agent.
Hold on. Oh, we're going to play the agent. I like
so
that.
together with Sling Relay.
Well, you only
Ooh.
have 1 infantry, my man.
I don't know if that deal is on anymore, Red.
Uh,
I don't know how we do it now.
And yeah, unfortunately I cannot.
can't take the other planet.
Yeah. You can risk the
It's
gravity
cool.
rift. Risk it. Risk it for the glory.
Oh, plans have changed, I see.
Yes.
I don't know that I like this. Okay.
I can tell you what I don't like about it. I don't like that there was no negotiation with
So-
either Biggs or Jebble
Then I produce
regarding this. So you're going to have to back this up with the A lot of plastic. That will probably be enough, but was it worth it?
Why not build 2 infantry also? Like, that's interesting. A
Or
dreadnought and
spend
2.
yeah, drop the mech. You have a deploy function on the mech. Deploy the mech. Build the infantry.
Yeah,
You need
I
it
think that's
anyway.
it.
as Necro, now you come in and you take Cormand.
Oh, you only took one.
I only have one.
Rough game for Necro. Does not feel good.
Oh yeah, and I will produce one.
Okay, okay.
You can sort of hear it in his voice as well.
But how are you feeling about that system? Like next
Oh
turn?
wait, Star did build infantry. What was
Yeah,
the
he
spend
ended
on
up
that?
building an infantry.
Which one? The one I activated?
Yeah, the one you just took.
I think I
Okay.
want to have a 2-round.
So
if it's
Zobat,
possible.
Rog, and a trade good to build. A Dreadnought, 2 fighters, and 2 infantry?
Yeah, might be.
Oh,
That's
there's
a
the
good
other one.
point.
Okay.
Because
Scrapile.
it can be used for 2
Yes, he
objectives.
could have taken the other space dock
Yeah.
because there
But I
is
have
a
no further
cruiser
interest
2
in this.
tech on the table.
Okay.
So he would have been able
Because
to
I'm
go
thinking
1,
then I
2,
just take
3,
Cormand
no
now.
problems, and take these infantry
And I'm
from
guessing that's
Lodor
fine for you.
Yeah, that's
to get
fine.
both planets.
But that would have left the other space dock on its own in Melon Zobat.
Yeah, but realistically, I don't know if that's really going to do much. I mean, Empyrean doesn't seem to be super interested in sniping that. Also, there's just a free space dock in the home system. If he's going to take anything, he's going to take that, right?
Yeah. Maybe that's the one that he uses Warfare on.
I mean, as Empyrean, though, you got to be pretty happy with this play, because now that has completely opened up your chances to get 4 of a kind. I do not think Sar will be able to defend all this territory.
Have you seen my message?
Especially since the
Yes.
plan is probably to pop Warfare, take this command token off of your space dock, I would imagine.
I would
Oh
hope.
no, it can't be. No, it can't be.
What if it's take it off of the Vegas and then go into Hope's End and really jack up?
Well, maybe
plans?
it's to take the Warfare. Oh god, could you imagine? That would be great. Again, question of how aggressive the SAR player is going to be is now being answered, I think. I don't think you build at home here, Necro. Don't do it.
All right.
There's Warfare on the table, and you are support swapped with SAR, the only person that's going to come in there and ruin your day even more. So you might as well, yeah, there you go. This being said, I do think Hakan now probably looking at Varrig Leader 4 for their potential 4 of a kind.
Oh man. I mean, Hakan is potentially looking at 2 slices.
Yeah, well, now with SAR in the mix, you have to be a little bit nervous about that. You don't want a SAR ball in your fleet, in your slice, obviously. And again, I can't help but think that Empyrean was very, very happy with that SAR move.
Oh, and I might just want to trade. Let's see.
Yeah.
I have a couple
I
of
would
death
definitely.
tokens. So, Noodle, do you
Yeah.
mind giving me that 1 trade good?
Oh, you have the
Yes, I have
I
your
can't promise.
death.
Sorry.
I think
I don't mind at all.
sitting in Empyrean spot, I'm viewing right now
Thank you.
Hakan as the potential rival.
Same for you, Mentak.
Yep, give me
And
one
so
second
SAR
here.
moving into their slice is only a good development.
For you, my robotic friend.
Thank you. I gave you your thing back.
Oh, thanks.
I think there's probably a minor misplay for Empyrean in not taking
Yeah, that's my turn.
a command counter out of fleet during this
Okay, I'm just gonna go
whatchamacallit
ahead
phase,
and
Mm-hmm.
pop leadership.
because he would have been able to stall out leadership, at least for Mentak. Maybe also for Necro, not that that matters too much.
Oh, because you can play.
Yeah.
You can
Hey,
go into
Abdul,
the
am I
Yep.
miscounting?
empty space.
Hey,
Yeah.
I
Coco and
misclicked.
Joel. Say again.
I misclicked. I wanted
okay.
to grab one for
Um,
free.
Noodle.
Cohen, Joel, and New Albion.
Yeah. So you got it.
Is it 3
Actually,
or
you
4?
could probably have
I
taken
believe
out
it's 3. Let's look.
Hakan as
Do you
well,
want to make a deal
potentially,
with this
because
guy
you have
again?
a relic
Oh,
all
it's
lined up.
4. I've
You can do it
miscounted.
now, so I was confused.
Okay. Let me think here.
So you have
Noodle
4
tulip?
actions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to make a deal
1,
with this
2,
guy again?
3. Jebble only would have had 3 actions.
Is he? Yeah, I'm not sure if he's pillaging from you or not.
Yeah. He can, like, we didn't do a deal that he wouldn't, but I'm thinking about spending those trade goods to pay for the token anyways. So
Okay.
it would be like a 2 for 2 again.
Yeah, I was thinking of 3 of 1. I don't know if you would be willing to accept that.
No.
Like I have a guy over here I can also ask for the same deal.
Yeah, I get that, but
Since he
You
gets
know.
5 commodities.
no, he purged the
I
relic,
purchased that one.
so
It's down to 3.
Oh yeah, okay. Then I'll accept because there's no better to ask.
okay. So I'm gonna spend those 2 for the command tokens I'm getting. And so just let me grab those from the bag.
What do you do as Mentak
And
here?
then the deal would be
Yeah, I can't actually rush them this current round, but
no.
I don't know how you score.
It's fine. You refresh me and I give you 2.
I mean, you're going to be.
cultural.
And
You
then
have to
when it's
score
your
a mass
turn,
wealth.
you can
yeah,
we
yeah,
can do a
exactly.
2 for 2.
Oh, actually, I think the plan was to go into
So
Avera.
I'm
That
just
would be
gonna
the
pass
4th
these over here.
cultural, because you'd have Avera,
I'm gonna
Semlor,
spend 1 now on a command.
Quan, and Raron.
Oh, that's fine.
And they did
For sure we'll
talk
make
earlier in
can-
the
something
round.
out.
I'm not sure if
We
that
can work
was the
something out,
deal
I'm sure,
that
yeah.
they decided.
Yeah, because I know that's what Empyrean and Mentak were talking about was
Yeah, and in case no one
before
heard, I misclicked.
Empyrean
I bought
went
1
to
leadership
Mechatol
token. Even though I
about what
clicked
they
pass,
could
I'm stupid,
what
but
they
I
could
flipped
bring or
mine.
not bring.
Here's a question for you, Botbot. Your Mentak, do you follow tech?
Let me see the position here. You've got trade. Yeah, I think you do. You've got the yellow skip. It's your salvage operations.
I don't
Gotta
think that I follow
play-
tech here.
wait a second.
You only have your cruisers and
Yeah,
your carrier. You got a big plastic
I'm gonna
problem
play
that you have to
frontline
solve.
deployment.
Your only dock is at home, so you're going to have a positioning problem as well, getting that plastic in a usable position. I think long term here, you got to
That's
fall
fine then.
behind on tech and get ahead that way. Because if you wait for mirror computing, you only got 2 trade goods right now. If you wait for mirror computing to fix this problem, it's going to be round 3 at best. It's going to be round 4 before that plastic is activated. You might not be able to get it in position in time for round 5.
I think the counter to that is the fact that Mentak has trade, so you can do both.
Yeah,
maybe
but
not,
trade is
maybe not
trade.
as effectively, but
Yeah, but trade's got to be used to amass wealth this turn, or else he's not going to be scoring, and that's even worse.
well, I think the 4 of the same trait. I think that's the scoring plan for Mentak.
Okay.
Give Empyrean a good enough deal to just let you have Avera
For the churn.
Yeah. So I think that's I think it's a tough decision. I agree with you on that. I'm just not convinced that not getting tech makes sense long term. Similar to the question that we talked about earlier about scoring versus with NRA, scoring versus setting up your long term prospects. You have to score. You can't not score.
This is an interesting build by NRA. Do we have an unexpected action coming out here?
Right, sir. Let me pop trade.
Mm,
Oh, I flipped it back over. There we go.
Yeah, I think
Play.
Shrapnel is right, or Shrapfile is right. I think that was what they negotiated at the beginning of the round.
All right, so blue and green
let the
both
players talk through
refresh.
tech, I guess.
yeah, just a second. I still have 2 commodities lying around here. So maybe we can do a deal with involving those 2 first before you refresh me.
Oh, all right. Let's see.
Definitely works. This
What
Dark
could
Pact,
I give you?
Dark Pact
I
will proc.
could give you. I could flop the 2 commodities that I am getting. Well, how does that timing work actually? Because do I have to refresh both of us
No,
before?
no. You gain 3 trade goods first, then you replenish commodities, and then you choose the players. So we could do a 2 for 2 with your commodities, and then you could still refresh me, and we can work something out later.
All right, so let's do that.
All
I'll
right.
do the 2 for 2 and take the extra one for the Dark Pact.
Exactly.
You wash those 2 commodities.
And take an extra one for the Dark Pact.
Exactly. And then go ahead and refresh.
All right.
Green, you can refresh 2. I think I am owed 2 from you as well.
That is right.
Here, let me give these back to you.
Yeah, and I think Mentak's going to come out
Right.
quite nice on trade
And
enough
then
that
everybody else
you
could
can
do
fix
X
the
minus 1 if they want.
plastic problem in addition
sure.
to keeping on your tech
Can do
path to air
both.
I
computing.
mean, we have to
Yep,
wait.
yep, that might be the case.
We're not neighbors, but
And
maybe
I
it will
think,
work out this
again,
round.
Scrapile is
Maybe
right. The
maybe
deal
an
was
agenda.
Yeah, either that or I'll take a debt token and grab it in the agenda phase.
the deal was for the
Yeah.
relic fragment,
I am down, I guess, and we are neighbors.
which of course,
Cool.
as Mentak, you are more than happy to give,
Just drop
since
it
that
over
secured the
here
point
whenever
for
you
you.
get a chance.
And I know that
So
Mentak
you're
wasn't
replenishing me, right?
necessarily on the radar as
Yep, anybody who wants to pay me one
in
for
one of the best
for the
positions, but I
privilege,
think this is a
can
turning
go ahead
point
and replenish.
to where now they're going to be in the conversation for
All right. Here's
their
the
position.
token.
Yeah, they definitely can't
Here's
be
3 from me
written off.
for 2.
Right.
Again, I think this
Oh
question
yeah,
is
okay.
going to be
I can do it
resolved
that way.
based off of what green does with this border.
Yes.
1.
And I, just the same way that we're talking about
Sorry,
Mentak
man, I'm
not
having
being able
trouble
to be
with
written
these.
off, even though they're in
Here's
a
2 for
relatively
you.
weak board state right now.
Sir.
I think the other players sort of write that off. I think Mentak might be writing off NRA a little bit in terms of how
Alright.
dangerous the situation is in requiring NRA's path will require these planets to be taken. NRA is actually an
Anybody else doing
extremely
it that way?
aggressive faction, and people don't realize that.
Do we have any? Oh, we do have a black market forgery
Okay.
possibility with Empyrean.
Anybody else doing the X minus 1 that I need to grab a token from?
In this situation, as NRA,
Nope.
I
Alright,
would
cool.
just give black market forgery to Empyrean, I think. Oh no, because I can't do anything with the
Green, did you happen to see my
unknown,
whisper
right?
regarding
With the what?
case in there? How's
Yep,
that sound to you?
That's fine by me.
But
Oh,
it
yeah,
would
you
be an
responded.
extremely
All right, you
cheap
want to do that right now too,
purchase, I think.
I'd have
or do you
to
want to
take
grab it first?
I'd have to take it first, wouldn't I? So yeah, might as well wait to see.
Deal.
Do you think, as Empyrean, would you trade Black Market Forgery for the unknown? Probably not. Would I pay for the unknown as NRA?
Mhm.
Probably not. Another very aggressive play by the SAR player, by Cheeseman.
That's very aggressive.
And
Also,
without chaos mapping too. I mean, I don't know that anybody's going to go in there. NRA certainly can't. I don't think Hakan has any incentive to go in there.
yeah, I mean, I have to believe that chaos mapping is in the cards. That must be the thought here.
But if I'm Necro, I would easily and quickly give up my support for
Man,
chaos mapping.
I think you should
Hmm.
reconsider.
Oh,
that fleet,
with
because
infantry,
I'm
yes.
going to destroy that fleet if you do it.
Who's talking?
Wow.
I'm talking.
What did
Hakan
Empyrean
is
pay
talking.
SAR
Hakan?
in order
Yeah.
to do this?
If you want that fleet to survive, you should just let that stay that put.
I mean, you have
How
to be
you
happy
want
as
to kill
Empyrean
it?
here.
So Bix can research, can activate technology, and if I get carrier 2, I can grab these 2 fighters and destroy that fleet.
Mm,
Yeah,
that might be
I
a little
mean,
overstated
if
there.
you have to, but anyway, I'm not
As like
staying there.
this is denying me a point. So so it's very obvious that I would like to destroy that fleet. Also, it's kind of close to my front door.
Red, you saw my whisper earlier.
No.
I'll just whisper again, I guess.
This is an extremely important
Yeah,
negotiation
but
for Jebble.
I'm not interested in attacking you, so
But
you don't have to be too worried about that. I will move on.
Okay, but what kind of insurance do I have for that? Like, you have picked warfare. You're moving over there next to me.
Exactly.
It looks like you want to try to eat me here.
I have to believe it's probably just for this cultural, for Torcan. But
Yeah, I mean, I guess to have you could trade your planet because there's a mech on it, so maybe that's an option which is more peaceful and better for both of us. I mean, I'm not totally. I don't want to attack it now, but the tech skip is of course interesting.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you're trying to complete some kind of objective here. And if you're trying to get 3 blue planets, I'm wondering why you just didn't also grab that one, so you had 4 blue planets. But now you have to go in and take this one to get 4 blue planets, and then you're just standing in my front lawn.
well, the answer is probably a slight misplay. That's
And
why.
I just have to take. I have to destroy some of your fleet before this continues. Like, that's just. I have no other option really, because then your fleet would just be much bigger than mine, and you can just crush me. So I kind of have to make a preemptive strike, and then we just stand there and fight, and it's really bad for both of us.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a better solution to that.
Yes, but you kind of already provoked it by moving your fleet down here and moving your fleet in here. So
yeah, you know, I'm sour. I like asteroid fields. So
yeah, but I don't like it right next to mine.
One's love of asteroid fields can always dissolve an argument.
Yeah, and that's
yeah,
always the
let's work out something.
first thing I look at.
If you
Okay,
could
but
trade
my
me
first
next
thing is that you
round,
don't move your fleet there, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna destroy that fleet. That's just not much more.
okay, I'll
That's just
offer you something.
Okay.
I'll take the system next to Mekator,
Which is what he wanted
Yeah,
anyway.
and
that's not gonna work.
for this you can sell me the tech skip next round.
Ooh.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's a
The reason
very
for that is I
aggressive
need that
stance.
blue planet to complete my objective. Like, you're actually saying indirectly to me, I'm not gonna complete the 2 next objectives 2 turns in a row. That's just not how I was just gonna lose this game if that's what's going to happen, and that's what you're proposing. and then I would rather just try to take the fight with you and destroy that. Destroy that.
Coco, no, SAR
take
does
those 2
not have
planets.
chaos mapping yet.
That's just don't know what else I can do.
I assume
don't
that the
think that's a
intent
very
is to
good
get
suggestion
chaos
you have.
mapping when tech is popped.
Like you have 4 blue planets with that
But
system
SAR does
alone.
have warfare, which makes that pick even, or makes that move even more spicy.
Well, I think this might be a problem here because it's a little bit like the die is cast, you know, by already moving and committing these fleets.
Yeah, I mean, not taking one system is also not an offer I can accept.
Cheeseman has sort of made negotiations not
But
possible.
what I
So-
think I'm a bit confused on exactly what you're trying to do, other than just standing there. Like what objectives? If you have to talk to me about what objectives you're trying to accomplish here, because otherwise I cannot make a deal where we both accomplish our objectives. And if I can't, if there's no deal to make, like if I don't know that, then this is my only option, really.
I love this moment.
Yeah, you need the red one, right?
No, I need the blue ones.
Blue ones.
Yes, I
And
need
the red
these
ones.
2 and that one. I don't need the red one
Why do you need the
I feel
blue
like we
ones?
have.
because I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have half the map, and that's what I want. I
Yeah,
think
but
that's
you have to destroy
also a
all my
bit
fleets.
unreasonable.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'll have to
Yeah,
do, and I
exactly.
will try to do it. I will try to
Yeah,
destroy that fleet
but
to get those 2 planets.
But I think it's not that easy.
I don't think there's a diplomatic solution
sure,
to this.
I'm pretty sure I can destroy it. Let me just say that.
No, I mean, it's
And
just,
then you lose everything in this system. Everything.
just bluntly said, I will go to this system anyway. I'm not interested in staying there behind. I will go here, but what I will do next round, we can discuss next round, okay?
I'm just saying, if you go there, I will destroy this fleet. That's my intention to do that. Let me just say that. And then you can, of course, obviously, we can talk about something where if you don't move that fleet, I will feel a lot safer. And then we can make that a part of the deal of me not destroying this fleet. That's really it. But
Yeah, but then that's just a deal.
okay, but that's fine. You can just move there. I just wanted to say it now, so you know what my intentions are.
Yeah,
and you can act on that.
I also have to fault Jebble here a little
Because it's
bit.
not because it's only because it's 4 blue planets I'm really interested in this. That's really the point.
This conversation should have happened as soon as that token hit.
Yep.
Although I guess it is still
Okay.
Yeah, but you also
Cheeseman's
could go
turn.
for 4 red. Yeah, but okay.
No, because I want to sell this to Necro so he gets 4 red.
Well,
Obviously, I
Yeah.
could do that, try to do that next turn or something like that and get 4 reds, but I don't see where I'm gonna get the 4th red.
so really what the ask should be is to take the move back, right?
That seems to be
Yeah.
what it is, but I
we're
still don't
past
think that
that.
the threat to
Get
take
it.
the Vegas
Yeah.
is
Well,
Get it.
all
I
that
think
credible.
around
yeah,
for it.
and also the ask is that he
Okay.
wants half the map, which
Yeah.
is a little bit too much to ask for as well. It's not one planet they're negotiating over; it's 2 tiles, 3 planets, 4 planets. A bit unreasonable,
It seems
but I
like
did love that
deadly.
moment because I think it really showcased 2
Yeah.
different, completely different play styles. Jebble, an extremely diplomatic player, and Cheeseman showing himself to be a little bit more tactical, very aggressive, didn't even think about, I think, negotiating this from the beginning. And it took Jebble, I think, a little bit to realize that there was no diplomatic solution to offer there, you know. Looks like maybe Biggs is contemplating life and the meaning of the universe.
Okay. It's your turn, Biggs.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you
couple of
do in this
options here.
situation?
How did this resolve, this whole thing?
No one knows.
It hasn't.
No deal was made.
Not,
Yes,
not really
no deal was
resolved.
made. No deal was made.
No deal was made.
Yes.
Okay.
As Biggs here, I threaten to pop tech. That will give SAR a lot of
Yeah,
leverage.
so
One player
never
really
mind.
wants
Alright,
it,
I'm
the
just
other player really doesn't, I would imagine. Seems like a good chance to make some money.
Yellow, if you want me to sell you Hope's End this turn, I need you to pop tech,
Oh yeah.
because otherwise I can't remove his fleet.
Interesting. I don't think he realizes that chaos mapping will be
is that a
researched.
guarantee?
A guarantee of okay, so
You selling me Hope's End?
Sell it right now.
yeah, it is.
2 pop tech. I want it right now.
And I don't know about the price anymore because obviously those planets aren't free.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think
we said
Jebble's a little bit
no
on the back
price,
foot
but,
here.
yeah, but that's like it's mostly because
This
it's me
could
who's
get
going to
Necro
destroy
back
the fleet.
into the
But
game.
we
Yeah.
can. It's okay. There's no price right now.
Okay. Can we do the
that's fair.
transaction now,
You want it now.
or do you need them there?
You can't do it now.
We
He
can
wants
make
to
the
spend it.
transaction. I can
do
do
it after he
you
spends
pop
it.
tech, so I
Yeah,
can use
yeah.
the planet.
Okay, so next round you want to make the transaction.
No, we can do it this round
You
just
can do
after
it
you pop
after
tech.
you pop tech. I
Alright,
take this deal
okay.
Just have to use the
2,000% of the
the-
time and twice on Sunday.
Oh, you have to use the resource. Yeah, fair enough.
Yes,
And
exactly.
today is Sunday.
There you go.
All right, tech.
Yeah, you can tell Biggs is happy about that. His voice has definitely pepped up a little bit. That gets him a point this round, practically guaranteed.
Carrier 2.
Let's see. Okay.
There you go. Chaos mapping is researched.
Where did that dreadnought in the asteroid field come from? Did that come with it?
I don't think so. I think he built that.
Oh, after moving there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jebble, just to let you know, I have now chaos mapping, so you cannot activate asteroid fields.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a huge problem for Hakan now. What was once a very strong board state, I think, is maybe playing victim to overplaying the hand a little bit too much. And of course, in a very aggressive SAR.
All right, are we doing the thing?
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
like selling Hope's End.
Flip it, and here you go.
I don't think that solves any problems. I
The other
think this
thing,
is
I'm
a
just
little
gonna
bit of
take
a
the
panic
armed
decision.
assaults too.
Mm-hmm.
To Mehasul.
Yep.
And another problem, just to discuss this a little bit more, this carrier I think is effectively locked here. Because if he takes it away, it then opens up the home system to invasion.
Is that your turn, Biggs?
Yeah, but you have to move the. Oh, okay. Let's just pick.
You just have to click and turn is the thing.
Yeah. We just have to change the ownership on the
yeah.
planet.
Yeah. You can go ahead and do that.
So in chess terms,
Okay.
these pieces are now overloaded with the amount of defense and offense work that they need to do this turn for Hakan. We need warfare to pop, build at home, and that's what you're going to use to take Tekron Torcan.
So.
But SAR will still dictate the terms.
Do you want your 4 commodities washed now?
Yeah, you.
Do we know why Quan is
still owe me
sitting
a wash
there
from
out on
2,
the
right?
table?
Yes. I also getting something out of it right now.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
The
I'm
Quan
thinking.
planet car is just sitting out there in front of
Would you
But I would
be okay?
definitely, if you
next to
ever
the
get any
graveyard.
trade, your commodities, I'll wash you for the rest of the
I
game.
think it's Mentax. I
Okay.
don't know.
That's
Okay.
that's completely fair.
I don't know why the card
Okay.
is sitting there and if it should be exhausted or not.
He took it this turn, so it should be exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's just do a 4 for 4.
Can I get a quick pillage on that noodle?
Absolutely. Would you want to use your agent on that?
Can I get
I
a
would
quick
love to do
pillage
that.
on that?
Well, then I'm very happy about that.
He took
So
a
here's
pillage
trade
from
good.
Thank you, sir.
Empyrean. I mean, I know you're not happy, but it is just a trade
and
good.
then I think I'm just
Number
gonna.
shortcut is one. Oh, go ahead.
What shortcut? Oh yeah.
He
okay.
did not
So I'm just
expend
gonna
Evra.
go ahead and purge these 3 relic fragments and spin the
I think that's a little bit of greed.
spin the wheel.
That he probably
2
should
blue,
have
1
used that
unknown.
prior to on the tech.
And let's see. Codex. I like that.
Yeah, can't
a
hate the
good one.
Codex. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I guess we have to talk now, Cheeseman.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much to talk about, Jebble.
You gonna
So,
do it?
any solution from your side? Which I don't know what your actual plans are beside this first round. I'm not going to not take one planet with my fleet in this round. Yeah, it's the whole idea of warfare is to grab planets and get some trade goods as SAR. So
So,
you have to
okay,
understand also
Oh,
my side.
jeez.
yeah, I think that somehow, like, I can make sure you can complete your objective, but you can't really make sure I complete my objective, right? There's no way, like, so but I also scored round 1 where you didn't.
Yeah.
So like I can fly in here, right, and sell you the planet with my mech.
Okay. That would be the solution here.
But that is something we can do. Like I think I can still continue this game if I don't score now, right? But I need some kind of compensation for doing that.
Yeah, Choclax.
Yeah, I can't
Noodle
offer
did
very
get
much.
the Codex relic.
I think the solution here is a ceasefire swap
And
when
you
Torcan is
cannot really
exchanged.
threat me a lot. I mean, we only can destroy our both games with stupid moves.
Giving Sar the
I think
point
So
if I can't make a deal with
and a
you right
negotiation
now, I have to attempt to take this.
to take the Vegas next turn for
I just
Hakan.
have to.
yeah.
And I have a carrier and 2 fighters more than
Okay,
you
but what is it an option to take this here
Show us the stupid moves.
have.
and move it over here?
A chant from the
thing is-
crowd.
Okay, so I both need that blue planet and those 2 blue planets. Like I
Yeah,
need
that's a
4
bit
blue
much.
planets. So and if you're not doing that, you can just take the 2. Yeah, I guess you can warfare this and take the other one. But then I just need some kind of compensation for me not scoring my objective, is what I'm saying. And you having a very large army very close to me.
Okay.
What is the
Because then I'm
offer?
just using my turn right to move over here, and that's pretty much it.
I don't like negotiations like this where you're trying
I don't know
to
how you
vaguely
it obviously
extort
depends on
with
the compensation
no
in nature, I guess. But
No specific.
it would
Yeah.
Yeah.
probably involve some kind of ceasefire swap of some kind.
I mean, you have something in mind, just lay it on the table.
Yeah, I'm still thinking. I offer you something in a whispering.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Oh, there's no reason to whisper.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sorry this is
just
taking
say
you
it.
such a long time, guys. It's just
well, what could it
It's fine.
possibly
It's an
be?
important moment.
yeah.
Sar saying that he is not going to attack Hakan. He wants to go into Necro's systems. Necro, you're support swapped with. You're not going to go there. You're going to take Mechatol next turn. I mean, what could you possibly want as a secret? What is Empyrean going to do to prevent you from taking Mechatol? Short of Parlay. Alright, well, I'm going to use this opportunity as a restroom break. You let me know what happens.
We've gone from open communication and negotiation to whisper negotiation. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. I'm not sure what about the outcome would need to be secret, unless it involves Necro, which is actually kind of likely. Jebble could be looking to offer Necro up as a bit of a sacrificial peace offering.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, yeah, I was saying that I'm questioning why it's a secret chat, and it may have something to do with Hakan offering up Necro as a bit of a sacrificial.
They're support swaps, though. That's not going to work.
Well, what I'm saying is Hope's End would be one thing.
But it's the wrong planet type. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room here. Sar
What else
does
do you guys
hold
like to
most
play
of the cards.
besides TI?
Martiniwerewolf,
I've been
my
in like a
man.
big Feast for Odin mood lately. I don't know if you guys have ever played that.
I've
So
never heard of it.
the other thing that's going to be
Oh, it's great.
absolutely
If you like
devastating
worker
here
placement and like
is
Tetris style polyomino games, it's a mashup of both,
Mentak
and it's very
is
fun.
completely dependent on no aggression right
Been
now
playing King's Dilemma recently, which is quite good.
NRA.
It's just
Oh,
like a
man.
story game. Yeah.
I think I would really like
there's
that. I saw the shut up
practically
and
a
sit down
guarantee
review for it, and I was like, man,
that this green mech could take out
Yeah.
that's
Raron and destroy Mentak's chances.
that's a
So,
legacy game, right?
Yes. Yes. It's entirely legacy.
Oh. Everybody saw that.
we got a public whisper.
Yeah, at the time that review came out, I was like, oh man, I want to buy this.
With the comma,
But
that's
I
what
had
did
like
it.
2 D&D games going, and I was like, can I get another group to just like meet every week or every other week for this game along with the D&D games?
Yeah, you're asking a lot. I mean,
It
I've
is
played,
a lot.
I've played like maybe between a quarter and a half of it, and I still don't really know what the like. I get the vague like basically, is the realm turning into a bit of a shithole, or is it quite nice? And I can sort of see that, but sort of the finer points of how you actually win are still kind of hidden.
so how
It's
do you
quite cool.
deal with the order of
That is
operations
interesting.
here for NRA?
Man. Yeah, that seems cool.
When do you start this negotiation? Because I think, again, what you really want is your mech to not be on Raron. You actually want it on Kaysen.
Yeah, I'm really
Because
into
that'll give you two
building card
31%
games, like
chances
Star
to
Realms
get
and Hero
the
Realms. Everybody knows
I
that.
like Star Realms quite a bit.
31% chances to get a tech skip.
What's a good card game I've been playing recently? Can't even think.
I mean, do you bring the mech from Atlas? I mean, that's the only one you have. You can't bring the one from the home system unless, like you said, unexpected actions in play, which would be huge.
I have to believe that unexpected
I
action
agree.
is a very real possibility
Yeah,
because Warfare
I think
was
it's
on
a
the
little bit
table
tricky to find a
and he built in
solution,
the home
but
system anyway.
Jebble, you want to be active now, I think.
Okay, so I think we're very close to it. Like, I'm selling you this planet so you get the tech skip, right?
Yeah, but I don't need it this round.
But can't you? Oh, you can't. You don't need it this round, actually. No.
No, exactly.
You need it next round.
So,
But okay, but next round is fine by me as well, right?
So Hakan will have gone from a great position to
I'm just
having no
okay. You have
planets.
to tell me what objective you want to complete this round.
All
Because then
negotiated
it makes
away,
it
too.
much more easier to propose deals.
4 trades.
Ah, so you want to amass wealth?
No, 4 of kind, my man.
No, I need 1 blue.
That one, right?
Yeah, okay.
It's this one or that one. That's the 2 options.
Yes.
Or both of them.
5.5 hours left.
Yes.
Yeah, I really wish Andro
but
was in this game.
can I propose
Andro is one of my
something else?
favorite
Yeah.
TI4 players simply because
if
he
you
has
get
a
this and
mantra that
this,
if the deal doesn't
and
make
take
sense
this one,
in 2 sentences, then
then
it
you
does
can
not
also
make
get
sense.
4 of one type.
Yeah, but not in this round anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
yes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2.
That's never going to happen. Oh, nudeltulpe, showing the cards a little bit with the giggle.
That's also an option. Just like you have 3
so
red
you
planets
said
right
you
next
said
to your home system.
So you sell
Should
me
we ask
your
Matt if there's
planet?
a time at which we
Yes,
and I
move them
can
along a little bit, or
take hope.
No, I mean they
I'll
just
probably sell you this,
they
but
work
that doesn't really matter.
they work through the time themselves. That's something
And you
that
don't
they
attack.
run, not us.
You don't take
Yeah,
back.
I just feel
layers
bad
in this
because I
round.
don't. This has now been
No, I
30
think I'll sell
minutes
you
according to
Tekoran and then
Chalklax.
Mayazul next round.
I don't
I
know
will
if
need
it
the
was
red
quite
text.
that long, but we are taking a long time. I guess it is a very
Yeah, I
important
think that's
discussion,
fine.
but at
That's a
this rate,
solution.
That's what I can come up with. That kind of.
I know if I'm
Yeah.
at the table. I mean, Bot, you've played with me. You know that I'm very persnickety when it comes to
Yeah,
time
But I'm
at the
still
table.
a bit afraid that your army is just right next to me,
I
right?
think I'd be
I don't know how you feel about
rolling
that.
around in my chair right now if I
I'm not
was
that
a player
interested
here.
in this.
Yeah, I'd be
too, so
interjecting.
it's,
I'd be
Yeah,
No,
like
you
we
know.
gave you guys a lot of time.
Would
Let's
like a
get the
ceasefire
final
swap.
offers,
Like
final
I can
and
still
best.
sell you
Let's go.
planets. Like you can just keep activating my system.
No. I said already, no ceasefire swap because the red and yellow with no option next to me.
Ceasefire
that's-
swap
what
would
can I do
be a
then?
red line
It's-
item in
Like
this
there's lots of
negotiation for me as
options
a
on the
con.
other side of the system. Like
Yeah, but ceasefire is too crucial.
But the thing, we already made
Let's-
deals, so you can get. The thing is, we already
let's-
made deals, so you can complete this and this. So
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that. And next round is a new round. Let's look what the objective is and so on. I'm not interested in eliminating.
I'm
anyone
just
or stuff.
I'm extremely scared of. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm extremely scared,
Okay, the Dane is scared.
You
and
don't have to.
I think you get so much more value from this deal than I do. I gotta say.
Then you shouldn't
SAR
be
has so
making
much
it.
more leverage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm in quite good position, you know.
The leverage is key.
Yeah, and then I can make it much worse for you. If you lose your space stock here and your army here,
Now,
then
while
it's
we're
much
talking
worse
about
position
this,
for you.
Cheeseman must be really enjoying
Oh
this
man,
position.
it takes an
He
hour.
shared with us
Okay,
that
I thought we
he
already
likes
had a
combat
deal.
factions with
then
good
screw
mobility.
this.
So
Then,
I think we're
we
seeing
can't make an
really the
agreement, it
pinnacle
seems.
of
So I'm gonna
what he
activate it.
likes to do in games.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need a ceasefire swap, I think. Otherwise, I think you gain too much from it. And I'm
Okay.
just putting myself locked into a corner where
This
you can
is a
attack me
great
at any
thing for
time and threaten
Empyrean.
me for trade goods and everything.
Blood you
Or just
wanted
take
and
my
blood
home
you
system.
shall have.
I seriously
Blood
don't
for the
think I
blood
can win
god.
if I don't get a ceasefire swap. So, like, I just think I'm just too much under pressure. You can just eat me.
You can just eat me. Famous last words.
I really think so.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not planning to do that, but yeah.
But you don't want to give me the insurance that you are not. You already put all your
I mean,
fleet right next to me, even
Yeah,
though
but that's the problem. I'm not
Yeah, you
planning
have
to
to take
eat you, but I'm also not trying to not attack you in round 4 or 5. So I don't give out ceasefires easily, especially when I'm in a quite good position.
Okay, but then I'm gonna
This is
do
great
this.
negotiating
I
by
really
Sar.
don't think there's much to gain for me from this.
Yeah,
from the other.
and I
Yeah,
don't know what
okay.
he's going to be bringing, but it
So,
looks like this is going to be about a 50% chance.
So you activate this?
So-
1 second.
Yeah, sorry.
You activate.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put these things back.
All right. Let's. Okay.
Yeah, I'm activating that.
So 2 carriers and 4
So, and you're
fighters
coming
is a
in with
54%
your
chance
I can
that
go
Sar
to
wins this.
movement. So I have a carrier here
Okay.
with 2 fighters,
2
and a
fighters.
guy. It's moving like this.
And an infantry.
you have carrier 2.
Yes. And then I have a dreadnought.
Okay, the dreadnought's going to definitely
And
flip
I have
the
a
statistics
carrier
here.
with 2 fighters, and I just have to figure out what kind of infantry he's bringing. Definitely the 2 mechs. I guess also just 2 guys.
Yeah, Jasper, we've actually slowed pace a little bit. There was a long negotiation between Sar and Hakan that has turned into a massive fight.
Music.
Yeah, I just don't think that there was ever a chance that this negotiation would have yielded results. I think
Yeah.
is the
Some
kind
dramatic
primary
music would be
objection
nice.
here.
Yeah,
So,
I
You
think this
guys
is
do
one of
that
the
when you
toughest
play at
fields
home?
I've ever been in, really.
Can we
Man, I
clarify
haven't
for
played
the
in home
combat
since the
roller?
pandemic.
A lot of time, yeah.
I
I
That you're gonna
played
have a
So-
combat roller out.
so
2 games, I think, since we sort of came out a little bit.
Vapat, do you want to jump in here, or should I jump in to get the combat roller out for them?
yeah, so okay.
I'll just put it in chat.
Should we start the combat?
But they don't know TTS. I don't know if
Alright,
anyone's
then
gonna
I
know how to
play
get it.
action card, skilled retreat.
Oh, skilled
you
retreat.
had it?
Never mind.
Jesus.
All this
Oh.
Never mind. Shut off
Oh, I
battle
got
Oh,
music.
right
You
into-
had it. You
Da,
had
da,
it.
da.
All this was just a posture.
So let's move over here.
Well, that was pretty masterfully done by the SAR player, I would say.
Yeah.
Orchestra just stops playing, throws their violins in the trash.
I mean, the combat
One
roller is
second, I
out.
think I
It's
will
just
not take
tucked
all
away.
I will leave one
I'll go in there real quick.
here. Yeah, and one reinforcements token.
The difficult thing here, though, is that
Yeah,
SAR
Okay.
still isn't going to be able to score, I think, without
And,
those
we'll,
Vegas. It's going to be
go to
very difficult for
bombardment?
them to do so. Fun play,
Okay, I'm just
certainly.
gonna put it in afterwards. We'll go to bombardment.
Most importantly, that Hakan fleet is committed.
Oh yeah.
oh
No,
guys, this is the first battle. Do you all use the autofill stuff or the manual roller?
There's a hit on bombardment.
Yeah. We just use the thingy. Where is it?
Where are they using?
Here.
yeah.
I'm gonna-
Noodle.
They got
tulip.
it. They got it.
Help us.
My man
I've
Noodle
had
Tulip.
3 infantry
Thanks.
and a mech to one planet and 1 mech to the other planet.
I like the planet enlarger a little better, but this is good.
Wow, this game.
Okay, that should not be refreshed.
And I lead, what's it called? Vega Major. And I need to explore Vega Minor.
Mercenary outfit.
Infantry.
Again, no tech skip.
That's nice.
I'm just gonna grab Vega Minor.
I certainly can't wait for our
Okay.
first agenda phase.
Natural card.
Again, we didn't see any agendas get looked at, so
I'm just gonna.
who
Yeah.
knows?
I was
Do you
talking
wanna
more
flip one,
about
Natural?
how long the clock will run.
yeah.
in our
Oh,
first
you're
agenda
okay.
phase.
Okay, you're going from that angle.
Yeah.
All right, NRA's turn. That skilled retreat probably
least
saved
it's
us about
almost-
45 minutes.
Yeah.
That's also why you didn't mind me going and attacking it, because you know you were safe.
See you later, Chalkbox.
Martin,
Yeah.
you have to do the deal now.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Cool.
Quick question: how do I find my promissory notes?
Oh, they're all here in the stack.
Oh, offering
Oh, cool.
protection to NRA so the NRA can take the planet?
Well, NRA doesn't want Raron anyway, but he got promise of protection out of it.
Coming your way, Green.
Is that the one? Oh, that's the support.
I don't know if I love that.
I don't love it for NRA.
I'll move myself up. Is that all right with everybody?
Oh, you're trading
With that
supports?
support swap, what
Yes,
is
indeed.
NRA going to do moving forward?
Okay, so I think Hakan, we need to talk.
They are now completely
I guess
locked
there's
in.
really no other option. If I'm
Technically,
not getting thrown out of this game.
Kason is refreshed
Oh,
as a
yeah.
prefab.
I'll have
There you
to
go.
keep you alive then.
And this should be a double explore. We have two 30% chances, 31% to find a tech skip here. Will they forget to explore?
Okay.
They do.
Oh, wow.
Wait, let me get you this planet card here.
I've already grabbed it, I think.
Oh, you got it. All right, cool.
Yeah, of course then.
That's not good.
Cool. Now let me do mine.
Especially after
Activate.
it's heartbreaking. The whole point of this play,
Boom.
I'm sure, was to explore that.
Boom. I'll give you this one back.
And of course, it's easy for us to say
Oh, I
because
just
we're
put it in the
not
graveyard.
computating everything
Nope,
that's
missed
going
it.
on.
Mintek is having a little trouble with the recycle bag there.
You can't do anything else for this action.
Say again.
You can't do anything else for this action because still haven't come around to spending it. It's on me if you can't. It's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was mixing stuff up with the planets.
Yeah.
But like, if
Oh,
there's
that
anything
sounds
else
terrible.
you want to do anyways, and it doesn't matter, would be nice.
It really wasn't. I apologize.
Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
that was
Gonna
definitely a
throw it
misplay
over there.
for Noodle Tulip.
Cool. That's it for me.
Oh man, that was a shitty move, I think.
Cheeseman,
Yeah.
some post-negotiation
Retreating.
regret.
Okay.
Yeah,
To me, it seems fine. Like,
it was definitely a fun play, but I think they're going to be in a world of hurt. It looks like
we can still
Hakan
make a deal
is
for you to get 4 blue planets.
I mean,
still wanting to
obviously,
negotiate.
I want to use chaos mapping here.
Yeah.
Keep my fleet growing.
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely required at this point. We need another dread in here.
Or even something in my home system, just to...
Well, the issue is that Warfare is going to pop. Next action, Red
Oh, yeah,
is
I think
likely
I
to
have an
blow the
idea
fleet
too.
up. So you
Okay,
need
let me
I
more
think
hit
it's
points in
fine.
here to keep it safe.
I play Warfare.
Nope.
Yeah, that is going to hurt. It's
So
about
not only was there no build on chaos mapping, but playing Warfare might have been Bit of a misstep.
Yeah, I think both of those things are true. Definitely wanted to.
Jacob.
I think that at least is beneficial doing the one in the asteroid belt, because at least now it's sort of a mutually assured destruction.
That one.
I'm just building
If
warfare
Hakan
first, I
now
guess.
moves that fleet
What is
out of
that
the
one?
home system, SAR will be able to take the home system. So,
Oh no, guys, can I change it
no, you don't want to change it.
still?
You can change. I would say you can
No
change it,
problem
but
for me.
I'm not in the game, I guess.
I
Yeah.
need to do it this one. It's
I know if I'm Hakan, I'm definitely allowing him to change it.
I forgot to flip Mole Primus when I got tax, so I'm just flipping it now. Just, you know, so you guys know.
So it looks like Hakan.
Oh, so
And
the question was that he wanted to change the token that was lifted, not change whether or
not
not.
change exactly. And I think that was a mistake, most likely, because Hakan can now safely take this fleet out of the realm of the material plane. It's about an 88% chance that he will be able to win.
4, 7, yeah.
Oh, but he's going to be restricted.
Double the Dreadnought, a carrier, and 2 fighters.
So maybe it's not quite as good. Let me recalculate here.
Building 2 cruisers, 2
Okay,
infantry,
there's
which I
a
believe unlocks my commander.
79% chance that if he takes everything, he can kill this one fleet. You do have speaker next round, so you can rebuild the fleet, protect the home system. An interesting question. What would you do as Hakan here, Botbot?
I would fill out the planet. I would fill out the
Building 2 dreads
the
for
tiles between SAR and my home system. I don't think throwing all your plastic to destroy the fleets is the right way. I think that's just SAR has too much over you on that race, the plastic race.
Well, it comes with potentially a point, I think is the thing in its favor. I mean, I tend to agree with you that we have now have a forever war, I think, between Hakan and SAR.
Yeah.
Anybody know, do we copy the support cards and put them in this like score tracker area, or is that just for secret objective? Oh, it is for supports. All right.
Yeah, the bottom row is for support, so actually
I'm
everybody
gonna
should
make a
put.
copy of that.
Yeah. And you should probably right click and score it afterwards. So the overlay thingy for the stream is counting the points, right?
Oh, cool. All right, score. And then copy. Let's see. Clone, no.
No,
I
you
can't.
can.
It needs to be an admin to do it, doesn't it?
Oh
Oh.
yeah.
Should I just put it up there?
I think just botbot needs to toggle the toggle to promote thingy over here, and then okay, so you can click the no.
So I'm right clicking. I'm still grayed out on copy.
Yeah, it
Bot-
says only the host can enable toggle promoted, so it isn't.
Yeah, Botbot, you're
You'll
gonna
have
need to
to
jump in.
switch to the to the seat.
Oh, I probably need to have a seat so I can
seat or
just.
something, or moderator
Yeah,
seat or something.
ask them to ask one player,
just an
probably
observer, you can
nudeltulpe,
toggle it.
to
But
take the cards out of his hand so chat can't see his secret objective and jump in his seat.
or maybe Rasmus can do it. I don't know.
I can't do it
Oh
because
no, he's not the host.
Yeah, if one of you
Yeah.
want to get up from your seat and put your cards down,
Oh yeah, I
I'll
can do
click
that.
the button.
Sure. Just okay.
So did you have something in mind, Cheeseman?
Yeah. I.
Sorry, it's still my turn. You'll have to pass around till it's my turn again, because I left the seat. He didn't. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and which one was it?
nudeltulpe, you can also set it as your turn now that you're promoted.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so Hakan, you want to go ahead and swap supports right now? Get it out of the way.
Sure, why not? There is one reason to rate if the agenda that comes up is the one with the lowest points get points.
Yeah.
Then we would be lowest, I guess. Whatever, let's just do it.
Yeah.
Gets to.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy of this.
Yeah, I'm still trying to make a copy, and I'm.
Yeah, I went ahead and did it for you.
Oh, you did it for me.
Yeah.
Noodle do it as host.
A gentleman and a scholar.
So this is song.
I think Sling Relay was a really interesting pick by Empyrean here.
Very much.
So if Hakan, if you could go ahead and right-click score the support thingy, I think then we're all set. Then I'm gonna activate here with my destroyer. I'm gonna use my agent to get my command token back.
Is Empyrean going to score this round?
I'm gonna explore this frontier token. And I draw 2 action cards. That's nice.
Empyrean has 3 industrial.
Okay.
But there's no industrial on the side of the map.
Yeah.
We have a proposal.
They need to take these 2, Vefit and Archon Veil.
And I don't think
so
I don't think Sar's gonna take those. So I think that might be your path. You should be able to do that.
That's the only path. Do you take Zobat?
Yeah, I think it would be great to have Mehaksul this round.
I can't give it to you because I don't have a mech
there. There's no mech in there. Yeah.
I can only deal in these 2 planets. Since I obviously, unless you move your whole fleet out of this area, then
yeah,
I can't score. I can't score, so.
You can deal me Vega Mayor.
I mean, I think this is really a question of managing the table meta, right? Because you could theoretically take SAR out of this part of the map, more or less.
Okay, where are you gonna attack me this round?
Your destroyer can destroy their space dock. Your carrier can take Zobat.
I'm putting 2 additional men there. I don't think we can beat 6
and
men.
another one could take either Vefit, or I guess it would have to take Vefit 2 at that point, which I don't hate.
I'm not sure you can attack me anywhere.
But do you want to be that aggressive towards a SAR who is now deeply
I don't have a lot to offer. That's my problem.
Well, I think that's. I mean, I think you do want to because that's
Yeah, that's
There's
that's
going to be a
very big
delay in them
problem,
coming
because
after
like
you.
you're also getting mine, so
I mean, not that
Okay,
much of a
I
yeah.
delay
understand,
because they're sitting on an
like
alpha.
you can
Let's do a
also
ceasefire
right?
swap or just
I mean, it's a
one
turn,
down.
sure,
If ceasefire
but is that
swap
enough
okay.
to justify it?
If
I
you
tend
give
to think
me,
so.
in addition, one planet,
I,
Vega Mayor, and you can take it back next
so
round.
you are getting points and I'm not this turn. So this trade is involving you getting a point this turn.
You don't need it, right?
You know, I want. Yes, I need it next turn to get points next turn. So now I have to use a command token to take this again
Yeah.
next turn, and then take this. And you're getting the 2 resources on the planet, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
think we
I
should
think it's a good option for
gift
both of
Jebble
us to not
a salt
Yeah.
shaker.
destroy our both rounds.
I
games.
Starting to
would
get a
like
little bit
to
aggravated
trade what
about
you get from those planets,
Purple's plays, it seems.
and the ceasefire swap, and then
Not me.
Then
I think Jebble is starting to
I think
really
that's fair.
have it as a thorn in his
And that's
side.
all the two resources.
That's
you get
okay.
from this planet.
Understandably,
Yeah,
though.
that's
I mean, it's never fun to have Sark that close to
Oh,
you.
absolutely. No,
With-
I don't blame
And,
Sar
okay,
for
also
posturing
what's
this
the
way,
last
and I don't
commodity
blame
have.
Hakan's reaction at all.
Just so I don't stuck with it. And then I look.
So,
That's it.
And like I said,
Okay.
I did predict that
So-
we'd see some
Get it
out
here.
of meta plays. I
And
do
you can just give it
really
back in your
think
turn.
it's a very interesting board position. I would have been very happy
sorry,
as
what did you
Hakan
do?
early
okay,
on that I
I'm just
wasn't
giving you
sitting next to Sar.
I want you to watch my last commodity.
Thought I would be pretty safe, and
Let's
then
go.
all of a sudden,
Okay, so
Boom.
1 and
So
1.
you're just getting it, and
I'm
then
the
you give me all
target.
3 back on your turn.
Well, to be fair,
that's fine by you.
Hakan
Yeah,
did take
okay,
a
yeah.
slice with an asteroid field
Yeah.
in it.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, then
No, and I think that
sell
is
you this
something
planet
that,
and
again,
these
I
guys
know
over
I
here.
said it while everyone was negotiating here, but whenever I see asteroids and a SAR, I just shudder.
There you go.
I try to keep them away from me as much as possible, precisely because of this reason. I don't know why, but they are just a magnet.
And then I'll build 6 fighters in my home system. And that's my turn. That's
I'll activate this and build a mech with 1 commodity, trade it even, and war machine. And that'll
I think we're also
my commander.
seeing the benefit here. I think Chad is pointing out that Necro now has an opportunity to come back into the game. I think this SAR
All right,
play
just a
has
quick one
really
here. Just gonna activate. Activate, please. There we go. Bam.
the Necro play, the SAR play, I mean, has really brought Necro sort of breathe
Man, my
some
guys
life
are
into
so
their
lazy,
play,
they're all laying
opens
down.
up some paths for them. Although I think the person who's actually coming on top this turn is Mentak.
So guys, maybe a question. If I activate Hope's End and we have a support swap, it's not gone because there must be a unit in there, right?
No, you wouldn't lose it. But I'd love to discuss it if you want to go to Hope Sun.
What is he gonna get there, though?
Yeah.
Everything's locked down.
What can you offer?
I
Who,
mean,
Necros?
what is it you need? Why do you want
Yeah.
Hope Sun?
Necro has a carrier cruiser
Resources and a
in
mech.
the
Oh,
alpha.
I'm sorry. There, SAR is
So-
now talking about Hope's End.
If you
Oh,
give
yeah,
me
yeah.
5 trade goods,
Fun,
I
fun.
will
5
take it
trade
this round.
goods.
I
Poor
still agree
actor.
with Weaver in the chat. Necro just needs to get chaos mapping and build their game on that, which I 100% agree with. If I'm Necro and I can get chaos mapping, I'm going to do it 100 times. Out of 100. Out of 10. 100 times out of 10.
Yeah, I think you have to go for it here. That the one problem with that is that you would then be playing without the support because everyone else has passed their supports
that is-
around
yeah.
and they are locked in.
That sucked, but yeah, I might need to actually
5 trade goods is a lot of trade goods, though. I think maybe
Alright,
here the
fine.
counter is to wash
5 trade
SAR's
goods, and you don't
trade
take it
goods
this whole
and
round.
give him 2.
Yeah.
If
Fair enough.
SAR needs 5 for some reason, he's just going to pay up. Again, I think this is
This-
probably part of Big's not like negotiating. Although I will
Alright,
say
then.
thank you, Biggs, for speeding up the game. We don't necessarily have to have a
That is
15-minute
some
negotiation with
impressive
everything.
Tsar extortion play.
Yeah, I messed up. I realized like right after I was done. I was supposed to move a cruiser to Hope's End, but I just messed up my turns. That's my bad.
Okay. And you've now paid for it, so the karma of the universe is restored.
Yeah, so the question is to want to move somewhere.
I don't know if I necessarily move anywhere here.
You don't go to Hope's End?
No, he just got paid off 5 trade goods to not go to Hope's End.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So that being said, I think
So I think we'll
Just
go
go
here.
into the other. Did he not use chaos mapping again?
he didn't use chaos mapping again.
Ah,
Um,
really want to see that every turn.
yeah. I think that's also quite the risk, because now
Let me think. Is anyone able to attack me still there? Not
this
really.
Hakan is sort of locked down, so that's not too much of a concern. You do have to, I think, keep a treasury, because as Empyrean, I think I'm knocking down SAR's door right now.
I think I will leave this one down there, and then I produce in there.
And Necro still has not gained any tech.
Yeah, that's the big risk with Necro. Like I said, usually I see this with asteroid fields holding them back, but unfortunately, just with the way the negotiations have been going, Necro hasn't been able to get any tech. I would have thought that instead of allowing Jebble to use the mech to give him Hope's End, he would have preferred to have a ground combat. That way he could have at least picked up Gravity Drive, give him some options. But we didn't see that, so. Jebble was definitely able to get the better of the negotiations
guys.
with Yellow, but I think
I was not prepared for all this magic I need now.
I think SAR, by not negotiating, has really turned the tables on Hakan quite a bit.
Oh man, 2 space dogs sitting in an asteroid field. That is oppressive.
Yep.
Thank goodness I never bothered to research anti-mass. That'd be pretty useless now.
Yeah.
Three systems I can't do anything with: Primor and 2 asteroids. Excellent.
Yeah, it's quite the wall. I wonder if we're ever gonna be neighbors.
It's pretty unlikely at
So
this
how
stage.
do you deal with this as NRA?
Oh, that unlocks your command as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
An
Or
extremely
maybe
aggressive
if
SAR.
someone finds malice,
Yeah, good point.
but I also don't have any.
I mean, I
bondings
think
unless
you have to
nice.
start negotiating and just start talking about where they're planning on going.
I
I mean,
will
I think
agent
at this
myself.
point, NRA has been sitting back and listening to the Hakan
It's not
SAR
that important.
negotiations and not happy about the fact that they seem to have come away with less aggressive solutions, which means that SAR may be looking to
I think we
go
need to.
Syrian commander do? I
somewhere
forget.
else with their
Oh, like
violence?
Yeah,
if
I
you,
think you're immediately whispering
if
SAR as soon
you
as you see
you can
that
take
move
back
into
like
the
an
asteroid
command
field,
Yeah.
counter, like if
asking
you
him what's
activate
going
my
on,
system
and I
I
would
have a token there,
simultaneously
I can
whisper
remove that.
Empyrean.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's not like essential in any way, I think.
Would not be above giving Empyrean something of value to take SAR's slice in this particular situation.
I
So
can definitely
who's
say that's the most aggressive game I've played so far. In the first and the second round. I mean, being aggressed too, like, yeah.
You started it.
You started it. All
I've
right.
I
not-
just
I
sat
started
back for an
after.
hour thinking that purple blob would never come my way. And now, oh,
there
fools.
it is.
Yeah.
I hope it's not too annoying for the others.
Well,
No, it's fine. I'm just a bit worried about the timer.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Someone
Yeah. I
finally
was-
mentioning it.
Yeah. I was gonna suggest if we want to maybe like take 5-minute break after this round or something.
That's probably a good idea.
Can we just
Yeah.
agree to stop the timer for that, or is that?
Pause during a break, yeah.
You
Yeah.
can pause it during a break, per the tournament rules.
Yeah, we've got some questions in chat about players realizing some of the abilities that they have, and I'm not
Phase and then
sure.
break.
Yeah.
There's a
Well,
few that we have seen get
you take
missed,
it?
such as chaos mapping. We haven't seen
So
SAR
I'm
use
gonna
chaos mapping, the
activate
build at the
Buffett.
beginning of your turn ability.
And
Crucial was
just
NRA taking this planet, not using prefab archaeology
Fighter and
on the green
guess
industrial planet.
pick up
Yep.
this mech. Ironam.
I think Necro has forgotten how to take tech.
Yeah. Yeah, and then gonna explore. Oh, handy.
Okay, so this is where I think as NRA, I give him. He already wants to go in,
I'll
I
pass.
think, to that slice.
Should we make? No, we can't do it yet.
I whisper. I say I will give you
I'll pass as well.
black market forgery during the agenda phase if instead of taking Archon Veil, you take Zobat and you take out that SAR
Give me 1 sec.
Space
space
dock.
dock. Or heck, you don't even just if you take out the SAR space dock, I will give you promise of or not promise of protection, black market forgery. All right, now we'll see if Mentak picks up on the pillage. Obviously, would be capable of taking it here.
Freelancers.
That's good.
And then we have to make a trade.
Sorry, you are.
How?
Now, gaining the trade good in
Did
this
anyone
particular
say something to
situation
me, or-
is not.
Yes, I did. We need to make
There
a
you
trade.
go. It's not voluntary. It's mandatory. Mentak's pillage is voluntary,
Yeah.
though. Sometimes that comes into play, especially with a faction like Muat, my first love.
So we're not. We're
Yeah, so then
seeing.
the three
Are we
trade
seeing Mentak miss an opportunity to pillage here?
Exactly.
I don't think Mentak is paying attention.
Oh, you have the master.
There's another opportunity here to pillage.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, there's a trade.
The trade. No pillage, it looks like.
So,
Hate to see it. I think that's one of the risks that you run as a player at a table where a negotiation takes an extremely long time. It is a little bit early in the game, I think, to be seeing this many timing windows missed. So there's 3 trade goods that Mentak
Alright.
could have taken,
That's my turn.
but is not exercising their right, it seems.
Mm-hmm. Gonna go to Archon Vale.
Okay, here comes Empyrean, making your wishes come true.
Yeah. I do think that this is probably the right decision in terms of not going after SAR's slice.
Explore.
Because
Just
SAR
nibbling
has
on the. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, you like that, that's for sure.
It's a 2/5 now.
Okay. And then.
And you know, Empyrean really has a lack of influence. So with Mechatol and their
And our,
it's
what is
a
that?
little
Area
disgusting.
Mirror,
Yeah, a little disgusting.
What is their influence count now? Is it on the? It's not 15. It's more than that.
Yeah, it's got to be more than that. 15 in their slice.
There's nothing left to do.
Oh, I forgot to use 2 men. Is that too late now?
I
When
would
I
be
get
fine
that.
with it.
Okay.
Oh,
Someone dropped.
Thanks.
oh. So let's.
I mean, only if everybody else is okay.
Yes.
Nobody seems to object.
He's passed. I do
Hey,
wonder
can you guys
if.
still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was at the table, it seems. I was going to say, I wonder if he
Can
just
anybody still hear me?
wasn't.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you still hear us?
I wonder if he wasn't at the table to see SAR get those trade goods
So,
and do the transaction. We have a lot of mulligans happening this round.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I count 27 influence for
I
Empyrean.
could send my destroyer over here.
Oh, here we go.
I could also just pass.
I like to send Destroyer over there, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Cheeseman, maybe like
Oh, hey, Steve.
you want to give me your,
Steve
your hazardous
Toast.
fragment,
Thanks for the
and
sub.
I'm just gonna pass.
Woo!
Um,
Okay, so an extortion for the space dock.
yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Now,
Here it is.
basically the same thing
Passing.
that I would. Now, what do I?
Okay,
This is a
so
transaction
everybody is
which
passed.
Mentak
We need
would have been
to
able to pillage,
wait
but he's
for
not at the table. Should we tell them to
guy.
hold up?
Yeah.
Should we just do the 5-minute break now? Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the 5-minute
somebody's
break is
missing
fine.
Back
anyone?
now.
Yeah, other than just
Okay.
like making them the
He's not back into the game.
TTS interactions, make sure that those things are working right.
Can you
I,
hear us, Martin?
I would say that we really can't do that.
Oh, he's
Right, but he wasn't
connected.
even at the
Yeah.
table.
Yeah, he's
To
reconnecting.
see the
Can you
deals.
hear us? Martiniwerewolf?
So how do we how do we interact there?
Huh.
Hopefully the players just tell them what just happened and that will solve it.
Okay, should we just stop the timer for this? Like, I feel this is
Sure. Yeah. Agreed.
just gonna
Alright.
hit this.
I'm gonna take a quick
All right.
break.
Yep, we're gonna be on a quick break.
Martiniwerewolf, can you hear us?
Oh, are they gonna let them know about the deal?
Yeah. Let's just take the break now.
Yep.
Works for me.
I will be right back. Well, the stream will still be here.
All right, so I got some breakfast here, chat, and we're going to. I did get a. I don't know if BotBot is back yet, but I did get a hat tip from Matt. Space Cats Matt. We are going to let Martini know that a transaction occurred, but we won't let him. It's up to him to make the deduction that it is pillageable. It's perhaps a chance that he doesn't realize he is neighbors with SAR. So we'll just phrase it when they're back as a way to update him as to what happened when he was gone.
Anybody hearing me?
Hello, yes, I can.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Did I miss scoring?
Martini
Just
will.
at the end of
Yeah.
section.
The only thing that you missed is that there was a transaction that happened between SAR and Empyrean.
Cool. What kind of transaction?
He got a red fragment for not attacking the space dock.
Cool. I would like to pillage SAR if I possibly can. Cheeseman, are you around or are you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Could I grab one trade good off of you for that transaction?
I have an option, right?
Huh?
I don't know Mantuck. I've never played against him.
I am back.
So
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
think
so
I have an
it's
option.
trade goods are gained or a transaction is
Okay,
done.
but
If you have
so
more
I
than
asked
3 in
Matt
your
what he
supply.
wanted us to do,
Yeah, I
and
give
he
you
said
one.
just tell them,
Thanks, man.
tell Martini that there was a transaction that
Put it
occurred,
right in.
and so that's
Appreciate
what I
it.
did. And Martini has chosen to pillage. So
Okay.
Yeah, it was a really bad faction set.
we,
Uh,
excuse me, we didn't prompt him
Never
with there was a
seen
pillageable opportunity. We just
Mentat
let him know that a
Necro
transaction occurred.
on the board.
Yeah, a lot of steely boys.
Which is very, yeah, specific type of playing.
Mhm. I forget, did you say you'd played
Chris,
Sard before or no?
Martini might be a little bit
It
upset
was
that
my
he,
first
when
or
he
second
watches the
game a year
recording,
ago,
that
so
that'll be
yeah.
the 4th trade good he should
I know
have this
they're
turn
mobile.
from SAR.
Yeah.
And love
But-
asteroids.
Yeah, exactly, but that's basically it. And I like them to play, but I definitely can feel the heat already.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm standing there good too, but you have to coordinate this.
yeah.
I'm back.
Okay, so I think is everybody back?
Yep.
No one's flipped AFK at least. Biggs and Junior.
Yep. I'm there.
Biggs is here. Green. Green seems to be
Yeah.
missing.
No.
No, it's here. Okay, cool. So we need to score. I'm scoring 4 hazardous, corner the market with 4 hazardous. And I also have mine rare minerals. That's
Oh,
also
nice.
hazardous.
Ooh, what a combo.
What an Empyrean game.
Yeah.
I
Empyrean's
mean,
been strong.
you've said that
I'm
from
gonna
the
get
beginning.
Yeah,
four,
the play here from
cultural.
Empyrean from nudeltulpe, again,
For
favorite name.
mechanical,
Uh,
whatever the industry.
very good. Also, sorry, chat, you're going to hear an echo again. Please restart the timer since we're scoring.
Yep. Okay. So next objective. Did everybody score?
This game has an asterisk because there's
I
going to
did
be
score.
about 10 more seconds on the timer than what they should have.
But it's done, right?
Explore deep space.
All right.
Empyrean is happy about
Oh,
that.
for fuck's sake.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
good one, Sar.
Ah.
What the
Let's
hell?
I will stall this round out and not move.
Mhm. Okay. So dealing action cards. Does anybody want to play political stability?
I'm good.
So I will return strategy.
Hey, quick, I'm
Um,
just going to jump in here real quick. There's 2 red supports on the scoreboard.
Oh
Huh.
yeah.
I do not have red support. Wait.
Yeah, it's
Oh
Sar who
yes, I
doesn't
have.
need
I
it.
do.
It's Sar who doesn't.
Okay.
I think SARS should be
Or has mine.
Sar has
yellow.
necros, yeah, yellows.
You place it there usually, not in your.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
also drop
okay.
a token on top of it as well.
Or click right. So I'm gonna
Oh, I think I need to put a token on mine real quick.
Yeah, same with green and white.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
So we're having an agenda phase.
Thank you, Weaver.
Purple still needs to allocate their command tokens.
Oh, yeah.
That's Cheeseman. And then, what did you do, Hakan, with the agendas? Top or bottom?
Put
Or?
one top, one bottom.
Okay.
Oh, maybe we
I
missed.
can't even remember what
I thought
they were.
I
You want to
swore
reveal
they
it?
didn't look at them.
Your speaker.
Sure.
I thought so too, but maybe he did when he came back.
Aha!
Well, there's. All right, who's got
Rider
the
City.
Imperial Rider? Now is the time. There is only one candidate for this, so riders galore.
Well,
How does this work? There's only one. Doesn't it have to happen unless someone
It has
gets
to
rid of it?
happen. That's the point. Yep.
Okay.
It has
so
to
I have an after I want to play.
happen. Yeah. So let's do this in
can I
order. We start
do
with
it in
Hakan.
order, yeah.
Yeah. Any wins?
Nope, not for me.
This would be a great time for
Oh,
a
no
veto.
wins.
Hakan is first with wins. Speakers first.
Oh,
With
sorry.
wins.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Just like
Nope.
you can do it out of turn if you want.
I have nothing.
Okay. Sa. Necro.
This is going to get
You win.
really spicy,
Nope.
I predict, up in
Any afters?
the Hope's End area. Hazardous now
I'm just
becoming
curious
even more
because I'm not
valuable.
sure how this works for the future. How do riders work with my ability? Can I do both?
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
Okay, I can. Okay.
But you're not getting much. So like if you put your like galactic threat on it, then we can just all agree to not vote, and then you won't get a technology.
Yeah, but the
Is it
galactic
the
threat is free.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't use it for the next agenda.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
But obviously you can buy someone off to give you a tech anyways. So
Yeah.
I mean, are we really
Just so
going to
you know.
hold technology
Oh,
against
my
Necro at
votes are
this point?
showing 0. Is that too?
I had to adjust mine
At this
a
point,
little
I
bit
might even do it
manually.
just to
It
get some
didn't show
good
0,
table
but
meta
it
from
showed
them.
a couple less than I had.
Are the
Mine
plans
shows. Mine
divided?
shows. Mine shows 0.
No, they are.
Okay, so yeah. So Red, did you have an after?
nope.
Okay.
I don't.
Was Roka?
I'll play Trade Rider on the one that's there.
Mentek?
Yeah, let me get Tech Rider on 4 Hazardous.
Okay. Got a Diplomacy Rider.
Yeah, here we go. Christmas tree.
Oh,
Everyone puts
wow.
an ornament on it.
Anybody got that Imperial Rider?
I'm thinking about doing this, but I feel like if like there are only 2 players left that are voting, right?
Yeah, more or less.
I mean, none of that matters anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
So
you
what is it?
definitely
It's
throw it
Trade
on
Rider,
things.
Trade Rider, Tech Rider.
Unless this is a
And
veto that
Diplomacy
you're
Rider.
thinking about playing, it really doesn't matter.
Christ. Okay. I mean, yeah, red and green, I suppose. How do you guys feel about this?
Feel about your galactic threat?
No, about voting or not voting.
Like I won't vote unless I have an
No.
incentive to vote, obviously.
No, but like nobody's gonna spend votes on this. Why?
Yeah,
Why should
but
they?
like I
Yeah.
can't be paid for it. It's like it's
Yeah.
It's passing or speaker decides on one vote.
I'll put a single vote on it for 2 trade goods.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 other people doing riders here. I don't feel like paying.
Sure.
Okay, well, that's not how it works, folks, because those are riders are going
But
to
I
get
will
it
do
one way
galactic
or the
threat
other.
on it,
There
on
you
the
go.
4. Sure.
Alright.
And obviously I can't vote.
So
I think Carrier 2 is worth
any
the 2
other
trade
afters?
goods.
Anything additionally from anyone?
3, 2,
Nope.
1. Nope.
Get over here.
Okay, so voting starts with Sa. Do you want to vote?
Nope.
Hakan,
You don't want
vote?
to give him
Uh,
chaos
Nico,
mapping?
would you like to give 2 trade goods for me to put 1 vote?
You have to say yes to this, Biggs.
thought we've already discussed that.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
now
think so.
I'm gonna ask again because it feels weird not to put it there and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no,
I
I'm
don't
fine.
think. I don't think I can take any less for it. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I'm fine. I mean,
Okay.
you don't even have to vote by the end of it. You could just tie break it if
No,
Green doesn't
exactly.
vote.
No, that's not a vote.
No, exactly. But then you don't have to. We don't have to make a deal yet anyway.
Yeah, but it's his turn. It's
It's my voting turn.
it's
I'm
Hakan's
Yeah.
turn
actually
now.
voting. Everybody else has.
He will
Oh yeah,
now.
yeah. Oh yeah. No, yeah. You're the last one, right?
Yeah. So either you pay me 2 or you don't get a tech. You pay me 2 and get a tech, or you don't get a tech.
Well, was
Yeah.
Galactic Threat
Yeah.
played?
Everyone else with the
It
riders have
was, yep.
also betted on this happening, right?
But that's not the point. It's not in for or against. We elect a secret objective, and the only one to be elected is the mine rare minerals. So it will be the outcome. The thing is, if he abstains, he can just break it.
Yeah, you're right.
as
It's the
secret.
galactic threat text.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm just 2 trade goods.
I
Yeah.
feel like it's a
Okay,
very,
trade-
very
2
cheap
trade goods for a vote. Yeah, I was just confused. I forgot how my ability works.
Okay, fair enough. I'll put 1, and then I guess we have peace in our world.
I mean, I
Yeah,
did somewhat
I
jokingly
imagine
say that Necro had forgotten how to get
Okay.
technology.
I'll put
but
away a
I
single
guess
trade-
maybe it
a
wasn't
single
so
vote
much
for
of a joke.
1 vote. So then does anybody want to play any action cards? Like, I don't know.
Deadly plot.
Deadly plot.
Doesn't seem that way. So the Riders resolve and Necro can copy a tech from
Yeah,
it.
I think Necro
It's
needs
only
to.
carrier 2, right?
I
I
hope they
also
took
have
that
Dragon
5 minutes
Drive,
to really
Anti-Magic
recenter
Reflexes, and
themselves
Star
because
Weasel.
they are in the
Oh, you
game.
do have grav. Okay.
I know they had a really rough start, but
Yeah, I like gravity drive. I think. Yeah.
Now I can use my Psycho Arc for my yellow skip. Is that right? When I research this tech, all good.
Yeah, you can.
Cool. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
So we got Empyrean with 4 in 4th speaker position.
Oh, Mechatol, very nice.
now does anyone take Imperial?
Okay. So, wow. Round 2 mirror computing. Want to do the second agenda?
Oh, that mirror computing was clutch. Now you don't have to worry about tech, really.
Yep. Sorry. Oops.
That's the first
It's the
one.
old one.
No,
But
Yeah.
I tried to put it away, but I failed.
sorry. I think it was.
Place
Minister
it on the
Politics.
map.
The elected pair against this card. At the end of the status
Oh,
phase, the
oh,
owner
yeah.
of this card
Sorry.
draws
Yeah.
1 action card. Wow.
Okay.
So I don't know the answer to
I
this,
think I've never
Rasmus,
seen
but
this card
can
before.
Mechatol Rex be Diplo
There's
with
a
a Diplo
face
rider?
down promissory
Yes,
note
I know
over
it
here.
is.
Diplo, you
Yeah,
can't.
that's what makes Diplo Rider
I
so
think it
good.
was
Wow.
promised to
Is that you
purple.
can
I think it's
actu-
purple.
yeah.
Yeah, it's purples.
Oh, by the
I
way,
don't think
Purple,
I ever
I
knew
have
that.
a debt token from you that I want to cash in this agenda phase.
Yeah.
That's all good.
So extremely good for Empyrean here that he had the Diplo Rider while on Mechatol Rex.
Mind if I grab a trade good?
That Space Cat's Peace Turtle script is
Cheeseman?
really good this
He's
game.
talking
Cheeseman?
to you.
No, nothing.
All good? Just want
What's
to
the
cash in
second
this.
Here. He has a debt token and he wants
Oh,
to.
the
Ah,
debt
yeah.
token from the X-1. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I
it's the
mean,
white one,
Did
right?
you
not
already
that
Yeah,
put it
Empyrean
over
needs
here?
it, but unless
thank you,
sir.
SAR and NRA
Very much
work
appreciated.
together to sell their
So,
votes, it looks like Empyrean will just get
any
this as
wins?
well.
Right.
Starting with
27
Hakan.
influence.
No.
Baldur.
No one's over here.
If this game was actually scripted, it would be going a lot faster.
After
Well, Baldur, the
Archer.
thing is that they
No.
ran out of
Necro.
time in the script, so they never finished it.
Necro
So
and
everyone
Warris.
was instructed to play as slow
I
as
didn't know
possible
these existed,
to build
so that's why I
tension.
haven't.
Any afters Nosroka? No. Any after Necro?
No.
Okay. So then voting starts with Nosroka.
Yeah, I guess 14 on myself, I suppose.
Okay, so now Sar basically has to sell to NRA, or
I could sell 8 if anybody wants to make some kind of offer. Nope, I'll put 8 on myself.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good enough one for people to really want to spend on it.
I think
Yeah,
this
an
is
action
great
card,
for
you know.
Empyrean because it's not good enough that
Yeah,
anyone wants to
27
spend on it,
myself.
and you just
Yeah,
get
you
it for
just
free.
financed it,
Let's
Easy.
Also, in a way, it's safer for the table because you know that
Anyone wanna
Empyrean doesn't
buy
have
the 11?
become elected.
So with us two combined, green can buy us, right?
I don't have any money. Oh, I do have money. Good.
I'll vote for you for a single trade good. I don't know if Cheeseman would do the same.
Me the same.
Yeah, all right. I'll do that.
Pro moves, he actually
I'm
has
red.
become elected.
Oh, sorry. Just giving it to
Thank you.
Necro. Take on my pack. So that's 25 plus 8, 33.
Okay. Any action cards? 3, 2, 1. No. Then we have a new Minister of Policy.
Right.
So then we've got a strategy phase.
Almost 4 hours in. Welcome to round
Oh
3.
god! Oh god! Oh god!
Well, the agenda phase wasn't as bad as I thought it would
So
be.
my plan was to take Imperial.
So I think maybe we made up some time there. So we'll see if it's enough.
That's pretty tough right now.
What we really need is a leadership
That
stall.
really sucks.
They might be misinterpreting the term stall to mean time.
Oh, right. Yeah, the filibuster.
I guess I'm just gonna take tech then.
Oh. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't quite understand that.
But talk about it.
I want to be in
Really.
early.
I'm not. I don't want it that much. So
Also, diplomacy wouldn't
actually,
be terrible.
like
Leadership would probably be my first choice here.
I don't know if you have any proposals.
I mean, nothing hugely.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
No.
I mean, that's just inviting Sar.
Yeah, Sar can now get the a lot of things and to a lot of places. Leadership does Mentak take Imperial?
Hey, Noodle.
They could
I'm thinking
potentially
about
score
grabbing
twice.
Imperial so I can score 3 empties
Yeah.
mid-round and then get out of those. And you can get it end of round. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't like it.
I might have to munch a destroyer.
Okay, what is the ask here? How about I give you,
Are you there? Can you hear me?
a relic not to do that?
Sorry, I was muted. You mean like this one, or?
Say one more time.
You mean you need to munch this destroyer?
Yep. So I'd get 1, 2, munch that one, and then I'd bounce, and you can get it at the end of the round. Oh no, they'd be activated. Shoot.
Yeah.
You could munch my cruiser back.
Yeah, we can work something out. Like,
anyway. I think we can work something out. Go right ahead.
Why are
All right,
you?
I'll pick it up.
Why wouldn't the negotiating stance be here that I want Imperial?
What's going on in Meccator?
And I'll point
Did I
block
miss
you.
something?
Yeah,
It's
it's the diplomacy rider.
Yeah, especially with
yeah.
the Diplo
Ah,
on
okay.
Mechatol
It's pretty good.
and 2 trade goods. Yeah, I would have wanted.
There's
Oh, it's already
one on
it's
there.
already there.
So
I
that's
did it
4
automated.
resources for Mentech.
Okay.
Fine.
We now have a sickening pirate horde.
Yeah. So
I don't know how many
just gonna
trade
grab
goods
politics,
that
I
is,
guess.
but it is a lot. I mean, you get politics here. I guess the idea is that you need to sort out Speaker for endgame purposes.
Warfare.
Well, you're in such a great spot because you give politics to Mentak, or you give Speaker to Mentak, then you take it yourself. So, like, this is kind of set up for late game really well. And I think if
Yeah.
you took Imperial now, you draw
A lot
too
of
much
heat.
heat.
Yeah. Just hard not to do it, though. So
Construction.
I guess we'll see
Necro,
if the
can we talk about
disciplined
trade?
approach here pays off.
Warfare for
I
SAR
mean,
again.
yeah, sure, but I don't really
So
need.
brutal.
I mean, sure, it's always nice, but I don't need money that much right now.
Okay. So you're not, even if I can give you a good deal, you don't.
It depends on the deal.
Construction over trade?
I guess I can. So if if you wash me, I'll use the Carth of Golden Sands on you and wash you, so you'll gain 3 trade goods in total for it, basically.
If you give me 6 trade
Wait,
goods,
so
you will
you'll
gain
use
3 trade
agents
goods.
to replenish me?
Yeah, and wash them, essentially.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you mean we both trade 6?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
I mean that is a bit of money.
I mean, you should take it anyway, but I think you could probably get a little bit more out of Hakan,
Yeah.
since they seem desperate to get trade in the mix.
And could have taken it themselves instead of tech.
Yeah,
I'm just not a crazy of the tech pick because there's no tech objective out.
Yeah, and this is something that I
the
rail
low
against
initiative.
constantly. Yeah, when no tech objectives come out, people still want technology
So,
when the better investment in that case is plastic.
Check this.
You already have Carrier 2, you got Grab Drive, you don't need anything else. I guess he wants Dreadnought 2, but...
Or working toward UDN?
Gonna activate Atlas.
I doubt that. I think
it'll-
the play here is going to be Dread 2.
2 infantry.
He's got the prereqs for
Dread,
it.
2
Oh, look at this
cruisers.
build.
Trying to make yourself look scary. Porcupine strategy here. SAR, go away. I think SAR probably wanted to
Cost
take
of
Mechatol.
9.
Okay. I think I'm gonna get out of your way here. Graph drive.
Hold on. I need to get the guy off of Evera for you. I was going to put him in there
Yeah.
and then do 1, 2, 3.
Oh, what a shame. It's not working out the
Well,
way you
it
wanted.
doesn't necessarily change anything. Like you can still like if you munch him here or munch him here. I just want to get the Frontier Explorer out of the way first then.
I see what you're up to. Gotcha.
Okay. Oh, I've got a merchant station. Can replenish.
The secret objective must be placed next to the public now, right?
Yes. where we moved
Oh, yeah,
across.
that's right.
Oh yeah.
And there's
true.
Do we
one
make a copy of
commodity.
that one? And
No,
Yeah. We
Oh.
should.
You don't
I'm
make
gonna
a
make a copy.
copy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nope.
So. Yeah.
That's not how
Just
that's
leave that
supposed to
be.
work.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Fine.
Because it is no longer a
Alright,
scored secret objective for
so-
Empyrean.
Hakan, do you have money? Yes.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
wash you for one. Oh, I had promised you to wash you, so
Exactly.
I'll wash
To
you
wash
for
me
free.
all game.
Yes, I'll wash you.
Thanks.
Oh,
Free of
so that
charge.
actually technically needs to
Right.
come off.
I pop trade now.
Yeah,
No one
that's
minds.
I mean, doesn't
No,
matter
no,
too
go
much
for it.
because
Go for
you
it.
can
Okay.
have 4 or 5 secrets on there, but nudeltulpe seems to be one of the more experienced players at the table. Hopefully he understands that
And we're just gonna do
having
our
that
thing immediately.
picked, the benefit is
Pro.
that he has more
Then you can
secrets
take
to
the
score.
other deals afterwards.
Okay, let's see here.
Get this out of the way.
So we're gonna do the thing.
Yeah. So you just gain 3 trade goods and flip your commodities. And I'll flip mine.
We were supposed to do it twice, right? Like I replenish
Yes,
my own,
every
then you
game you have
replenish
3,
mine.
yeah.
Well, you can't do it yet, can you?
Yes, it's an any action, just
You
an action
can.
phase.
You can. You can just.
So it just happens again.
Yeah, you just pick up 3 trade goods.
All right.
Like Empyrean
X minus 1.
jumping in here.
No, I'm good.
You want to do an X-2 with me?
You have 5 commodities.
I have 4.
Oh, it's not you. Okay, sorry.
Oh yeah, my commander is unlocked as well.
I will do X minus
no.
2 too.
No. Okay. Good.
Is
That's
that
fine.
no across the board on X minus? Any number you care to give?
I'm thinking about X-2 with SAR.
Yeah, because we have a friendship.
Sort of, yeah, I suppose. When you're not threatening me, we do.
I'm definitely not attacking
Would
you.
not take this deal as
Sar is
SAR.
very
This is pillageable.
Yeah.
No concept of personal boundaries.
I'm staying in my places.
X-2 is you get 1, I get 2.
No, X
We
minus
get 3
2
and
is
I get 1.
Mentak gets 1, you get 2.
You get 3.
It'll be 2 because you
Yeah.
get 3
plus
to SAR, 2 goes to you, 1 stays to SAR.
Yeah.
Plus 2, yeah.
Fine. I'll do a -2 with you.
Yeah. Then just
Just grab 1, I guess.
grab 2 and I grab 1, yeah.
Yeah.
sorry, I hate to do this to you, but
There you go.
I gotta pillage it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did NRA not get refreshed? Or is it just that the pirates
You
have
pillaged
All
for
good?
me, right?
smiled upon
Say again?
the piggyback
You
people?
pillaged for me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll use my agent on you. Grab an action card.
Everyone's
Yeah,
done.
that'd be
No one
nice.
wants to. Right, I'm
You
done.
want an action card? Let's do that.
The action card might be more valuable than the
Right.
trade good.
Man, Mantic has so many trade goods. It's crazy. And mirror
Yeah.
computing. It's so crazy.
Don't look at me. Look at Mentak.
So yeah.
And like no spend objectives.
Yeah, no spend objectives. Feels bad for Mentak. But, you know, that makes it more likely that the first stage 2 spend objective will come out, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Martini, I think I have to activate you, your system there.
You coming in for Semlor, huh?
I need to do something, and that seems the direction I'm allowed to go.
It's a direction
gotcha.
I'm allowed to go.
So, but
Well-
maybe you can, maybe you have an idea why I don't have to go on this one.
I don't have a great idea, but let me think on it. Give me 1 second here.
Again, an extortion that I really wish had a price tag to
No,
it.
I think I gotta do it. Let's see, how many coming in with? Oh, give me 1 second. I don't suppose you'd consider promise of protection to let me alone this round.
No, I think anyway I cannot do it. I have to get out of there.
Sarball got a munch, huh? All right.
Yeah, I honestly did not want to attack you, but the TechSkip planet seems to be
Oh, gotcha.
better.
Yeah,
than
I don't think I'm
something
scoring that tech skip this round.
else. Yeah.
So yeah, come on in.
Very neighborly of you.
Well, listen, when you're staring down the barrel of a Sarball, it's best not to get mouthy.
I've played last time Xchar. It was more relaxing to play.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Not as much stress.
I sort of have to
Yeah,
question
I
here
thought I
whether
liked
this is a
stress,
mistake
but,
since we have a naked
that's
space
not-
dock.
I'm going to go
all the
ahead
time.
and do a quick skilled retreat out of there. You may know
Mhm.
this one.
Yeah, but you he has to move his units first. Just
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
It's at the beginning of combat.
I'm sorry, I did that early.
What about the naked space dock?
that's
Well,
okay. You just revealed it to him.
Space dock is
you're
still
talking about
naked
SAR?
You may
home
do that.
system, so I feel like you're really leaving
That's
yourself up
true.
for another extortion.
And I think another opportunity to use chaos mapping mist, right?
Yep. So obviously we're seeing chaos mapping pay dividends in terms of not being able to go into those asteroid fields. But none on the production, which is sort of the secret sauce of it. Usually players prefer it for the production rather than the asteroid field.
Well, all right. So my cruiser.
Wait
Let
a
me
second,
officially
Adam,
play
you
this
two
skilled
guys
retreat.
will, or you don't have capacity for it, maybe, perhaps.
I only have capacity for one, so I am going to take the one gentleman.
Gentleman pirate.
And I activate this empty system for my reinforcements. Give me 1 second here.
That gentleman is running away. There we go. Emra, we have amass wealth. We have 4 of a type, 3 tech specialties, and what's the last objective?
So I think you got to land and
Explore deep space.
Or
work
bombard.
on my guy there.
Empties.
Work him over.
Work them over.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one I want, right there.
You bombarding?
Yeah, I'm bombarding first. So where is the roller?
You see me? You see my?
Oh,
thingy?
you go here. Yeah. Okay. Bombardment, same lore.
Set up a camera here.
Nope.
0 hits. And then
Any parlay?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay.
I pulled the one trick I had.
round combat. So yeah, it's one. I do it.
There
Yeah,
we
so
go. We've got this,
We can
the
do
objectives on
like-
the overlay
yeah, How do
now.
I just roll for ground combat? There's like a thing,
Here.
right?
Here's the thing. Just
Yeah,
Where is it?
here on top of your
Ne-
position,
next to Malice.
top of your play
Next
area.
to Malice. Oh yeah. All right. Cool. So Semlor, and then I do ground. Is there a button for ground combat?
The bottom one.
Aha, here we go. Roll it. 0 hits.
Alright, I give it here to you. And now I have to produce.
And then obviously you're going to pillage.
Who's saying that this is obvious?
Yeah.
Did you take it? I didn't see if you got hits or not. You did?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me give this to you.
Yeah, I how do you organize it normally? Because I still want to think about what the build there. Should I pass the turn or
Yeah.
is it?
If everyone's okay with it, but like we've
Yeah.
got a slight time issue, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I don't want to annoy.
That works for me.
So I don't see a pillage.
Activating this.
See, that's the problem with being rushed through these things. I know we do have a time issue, but
Is that
Also
He's
not a
just
big
sort
fan
of-
of SAR's use of the fighter tokens in their...
This one?
don't. That triggers me. Don't trigger me.
Yeah.
Oh, humble
We have
checkmate.
not
We've
talked
been.
about what's going on next round. You got
Despite
the
the
ceasefire,
amount
so I'm
of
thinking if I want to use it.
Yes, that's why I'm asking. If you
Despite the
really
amount
want
of
to do
trade
that.
goods on the sheet, Bot, why don't you show Humble the treasure hoard that we're dealing with?
Give me 2 trade goods and I'm
there
fine.
haven't been a lot of
No.
pillages this game.
You're not getting a damn thing. I guarantee you that.
Okay.
I could give you. No, I don't think I want to give you anything for not using your. I think we agreed that I needed the 4 planets this round. That's what we agreed upon last round. So, but if you want to break your deal, then that's fair.
I think there was no deal. It was a ceasefire, and you give me the.
Okay, then we disagree what was the deal, because part of selling this.
Sorry, I think I don't get it wrong here, right?
Okay, look, I cannot. Have you used the planets yet?
No, but
Okay,
you can have it after
I'll
leadership.
gladly wait after after leadership.
Yeah, okay.
I'll gladly do that.
Yeah,
That's
then
only fair.
that's fully fine.
Okay,
I
super.
do like that
That's,
Jebble is getting a run for his money
Then I'm just gonna
from a
pass the
player
check.
that just doesn't want to negotiate. I don't care if half this game is negotiating. I'm not doing it. That wasn't agreed to.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I don't
take
care what
AI
you say.
and into War Sons.
AI into War Sons.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wants to pop the hero at home with
It
War
warms.
Sons.
It warms the Muad heart. So let's see. Let's see if this ends up being worthwhile.
I mean, I think
Necros,
obviously the concern here is that the War Sons are going to be used to fight SAR instead of score points. Although,
I think
as we've seen,
Necros
the
gotta be
objectives.
pretty. I don't know if they're happy or upset about this, but I don't think a War Sun really solves their problems. But at this point in the game, maybe I'm just having some fun.
Well, I know that when I play Hakan, I like to get War Sons just to take full advantage of the hero, even though that may not necessarily be the strongest choice. I'm just not sure it helps you score any faster or better.
Yeah, well, and especially in this situation, I don't know.
Noodle, I think I'm going to try to spend Evera before I give it back to you here. So that means I'll be moving out next round. How's that feel to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Noodles
Then I'm
cruising.
Just be better at it than I was last round.
All right, I'm gonna activate my home system here.
Noodle
And,
now has light wave, so
I'm
that's going
gonna
to
do
open
my
up some
build off my
options.
turn, if that's cool with everybody, so we keep it moving.
Sure.
Cool. On a leadership.
Ooh, I'm gonna follow leadership as well.
Do you think Noodle Tulip is going to follow leadership here?
Could you click the play button?
He has a meager 27 influence.
Thanks.
He could
So
pretty
this is
much
one
cycle
trade
through
good to
all of
fill
his
out my
command counters every
leadership,
round.
and I'll use the rest for building.
I did put the tech board up on the overlay so we can see what everybody's got. It's funny though, I can't see what everybody has from the overlay.
Yes, Humble, the Diplo rider is why Mechatol is Diploed.
We had classified document leaks, which led to 3 writers going off. Trade writer, Diplo writer, and
Just gonna do that now.
what was the third one? Was it Warfare writer?
Sorry about that.
Trade Diplo, no. Trade Diplo. Tech. Mirror computing
Tech.
for Mentech.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a clutch move there. Here's a question for you that always spurs some debate. Empyrean's got 3 fragments. Do you pop the relic, or do you wait to use it as a stall in a later round?
I guess my biggest fear with having 3 relics already, or fragments already,
Okay,
is
going my turn.
somebody
pretty much
using
on
the
to
card
leadership.
Seize Artifact, I think is what it is.
Yeah, and you are in the lead. I think I pop it here. See what we get. Know what my options are.
I think I'm just gonna
There you go.
spin the relic wheel again and purge 3 fragments.
And that's very true, Baldric. I don't think Empyrean's going to be hurting for stalls with 27
Prophet's
influence.
Tears. Can you reset your technology?
You got
Oh,
called
man.
out, Rasmus.
Bad timing on that. Just after tech.
And again, we can sort of see the low-key influence that these 2 asteroids next to each other has had on whatchamacallit?
NRA?
NRA's game, because they have no relics whatsoever. Black market forgery has yet to been sold. There's no value being generated there. And that's obviously something you want to see with NRA, especially if they're forgetting how prefab, lets them explore. That hurt them last round.
Yeah, and I'm sure that most of the players will come and watch the video again. But yeah, I think that's been the theme so far. There's 2 themes. There's the pace of the game, and then we're seeing a lot of great missed opportunities with some of the abilities and the timing.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, it's easy for us to say as commentators.
Yeah.
We're not the ones thinking about, the 17,000 things you have to think of in a Twilight Imperium game. But I'm just trying to point out that this structural disadvantage often isn't thought of by players, but is really, really influenced NRA's entire game. Especially after the support swap, which sort of locked down any forward movement on the frontier.
Yeah.
So they have nowhere to go, and now they haven't been able to get any trade partners. It was a good
Red
move by
here.
Ventec because it really limited
Yes,
NRA's
I have closed
options.
the menu. Oh, sorry. It's sorry.
All right, we're gonna pull that tech board off now.
Let's just go around and talk about everyone's tech. So, Hakan, probably hear my rabbit. Hakan got the War Suns, I guess we have sort of different interpretations on that. I know it's a value play with the hero.
The Warzone tech isn't in the isn't in
He
the
has
play
it on
area.
the board. Yeah, they're
Oh,
not putting it
okay.
on the
Okay.
tech board. I also, and I hate being so critical here, but I don't like the AI dev for NRA. I think I just don't see that as being hugely useful. I know it's to get Cruiser 2, but now we're sort of in a late game position. Cruiser 2 is not really, I don't think, at least going to be enough to pull the weight that we need. I would have rather even seen like DET to get Grav Drive eventually. Obviously, you're going to want to go into the Frontier token, or just not do
Gozer?
tech at all and just
It's
build
me.
more plastic.
I'm just discussing with Red.
Ah.
What did we get over here? I got self-assembly routines for Mentac.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't hate it.
Play
Oh,
Industrial
NRA
Initiative,
starts with
which does nothing. That's my turn.
that. So did they research anything? Scanlink. They researched Scanlink then. I guess that's what you have to do in this situation. I normally don't like to see NRA with Scanlink because you really want to be aggressive with your prefab archaeology. But I guess in this particular situation, you're sort of stuck in your position. You might as well use Scanlink to try and double spend all your planets constantly. So I expect, again, there's a 31% chance that the green tech planet or the industrial planets get a tech skip.
0% if you don't explore them, though.
Right. Well, I think now we have Scanlink. We should see.
Okay.
We should see it, hopefully. Obviously, that chance gets even better if the green mech comes over. We get some green mechs on different planets here. That would be good.
I would play Warfare.
So I guess that is what NRA is pinning their
You
hopes to,
activate
is getting.
I grab Mechatol.
All right.
SAR is lifting the token on Mechatol.
Can you just press the Warfare button, just so it's easier to...
I mean, that is one way to get around the Diplo Rider.
Thank you.
Well, not just that. I mean, Empyrean needs to start being dealt with. Like, you can't just let Empyrean sit there and do what they want with 27 influence.
Can I go here now? Should I really
Yep.
open? Okay. Super.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And SAR's the one to do it.
Well, if anyone's going to be active at this table, it is
So
going to be
what am I
Cheeseman. That's
bringing?
for sure. Really showing off his fast-hitting play style. Doesn't like negotiating. Likes a lot of movement. Likes combat. So.
Oops, I'm just giving me myself. Alright. And where did the two fighters go?
We do have a SAR Mentac Humble. I don't think it's as bad as you're saying, because it will generate maybe trade goods for them. It's an interesting thought at the very least.
And then I'll bring this 4 men, and
Again,
I
I
really don't
think
want to lose that ground
I would
control.
have preferred to see a little bit more plastic being put on the board at this point in the game, but
Okay, and
you
I'll
know, players do
bombard
like their
here.
technology. Empyrean got Light Wave Deflector, which should help them with the
There's a hit.
remaining Frontier tokens.
And no PDS2, which is, that's the biggest issue with
Yeah. Thorn in the
Empyrean and
side.
Frontier
Yep.
tokens in general.
Yep. So, very interesting to see that.
Cheeseman?
Yep.
guy is bombarded.
I do like that SAR
Right.
decided not to take any more
And then I'll bring
technology,
one
and instead is
shield
just
down
going
on
to spend all
Thorn,
those
and I'm
resources on
making 3 men
plastic.
down on
Yep.
the other planet.
Although not on
All
the
right.
beginning of the turn.
Then I just
Well, you know,
Sadly.
we will all learn in time. We're learning together. Did Necro gain tech yet? They have gravity drive.
If he hits sometimes.
And you know, if we've learned anything from the podcast, it's that the only tech you need is gravity drive. So
I have 0 hits.
You had 0, okay?
And you had 1 hit?
Yeah, then. No,
No.
0.
Oh, okay.
So roll again.
Oh, roll again.
Another one.
And 3 hits. 1 hit, okay.
So I
I'll
guess
put the
that's
thing here.
it.
Okay, then I'll take the 2 planets.
So have you hit?
Yes, I have made 3 hits.
Okay.
I wonder if you could have offered Rog's call there.
So
I was going to mention that. I think a lot of players forget that that's an option.
And where's the
And
other
I
one?
think that's really its intended use
You haven't
is
used
when
Tequan.
the slime trail
Just-
doesn't work.
Ah,
You just
yeah.
say, you know, call it a
That
day
wasn't my.
and
I
get your
thought you
infantry
had
back.
used it. Okay.
Can be hard to
and
spend those
then
planets, man.
Yeah. And then I'll use the Attumen, put 2 infantry here, and pass the turn.
Okay, so you're getting out of Evera, Martini? Because I feel like I need to evacuate Mechatol.
Yep, absolutely.
So the 4
And-
points that Empyrean
You
has
and me,
is
let's run out of the way.
they have a support, they have a secret
So
scored,
I'm going to activate over here.
1
Come
public
in.
and mech. And
Here
it
we
would have
go.
been okay, you got it.
Now.
But is
If
that
you could just
4
not
points? Yeah,
use
4
your
points. 1,
ambush,
2,
I would announce
3,
a
4.
retreat.
Yep.
Here's the thing. I really need to kill that destroyer. I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah.
happy to pay you a trade good in
Okay.
compensation, but I got to
Mhm.
kill that boy.
Okay. Go ahead.
So if I do ambush, do I need to use the manual roller or will the space combat thing?
You can just
take
roll on,
Just
on the
roll.
space combat thingy, and
Although
It'll take into
although
account?
Alphane, the one thing that we did
yeah,
notice is
you
that
do that before the
Empyrean's
fight.
secret
Like
is
I
still
could-
on the
Okay,
secret
so-
board,
Gotcha.
I
although
could
it's
play
become a
retreat
public
before
objective
or
since
something,
then.
but I don't. So yeah,
That's
got
a
you hit.
Perfect. I'll betray a friend.
Mhm.
And I would give you that Dark Pact back
Yes.
for fighting you, but
Yes.
I get a promissory note off of you because of my commander. How do you feel about giving it right back to me? Or do you not
I love
super
it.
love me right now?
No, I think yeah, that's good. We can do it that way.
All right, so I'll just keep that.
Yeah.
And let me put a little gentleman on betray.
You can just right click and then there's score objective on the.
Oh,
Thingies.
yeah, I'm flying all over the place with these.
Yeah.
So I'll just.
It's just very convenient to do it that way.
Yeah, I know. Next time.
Does our
When I score
overlay
my
score
billions of
match
other
the
secrets I
game
have in
score? So we have
Alright, that's it for
Empyrean
me.
at 4. NRA and Mintac at
Gonna
3.
activate this. I'm going to explore New Albion.
I think we just need to wait for the overlay to update, and then we should see Mintax. Yep, there's
I'm going
Mintax
to
3.
move these guys into here.
Necro,
And
Sar,
I'm going to
Humble,
explore
Hakan.
Start Point.
Empyrean had given
Okay.
Dark
With
Pact to Mentak, which is one of the reasons why there's so many trade goods in that play area. Again,
Useful
going
again.
with
What are you
the
gonna do?
hazardous explorer, not
Gain 1
the
trade
way
good.
that we're going to get
Ah,
points
Well,
here.
two core
Needs to
mines.
be industrial.
I'm worried about this planet's core. It's like Swiss cheese.
So also,
And that's my go.
it's unfortunate to see because now Mentak can also take this planet back if they so choose. I don't know if it's worth the expenditure, but an option.
Okay. I'm going to activate Evera, and then I'm going to play Harness Energy and
Nice.
look towards my good friend the Hakan to wash those 4 commodities for me. It's fine, right?
That's fine.
Jebble?
What? Sorry.
I play Harness Energy, and I ask you to wash those commodities for me.
It's of course it's all right.
Thanks.
Noodle, can I grab a quick pillage off of that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir.
Then I will move
Why not just have
these
Mentak wash you?
guys in here.
Mentak can actually pillage both sides of that
and
equation.
Just gonna grab Evera,
Is now
Yep.
neighbors with Hakan.
Ah, yeah.
put it right back here.
Another
Okay.
missed opportunity for the pillage.
So I kind of have this thing where I have a very strong desire to just
We do have
fly here right
Mentak
now.
expert in the chat,
Okay.
so let's ask Humble.
But,
At
that
what
would be very
point
unfortunate.
do you start
Uh,
I don't
spending
really
some of
wanna
these
just
trade
wipe
goods
you out
here?
right there.
So what are you proposing?
Well,
Surely you don't need 20
really
trade
hard
goods
to,
going into round 5.
come up with anything here that works for me. This is the problem.
What happened to Necro's infantry on Hope's End?
I don't think Necro had an infantry on Hope's End.
Oh, that was traded away. That was the...
Yeah, that was the mech deal.
Okay, okay.
That's the only other option. Like if you have some proposal,
Yeah, the thing is you
otherwise-
can't leave one infantry because then I have to take the planet from you too.
That's why I was sort of saying that was probably a mistake, because they'd have
Unless
a little
I
bit
just
more
bring
technology to
every
deal
dreadnought
with.
and just bombard it. But that's not even a combat, is it?
no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Okay.
I can leave a carrier. That's a bit awkward, but
If you could, that would be perfect.
I'll try. I don't know what's going to happen the next rounds, but I'll see what I can do. Like I want to give you a tick. So
Yeah.
like another
yeah.
option is you fly over here with your carrier and just drop a couple of guys, and then
It's
that's
very
also another-
inconvenient, is the thing.
Yeah, I know you have to. I know.
This is kind of messy for me right now.
I know. I'm trying to. But the thing I discussed in the chat is the only thing I can kind of do right now. I shouldn't have. If I hadn't moved my cruiser, this wouldn't really be a problem.
No, yeah, sure. But is it possible for you to leave a carrier? Like here?
Yeah, I think it is possible.
Because that would work for me.
I'll.
If you leave one carrier there, I will not attack you now. I suppose that is the deal.
Okay. Let me. What do you have? You can bring your carrier with 4 dudes. So you can bring 7 dudes, 3 dreadnoughts and a carrier with 4 fighters, a dreadnought and 2 carriers.
I mean, if you haven't seen it, Alistair reaches you there.
Yeah, but isn't it? Yeah, guess that's a bit better than the carrier. But it will bring a dude less. Oh, I can't even do that, which I'm thinking about. Look, I'm not sure. I can fly a carrier into you. That's the only option. But I have to take this planet.
Okay. I mean, you flying a carrier into me is fine by me. If you do that.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I guess I don't really have another option.
I mean, it's that or I have to, attack Vega.
Yeah. I'm just not sure why you have to attack it this turn, but
I don't really want to tell you, but I do.
We've reached the limit.
okay.
I mean, that's the other option. I don't have to attack it this turn. I could attack it next turn, but I have to
the thing I
attack.
need is the planets. It's not
Yeah, I
about
understand.
anything else. I just
I
need the
understand
four
that.
blues.
I'm not
very
interested in the planets per se. Is the thing.
yeah, a very difficult time scoring these control objectives.
You know what? I will not attack you there if you fly a carrier into me. But if you don't, I will obviously have to.
I'll fly a carrier into you.
Okay. All right, then I will. What the hell will I do then? Okay.
And I know I've been talking a lot about the structural deficiency for NRA, but it's also now a structural deficiency for Hakan because of
I flip arms vault regardless.
the impassability of these asteroid belts with SAR in them.
Yeah.
So even though there's AMD here, the only way forward for Hakan is through Necro.
I mean, Lightwave
So-
would help.
And
Lightwave would help, but again, a lot of the player interactions have been sort of dictated by these two tiles. And Empyrean has been able to play a very comfortable game because of their distance from them. So something to keep in mind when you're picking your own tile set is having two asteroids right next to each other, especially, you know, as NRA. Difficult to get around.
Well, also knowing that when you're NRA, that picking that slice with the asteroid field adjacent to Mechatol, you know that that's reachable for SAR.
but you're not planning on doing the empty spaces one,
Right.
No,
are you?
no.
No.
I don't think they had a lot of choice because Hakan was the last one to pick. So
Yeah.
that was set.
Hey, can I put away this harness energy card?
Oh,
hanging out
yeah.
Here?
Yeah, sorry.
Right in there. No worries.
That energy has been
Alright.
harnessed.
Like he
Put
can
it
do
away.
it again. He can take hopes in from you again. Just so you know.
From where?
From here.
Oh, right. Oh, fuck. Can I
Just
change
do
my
not
mind? I'm
move that
blind.
ship.
Can I change the ship
Yes,
I
of
move?
course you can.
So, Martini, after you used Imperial to score, is there a chance of that you can take the cruiser out of the nebula this round with another action? Just so I can get the
I
explore
believe
off.
so. Yes. Give me 1 second. Let me check my tactics tokens.
SAR bringing the frontier token to Mechatol. Easiest way to get those explored.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
got you.
Awesome.
So.
Um,
Blue
I'm assuming we're going to
Mechatol.
move that
Yeah,
frontier
just
token out.
grab it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's here
one
Yeah.
would hope,
on the bottom.
but
Then it's
you
my
never know.
turn.
Hey, Tyre, yeah, the empty system would just mean no planets. So there can be
Alright.
other things such as gravity rifts, nebula,
Do you need the tech now?
wormholes.
Bix.
And that frontier token is still in Mechatol.
You can probably wait 1 turn if you want to.
Okay, that's fine. That's not enough turns.
Okay. Okay.
There's a frontier token on Mechatol that's wrong, right?
But
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is wrong.
I don't produce a hit.
Okay.
If I
Wait.
just-
How does this automatic? There's an automatic system.
So,
for that.
I think
below
you grabbed
your
it from the
board.
asteroid.
There we
It's
go.
down here.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's right.
that's right.
We got
okay,
there
good.
eventually.
Below your
Good.
board, yellow Bix.
Yeah, because I saw him drop the frontier
I
token
just put one
in the
there.
bag.
It's
There we
fine.
go.
You can right click to remove
Thank
things.
you.
So,
And I don't know
so
if
you have 3 dreadnoughts, right? Then you just click on the dreadnought, 3 times, and then you just roll roll space combat.
Or you just use the quick roller.
Okay, my carrier is destroyed. And I'm assuming this means you're not gonna threaten me with all kinds of stuff.
A, did
of a
Sar
silence
grab
there.
a trade
Yeah.
good for
I don't
Mechatol,
feel
and B,
that
did
out that big.
Mentek
Well,
take it?
he's probably just looking to score threaten enemies, you know.
Yeah, but I just
I
feel
don't
I'm very
know
accommodating.
if either of those
Yeah.
things happened.
So, Biggs, there's also this quick roller thingy here that you can use for combat if you want to in the
There's,
future.
a
Wow,
lot
I
of
didn't know
things
about that.
occurring
This
that
right here.
Yeah, you
aren't
can just
according to
click space
Hoyle.
combat and whatever is the active system, it detects which ships are there and it does everything for you.
All right.
Okay,
Well, that's
cool.
convenient.
Yeah, so you're
Thanks.
getting a tech.
I am
Yeah,
getting
I
a
don't
tech.
like the fact that
I would probably
nothing.
just take,
You could have left
Yeah, the War Sons. It's fun.
something behind there. For
Yay!
example, spend a trade good, build a destroyer off of
Presumably,
chaos
definition
mapping,
of fun.
then move everything.
Hakan needs to give back the
Um,
Necro Alliance.
But that would
I'm
require, of
assuming I'm
course,
getting this
using
back.
chaos
Keeping it
mapping
back.
Have you
at the start of the
activated
turn.
it?
Yes, I've activated your
Yeah,
system,
I'm
so
pretty
No,
sure
no, but have
that
you
haven't
activated the alliance? yet?
Cheeseman doesn't know that ability
No,
exists.
you're getting your
Yeah, it-
alliance
it
back
happens, but
because
it's not an
hard to
action.
judge
because
someone
he activated you.
on their
Yeah. I
play.
figured
They
he had
don't
to
know that it
activate the alliance
Oh
the
exists.
same
no,
way I
no,
activated
Yeah.
Trade Combat.
no.
are
No.
you giving me? Are you giving it back? I didn't consider that in
And nobody
activating.
said anything.
Well, I don't know if
I
I
can
would
pay you
remind
something, I
Sar
suppose, if
that
you want,
key
like-
ability if I
No, I
was
just want
at
the
the
alliance
table.
back.
The
dude.
most
I have it
destructive
there.
ability.
Yeah, you can have it back.
Right.
You can have it back.
Perfect. Then that's the only thing I had.
Okay. So that's resolved.
Yes.
Can you imagine how
Sorry.
different this game
Yeah,
would
I'm
have
looking
been
something up, but
for
you guys can
Hakan
continue. It's
had
not
they
relevant.
kept Hope's End
I passed the turn.
and just had mechs everywhere?
Yeah, that would have been so much
All right,
better.
let's get Imperial popped over here.
They really got distracted by that SAR situation. And I think giving up
Flip
Hope's
and
End was not
play
a great play,
primary. All right, so
especially
I am
in
going
hindsight.
to pick up
Okay,
the
I'm just
3
gonna say this
empties.
now.
You know, in
I
hindsight's
score
the
my
best way to
secret.
look at
I
it.
wasn't sure if it had to be my
Well,
action
in
phase,
fairness to me,
or
I
if
did
it's
say
any
at
action
the,
phase.
at the time.
yeah. No,
But
you
I
you
think
were
he was
right.
Okay.
a little bit on tilt when he was making that
I
deal.
messed it up. I wanted to build with, but we'll see. We'll see. Whatever.
But the initial negotiation over Hope's End, that we saw
I'm
as a
monitoring.
mistake for Hakan. We saw it as Hakan just goes in there and takes it and it's mine.
Well, but that did make more sense when there was a point at play. But then when the point was no longer in
Who wants
play
to
because of the
follow,
refresh of Hope's End,
Yep, have done.
he said
Yeah.
that he was no longer interested in the deal, basically, and then he went ahead and did the deal anyway.
Did the deal anyway, yeah.
That'll do it for me.
I'm gonna go on the relic hunt.
All right, the first relic. NRA really needs this to be shard, I think. Got a 10%
Nano
chance.
Forge.
Nano Forge.
Tap this card to a non-legendary, non.
Or as I like to call it, Sarbate.
Resource and influence values are increased by 2, and it's a legendary planet. I'm gonna dump it on Star Point as well.
Oh, that's an action
Oh, is it?
to,
Sorry.
to dump it. Yeah.
Cool. End my turn.
7 resources. 14
I'm
resources a
going to
turn
use
for
Sling
NRA.
Relay to build a destroyer.
I think I will pass.
Hmm.
Okay.
Necro can score at least a mass wealth.
Build that home. And I'll build oh, sorry, it's not me yet. Sorry about
It's
that.
my turn. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And I produce.
So left the destroyer in one asteroid field, moves to the other to build.
I'll also move over here.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I really wish someone had moved into this asteroid field when they had the chance. Because that would have prevented this
I'm
from
gonna build a
happening.
carrier and 6 fighters. That's my turn.
Because there was only a cruiser that could have guarded that, I believe.
All right, I'm getting at
So it wouldn't have been that difficult. You wouldn't need
Noodle's
too
way
much
over
plastic.
here. Gonna bring this guy. He's gonna swing through, grab a gentleman.
The nebula limits your movement to 1. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, it does. Shoot. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I guess I gotta come here then. Hold on.
You don't really need that planet as Mentech.
Cool.
It probably would have been needless aggression towards NRA
Oh.
anyway.
We're getting a note from chat. Can't pick up from home either because it's activated already.
Yeah, I'm going to put the forge down now.
For many reasons, that would not work.
Cool. I'm gonna go into this nebula, see what I can find there. Enigmatic device. Yeah,
There
cool.
it is. Enigmatic device, my old
Get some tech.
friend.
Oh. Biggs, the red ceasefire was in my board. I think it was from before.
Red ceasefire?
Yeah, it should. I put it over here in yours.
I'm not supposed to have red ceasefire.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, it was my fault.
Just pick it up and take it into your hand. I think would be the best thing.
Yeah.
Wait, was it on my side?
No, I thought it was the one on the secret objective map before.
Oh.
But it was wrong thinking.
So where is the third
Okay.
empty going to be for
So
Empyrean?
So it's me again.
Well, I think they had talked about him coming back into one of the spaces with Mentak in it to take it back.
Well, that would only leave one.
Because right now they have 2.
Right.
So really, either one of the empty space systems.
Yeah, I pass.
I don't know what they come in with though. That's the issue.
I'll just move our infantry here to the other planet.
I mean, they could take the carrier and 4 fighters into the
Or
cruiser.
getting a major, and that's it.
Whatchamacallit situation.
Mm-hmm.
That all but guarantees a victory there.
All right, that's gonna be a pass from me too.
Move over there with Dreadnought and a mech, and I'll explore Akoen, which I can't do with my mech, so it's just regular.
Why can't you do it with your mech? You can land there, my friend. Oh, you mean scan link it. Okay.
Hey,
And there you go. That was actually...
That's what you've been looking for the whole time.
That's what I've been saying.
Rasmus finally got his industrial tech skip.
Okay, so there are 3 more in the industrial deck. So land the mech
Okay.
on AbdulJr. And that way you get 2
So
next turn. And if your agent is not activated, you can actually explore it in order to get it perhaps this turn. I don't know if that mech landed or is in space. But we went pretty quickly through that. That should have been put on AbdulJr.
I think I'm gonna play politics.
Oh, the exploration.
The mech. That
Yeah,
way
take a secondary of
he
that.
can explore it twice to increase the odds of the next tech skip. And he could actually have gotten it this turn because the agent is still active.
Yeah, I'm
So he
thinking
can
if I
exhaust that
ask
with the
White
mech
if
to
you want
explore
to buy the
AbdulJr.
speaker token.
Love that. Let's see here. So I gotta save a couple of these trade goods for amass wealth.
Mhm.
Man,
I would.
what do you think?
I would like. Obviously, I want to keep first pick, right?
Yeah.
So I think 3 would be fine if I keep first pick. 3 trade groups.
Would you do it for 2 and no pillage your next pillage
2 and no pillage
and a
token.
free pass
Yeah.
on a
Yeah, I can do that.
do you want to whisper me what you want me to not take?
It's going to
Yeah,
be politics.
I'm gonna do that.
He
later.
wants to give you to you
Thanks,
anyway, my
man.
man.
All right, so I'll give you 2.
Yep.
2.
Yeah, not crazy about that deal.
Oh, and my commander is on, so you know, Red.
Yeah, thanks.
But I guess in fairness, part of the game is generating value out of nothing. So
Okay, I'm placing 1 each.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Rise of a Messiah.
Oh, nice
and
one.
Pass the turn.
I'm gonna build at home.
I feel like Aether Stream probably would have been a better pick
Flagship and
than
2
Sling Relay
fighters.
for Empyrean.
It feels like I'm playing Yin or something.
Hard to say though, it is obviously giving flexibility for the building.
Well, plus without a lot of plastic on the board, I think
Yeah.
it does. It's not a lot, but at
Okay.
least it helps get the plastic up in place.
So so I can just like bring a carrier and a fighter here, and you can announce a retreat. That will be fine, right?
Where are we looking?
This empty space here.
Can I announce a retreat if it's activated? Does anybody know the rule
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool for me.
Okay, so activate here. I am gonna play Rally, that activation.
Nice.
Get 2 tokens in my fleet supply.
Yeah, that really solves
Nice.
their command
Token
counter
problem.
This carrier here with
Ooh,
this fighter.
I think the one thing
Okay.
I would have really liked to
I
see
announce
was
retreat and choose not to ambush.
Great.
a space
we
dock
do
for
1
blue
round of
somewhere
space
other than
combat.
home,
Cool.
just to give
Oh,
them a
then
little
miss.
bit more flexibility.
Same here.
No.
Oh man.
Okay.
Well,
Well, that's pretty much the
What are
best
you gonna
result
do?
Empyrean could have hoped for, other than the carrier or the cruiser not hitting something.
Okay.
I don't know if you're like me, BotBot, when we have a gentleman's retreat, I always smile a little bit as my ships just, I'm sorry, I had to roll one combat round and it ended up hurting you.
Yeah.
Nothing to do there, nothing to see here.
You knew the risks.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Hakan. Is there much left to do for Hakan? No tokens. Hero. No,
Well, there's
I don't think
probably
Hero's
something to
unlocked.
be negotiated.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's my turn already. Okay.
No,
Focused research.
Focused
and getting Sling
research.
Relay.
More technology.
And roll my
Now we're gonna get Dread 2,
I'll
I would
pass.
imagine.
Okay.
I'm gonna look mighty silly if 3-unit upgrades is the oh, it's not even gonna be a unit upgrade. Going for Sling Relay.
wow.
Build a tome.
That's a hot take. So I know the War Suns are spicy. Again, I think I probably would have taken leadership in the hopes that someone else takes technology, build out the fleet pool. That way I can just have a bunch of dreads
I'm
and
slightly
my
shocked Sar
flagship
still has all their planets in their
on the
slice.
hero build. Right now you can only build the 2 War Suns.
yeah, that's a good point.
It is a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Everyone
Everyone
agrees with
agreeing?
my point.
Everyone? I was gonna make the joke that they could hear you, but I didn't.
It scared me. It scared me. I was like, oh my god, I hope I haven't been talking this entire time and they can hear me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my build.
Yeah, I'm just gonna build a destroyer at home.
Yeah, I do.
And then I'll
It's great. This is
turn
just
again.
the advantage of having so much influence in your slice. Lets you do so much. Empyrean really
Just cost
firing on all
6.
cylinders now. And no one's really focused on them. They're able to do it without really anyone minding.
All right, then let's.
Mentak is in an okay position.
Let's
I
take
think
some
it's
planets.
really going to rely on them for the stage 2. If that is a
Can
spend
I-
stage 2, they're going to be in
What?
good shape.
Would you, for trader, would you pass for a trade agreement?
Oh,
Will you give me a point for a trade agreement?
Okay, so you want me to pass to score your point?
Yes, it's pretty obvious what I have, but I
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of need it.
but I can get
For
the
trade agreement.
planet.
Yes, that's 6 trade goods.
It's,
Is a lot of trade goods.
I don't do this.
Yeah. Let's do that.
You could probably have gotten more.
Pass then.
And I'll also
I don't know what
pass,
else you
and
would
then
have
I
gotten,
will prove endurance.
but
Jesus Christ, that was very
with the
endurance.
here's the
Yeah, you
thing,
did prove
with the
endurance
amount of
there.
tokens that you are
Definitely.
pretty much
Yeah, but I
guaranteed
also
as
wanted you to take
Empyrean,
those planets,
Hakan
really,
will
but,
never score that.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
So
Okay.
just needed one more stall. Didn't have it.
So are we scoring? I guess we are. Green first.
No publics and secret strengthened bonds.
Okay. This one.
see if that mech had landed, they might have been
Should
able
I
to
push
get
you
the
up on
research
scoreboard?
outpost.
Yeah, please.
Then it's me with the 3. I've got 3 tech specs.
Free tech specs does not score secret.
Who's next? Trade? Yeah, yellow.
Yeah, I hope
It's
that's
me?
an action phase
Yeah.
secret.
All right.
Please score.
The new secret that is public functions identically to public, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Then I score that one, I suppose. And I score my secret hoard raw materials. Hold on.
Oh wait, did we do this wrong with the secret? I think we did, because we copied it, but
There you go. Noodles now
Like
catching on to
purple
that.
has also scored this one, I guess. As like he only gets
We-
1 point in total.
we
You
don't-
can't score it twice, can you?
Yeah.
What do you
no,
mean?
I can't. I place it because it becomes a public objective. It's like, and I can have a new secret for
Yep.
it. Like,
Yep. Getting it
so,
right.
Oh, so you're okay.
There we
then you
go.
just-
yeah. It doesn't count against my secrets anymore because it's now a public
Yeah.
object.
Whoa,
so-
we played that
yeah, you
wrong in
score.
our play group for ages.
That's scary, but sure.
I've always played it that it's impossible for the person who already has it, but
Well, it is
No, it-
impossible
It
for
makes
them
sense.
to have
Then
it.
they have 3 secrets they can score
they
it in.
already
Otherwise, they're
scored it.
limited to 2.
I'm done.
Maybe the
Exactly.
the stream
I
team
see,
can
I see.
confirm
So-
maybe if it's right
yeah,
this way now.
No. I
We're
think it's
learning
it is.
together.
It's still already scored by Imperium.
It is.
But
I can't score
you
it again.
get exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So Cheeseman, have you scored?
I've scored 3 influence, so him as well. Is Mentak 4 or 5 points?
I'll be going up to 5 once I score.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. Should I do that right now, or is there
Yeah,
somebody
just-
before me?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so I'm gonna score amass wealth. I'm spending trade goods on that, so it's 3 trade goods for the actual trade goods, and then 4 trade goods that makes the influence and resources. Oh, he's just hovering. There it goes.
Are you? I don't
Yeah,
think
also
you can
scored
do
a
it
You
like
know, but
that.
I'm gonna take back what I said
Why is that?
about.
Yes.
I don't think you can spend a trade good to gain 1 influence and 1 resource, which is
No.
what you would be
You
doing
can't do
effectively.
that.
Like,
I would just be overpaying 4 instead
Yes.
of 3.
Yeah, you paid 7
Yeah.
trade goods in total, right? Then that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. 7 in total.
Oh, then I
Correct.
misunderstood. I'm sorry.
That's not
No,
true.
no worries.
I don't think you can do it. I think Noodle is correct.
Okay.
He
I have
needs to
cornered
spend
the
another
market.
trade good, but convinced otherwise. Anyway, what I was saying is,
So Sa, could you right click the amass wealth and hit score?
I
Yeah.
do think
So-
taking that trade
Slowly, you just do
agreement
like
was
that.
I
probably
also will
the
score
correct
secret
move,
today
simply
with
because
everyone.
Hakan is
Ah, okay.
sort of. Oh, he went up to 4 somehow. He was at 2 when that deal was made. No, still probably okay because of the amount of friction happening up
Does it not
up
work?
there.
But I still like Empyrean's position
Well,
because
that's the Mentec token.
they have
Okay.
an economic objective,
Okay. So
and interestingly, didn't score
everybody
explore
set?
deep space. They did the
we can reveal the
research
final
outpost.
stage 1. Okay. Lead from the front. Spend 3 tokens.
Empyrean loves that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's no way to point deny Empyrean right now.
So I'm gonna deal action cards.
I'm going to grab 1 more because of Minister of.
I
Whatever it was.
wonder,
Oh yeah.
do you take? You have to take speaker, so I guess it is going to be
And
politics.
then does
But you
anybody want to play
almost-
political stability?
You almost wonder if
3, 2, 1. No. And I'm
You
gonna
take
return the
Imperial.
strategy cards.
Well, you have to like where Empyrean sits in the speaker order too. And they already got their mech point.
Okay. So we'll do an agenda. Mentec
Yeah, I guess I'm
still
the
has your-
speaker. Yeah.
Oh, you have to place your command tokens first.
The only problem is that Empyrean only has 1
Oh, yes.
secret in hand. So their ability to gain and score secrets could be an issue.
Well, the
I
hero
think I
pop,
need to adjust
there
that
is the
votes number. I
Yeah,
definitely don't
yeah.
have 8
secret
anymore.
objectives, I think, is
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be the big
have to
question,
recount as
whether
well.
that comes through for them. None of them have been taken out of the deck yet. There's 10
Same
left.
working on mine.
No, same.
So there's a 20% chance every time he draws from the Frontier deck, getting a new secret objective.
Let me know when everybody's adjusted and I'll flip this bad boy over.
Just a little bit.
All right. Publicize
Oh.
weapon schematics. If any player owns a War Sun tech,
I guess we
all
know how
players
that's
may
going.
ignore the prerequisites. All War Suns lose sustain. Against, each player that owns a War Sun technology discards all action cards.
What did you do with the? Can I ask what you did with the agenda?
Oh, I put one top and one bottom.
No. Okay.
So Nasroka and Takan have the Warsaw technology, if I'm right.
No, Necro.
Yes,
And I-
Necro and Takan
yeah.
is what I mean. Yes.
I'm not
That is
seeing it
all
on
my action
player
cards start
boards.
with no.
So Necro has 5 action
Oh,
cards.
yeah.
Khan has
I'm
3.
gonna copy it and put it here, so you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could do that, yeah, as well with these two.
Sure.
Oh, I did not realize
Okay.
anyone had Warsun. Oh, good.
Yeah. Any other unit upgrades that are not on the player board we should know about? Oh, we have
Well,
Carrier 2 on SAR. I'm gonna go
Props
ahead.
to
also
Noodle
have the
for
Carrier 2.
getting this sorted out with the tech or the
Okay,
unit upgrades.
So, any Wenzo after starting with Mentec?
No
Take a
wins,
quick
no
bio
afters.
break since I think this agenda is going to be fairly
Nothing here as well.
straightforward.
Okay, SAR. No wins. Necro, any wins?
No wins.
Nope.
No. And Nosoroka, no. Any after SAR?
Nope.
Necro. Any afters?
Probably yes. Let me just. Okay, so I will use Galactic Threat on 4. And I think I understand this right. I will use Sanction on Against.
Okay.
What does sanction do?
Predict aloud an outcome of this agenda. If your prediction is correct, each player that voted for that outcome returns 1 command token from their fleet supply to their reinforcements. Okay.
Oh, wow. All right.
One operational issue is that you have to wait until everybody else has a chance to play a rider before you play the second after.
Okay, so we've got the token on 4.
Might be a operational.
So voting
technicality, but-
starts with me.
All right.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna pass.
I like that.
Just passing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give Nicotech. I don't want to lose a fleet token, so.
You don't really care. This doesn't
I'm
affect
feeling
you either way.
similarly. Sar, how you feeling about this?
Also the same.
So you're also
So
passing?
it's mine. Yeah.
Okay.
An
Hakan?
extension from Sar onto Hakan.
Necro, do you want to give two trade goods for me to vote for?
No, make him choose.
How many votes for? I'm not sure if the other players are. Oh well, they probably aren't because sanction. Yeah.
If I pass, they'll just pass as well, and then they choose 4, and
Yeah.
you don't get a tick.
No, yeah, I know. It's annoying.
Well,
Yeah, sure.
They could choose
take votes.
against, because then they wouldn't be
Um,
voting, right? Sanction doesn't
Oh,
You
play.
have
You
to
get
vote with any number of votes
discard
more
your
than
action
like
cards.
1, really.
No, I'm just gonna vote one.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
they want
sure.
against, then they have to discard a
Yeah,
command token, and
I
then
think that's okay.
that's okay. So I can't. They'll get it if they want it. So
Yeah.
that's nothing to
I
do.
think
So we have 1 vote on 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll pass.
I mean, it's fun to get the Warsun tag without prerequisites, so
Yep, I'll abstain too.
It's good for Mentag.
cool.
It's a tech from you again.
Yes.
Okay.
You have only gotten tech from me, haven't you?
Yeah,
So
you do have
nobody's
this. Very nice.
playing.
No, you don't.
Playing.
Mine.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
And what tech is Necro getting? I
All
missed
right,
that.
next one.
No.
I don't think he's
Uh,
chosen
I'm
yet.
scoring dictate policy.
Ooh.
3 laws in play. Okay.
All right, ready?
Yep.
So do I just draw it into my hand and then place it there? Is that how
No,
this
no,
works?
I can place it, and then you can just.
Oh,
flip
thank you, sir. All right, Minister of Exploration.
it.
The elected player gains this card. When the owner of this card gains control of a planet, gain 1 trade good.
It's neat for
Ah.
SAR.
Yeah.
Who wants to
Any wins, any afters?
I don't have it.
Calling Sar a minister
No
is
wins, no afters.
interesting
How do you
choice.
copy the text so I have it both on my sheet and on the like tech board?
Oh yeah, which one did you take?
Yeah, carrier 2.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Any wins, Necro?
No.
Hakan?
Nope. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
I keep forgetting to
Oh, it's fine. Any afters? No. Necro? Any after?
2 seconds.
Yep.
No.
Then voting starts with me. I'm not taking any planets. Does anybody? Oh well, I could take Saab's planets. Does anybody want to buy my 22 votes?
No, just
I'll give you
elect
1 trade good
yourself.
for it.
Elect yourself.
I'll give you 2.
2. I'll take 2.
2 for 22? I love it.
2 for
All right.
22. So 22 votes for Mantak.
Do you think SAR would have given a
Here,
ceasefire
can you make
for
change
those
out of this
22
3?
votes?
Oh yeah.
Whiskey? Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, I can just put it there.
Yeah, as Mentek, you'd almost rather have anybody else have it so
Gonna
that
hit
they can
Then
pirate, pillage.
I'm gonna give you 1 back.
Thank you, sir.
So
Because that actually would have sold it to SAR. And I think
Anyone wanna
Empyrean's
buy?
biggest problem right now is if SAR directs this ball at Empyrean,
Mm-hmm.
Hakan, Nasroka?
that is the biggest issue.
No.
I guess I
don't.
don't get it, so I'm here for selling.
Yeah, I have to buy
No.
both of you. I could give you 1 trade good each, but I don't know if you would accept that now. I think
For me,
Mentak,
that's fine.
like if I give you 1 now, I might. Yeah, why not? I'll give you 1 if you vote for me.
Yeah. Thanks.
We've seen a very active SAR.
But it
So
was
them
you,
coming
right?
to Avera
Yes.
Yep.
and then Aranam Mir and playing their hero would be bad news for Empyrean's home system.
Yeah.
Probably voting on yourself, huh?
Mentak. Martini.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
Is it back
I'll
to me?
vote. I'll vote on you for your promissory note.
Who's talking?
Hakan is talking.
And you want promise of protection?
Yeah.
Let's see. Right now, you and I are tied. Is that right?
That is not correct. I'm below you.
Oh, okay. No, I think
15.
I'll.
I can tell you that that blue has my trade agreement. If that changes anything.
I think I'm okay. I'll let it ride for a sec.
Okay. Then I'll vote on myself. Whoops.
So now it is actually equal.
Now it is tied. That's what I was. Yeah. Gotcha. So green, you get to decide this.
Yeah, I'm happy to give it to Mentak for a gold. I would also give it to Hakan for a gold, but he'd just steal it off me, so...
Yeah, I guess that's true. I just think that, yeah, it's better in Mentak's hand than it is in my hands. I can also give it to you if you want.
What?
I can
How?
give it to you. I have confusion GG
Oh.
text, so I can just pass it around to anyone. So I can sell it to you as well if it's if that's worth anything.
I can't see myself getting any more planets, to be honest.
I'm absolutely giving. I can also trade you some some action cards.
Yeah, right.
You can check what I have. You can just see my hands. They're not very good, but they are what they are.
The action cards also would not be pillageable.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it for this one.
Which one is that? That's that one, right?
Yeah,
This one?
on the far left. Yeah.
Sure, that's fine by me.
Yeah, all my votes to Hakan.
All right, Hakan takes it.
All right.
Okay, does anybody want to buy it?
Oh,
I
man.
buy it for one, Hakan. Should I have? I don't know. I'm never gonna take 3 more planets. That's crazy to me. Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. So we put it over here and put the Hakan token on it. Congratulations to our new minister.
Thank you.
And then
Clearly, he wanted the job.
yeah. So then we're in the strategy phase.
Cool. Now, Noodle.
Yeah.
What card did you want?
I would like to have Imperial.
Oh,
Great. I'll take leadership. That works for me.
Good.
I would have taken politics here
Grab that.
as Empyrean. That would have given you the flexibility to be 1 or 8 last round.
We have 3 hours and 7 minutes to go.
Maybe that's part of the calculation. This is unlikely to finish.
Back, you guys.
I do think it'll finish, because as long as they get over this round, it doesn't matter what the timer is, they have to play out round 5.
Well, I think taking Imperial now versus politics, the argument for that is you get earlier access to a secret, in addition to the fact that with the timer maybe being an issue. So that could be part of the thinking of why you want to get Imperial now instead of waiting for somebody else to play it and then follow it.
Yeah, but if you take politics, you can pop your hero. There's a 20% chance
faster.
3 times.
But you can still do that.
You can, but it's likely you're going to get your secret objective anyway.
Because you need 2.
Right, and it's completely
Oh yeah,
possible
you're
to
not
pull.
token starved. So following Imperial isn't really a concern. Is this our first? This is our first Diplo take.
It is, yep.
And score a 2-pointer off of that.
All right. So it's yellow's turn to pick.
I don't know. I just think that the possibility of scoring first or second turn 5 is usually a very influential thing. It could be that it's not going to be an issue
Done.
here because you are
Politics.
in the lead,
Yeah. I guess there's really nothing else to take.
but now you're going to be you're going to be 5th pick, possibly last pick, but probably 5th pick. Technology again for Hakan. Lots of
Oh,
technology.
So
Do not like that.
don't agree with that at all. You have so many problems that you need to fix.
Trade. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Who has Hakan's trade agreement?
I do. Empyrean.
Empyrean. Ah,
Yep.
fuck's sake, that's it.
Yeah, well, I had to. I'm sorry. I truly am.
No problem. I'll go with Warfare then.
Well, okay.
I'm not sure that that
Ready to go?
hurt Empyrean.
Yeah.
All right, me first. I'm gonna come on down to here.
But no trade was taken, so that trade agreement that they got from Hakan won't be.
I don't necessarily mind that though, because I think the warfare is actually better for
ambush before
Empyrean.
we
It
start
allows
space
them to
combat?
build at home,
Yeah.
and plastic is one of the things that they need.
Which means
He gets to shoot once before the combat.
Got one.
Yeah.
The other
alright,
thing
minus
that it
gore.
means is that if a spend objective comes
sir.
up next time around,
Land.
you are
Oh,
guaranteed to
they're
take
still
trade,
grouped.
right? Someone's going to take trade or you'll take it,
Mm-hmm.
and that will be the ball game because that'll be basically 2
Do a
points
quick
in the
ground
bag.
combat.
So you're covering a lot of bases with that. I don't mind at all Nazaroka taking
0 hits.
warfare instead.
No hits. All right. One
Especially
more.
since it's not going to do a whole
You
lot
ready
for
to
them.
hit
Oh,
the second one?
doctor. Still rolling. No hit. All right. What are you gonna do?
Not sure I understand that. Already scored 4 of the type.
Oh, that's it for me.
All right. How is SAR going to be diplomatically? Do they wake up and start attacking SAR? Or, I'm sorry, Empyrean?
I mean, it's not going to take much to just start pushing in. Take Aaron Emir.
I think the issue is going to be that they need points, and I don't think that there's a lot of points in that direction.
Sure.
You can start maybe by taking this empty space because you do need a third empty space, and that positions you for wind slaying next round if you need to do it.
1 sec. Oh.
Based on the hand movement here, it looks like Noodle might be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I think I will
He's going to go the other way around.
go here. Oh, sorry.
Those all can't move there, I don't think. Let's see if anyone picks up on that. Unless he's using his agent. The Space Dock has one movement, and the Dreadnought has one movement.
1 second. Yeah, I need those two. Yeah, okay. That's it. So I bombard.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Noodle not happy with this move.
0 hit. Then I do round combat.
Yeah, so we still didn't resolve the movement issue, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't say anything about it, so
Oh, it's just 1 infantry.
that's
Yeah,
because you didn't move
Do I
the...
have to place them on?
Yeah, you have to put them here on the planet so that
How
you
do
recognize
we...
them.
Should
So
it hit
just
another 2?
yeah, just roll another 2. You can just
Yeah, roll. Where is the small one?
here's the quick roller over here in the back. I'll grab it. I'll get it. I put it here near you.
Yeah. So infantry is 8, 2 of 8. One hit.
Hit. Yeah.
And you?
To roll. No.
0 hit.
Okay.
So now it
Another
works.
round. Okay. It's gone. I'll put it over to your sheet. Effort.
Yeah.
And let's see if
So
Mentak
and now I
recognizes the pillage
produce-
opportunity.
Okay. Okay. I work out how many fighters I do. I'll just go on. It's basically
Politics,
just
moving on.
fighters or infantry.
Not a lot of urgency around the position that Empyrean's in. You know, playing politics, taking Vefit.
Yeah, chat has a good point that if
Okay,
technology
how do I
pops
easily do this? I
first,
can draw
which I
2
think
agenda and
may
then
happen, we can
place
get a
them
Fleet
manually like we did
Logistics,
before.
Mechatol Rex, Imperial pop from
Oof.
Empyrean.
You can also when they're in your hand, you can right click them and then you can say send to top or send to bottom.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's easier.
Good point, Humble. Why pay attention when you can fall asleep at the wheel?
That would put them at 8. 9 with the pretty much undeniable
I guess you guys can keep playing. I'm just gonna pick these.
lead from the front point.
All right, I'll just pass and I'll just do this on my turn, I guess.
Here.
with amass
do
wealth
and explore on Atlas.
as the last one, which would also be technically undeniable with a 5.
Getting
So
one
the
command
table
token,
would have
super.
to Kingslay or Winslay in that situation. Again with the red. Well, I guess this is an activation, a build activation. So.
And I will use upgrade to change one cruiser for a dreadnought.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
I think you want to explore now the green. See what if you have
Situational,
to
that
make
one.
up
Oh, actually,
lost
Yeah,
cause
very
I
or
could do
situational.
I could do
lost
something
ground.
with it. Super. And I'm gonna build.
Abdul, I was thinking
Uh-oh.
of finally taking case back on my turn. So if you want to spend it,
All right, I don't know if you
before
saw
we
that,
can get it.
but Red's
That seems
hand
sensible.
was hovering over tech. It's their turn next.
Oh no.
Maybe they just
Oh.
needed to
Have you seen
read
my
the technology
whispers
card
yellow?
to see what it was going to be. All right, now he's thinking about options. I don't know if this is going to be on Red's radar.
Okay.
6. Of course, it's not worth much. So I'm going to use Star Point, and then I'm going to use my
What is
engine
going
to
on
explore
now?
stuff.
He realizes that he couldn't have gotten that dreadnought there.
So-
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry, my friend. I think you have to use your... Yep, thank you.
Okay, I'll take.
Although leaving that dreadnought behind would have been the better option. Because I think there's a high risk here that technology will play.
Yeah, I'll protect.
Here we go, chat.
All right.
All right, Empyrean, the gods have smiled upon you.
I'll get light wave deflector.
Does
and-
Empyrean see it?
There it is. Without
There it
hesitation.
is.
Fleet
You
logistics.
know that
Man.
Noodletulpe is smiling right now.
Red 2.
Logistics.
Here we go.
I'm gonna take it. You never know.
Oh, but
All good.
Hakon's taking fleet logistics, which means they could just go right into Mechatol.
No, because that's... Oh yeah, they can, they can. Let's see if they
And
do
I
it.
draw 2 action cards.
It could just be to set up for next round.
Have you seen my whispers yellow?
I don't think I have.
Okay, it's gonna be right.
Depends on which ones you're referring to.
I will also draw an action card for the Prophet's Tears.
Would someone mind copying my Warsun up to the top tech thing?
Sure.
Cheers.
I said it in chat, and it's worth saying out loud too, is that they told me last night that I needed to write the script. So I rushed through it. So it looks a little
Is
rushed.
Red taking a second action? I think Red is preoccupied with trying to get the
Awesome.
We are very good
tech
at this
skip.
whispering thing.
Yeah, we're also whispering
As
a
a
lot.
table, we are succeeding there.
But it's always the whispers. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
It's just something. Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
do that.
So you're doing something else for your turn?
Carly
Red,
would
or-
not save Mechatol because of the mechs. There you go, Daniel. Hakan needs to move in if he's going to save the
Oh,
day
sorry.
here.
I just forgot to click. I'm very sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. I will activate Megator.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
The chat goes wild. Another missed opportunity here for Hakan.
Take it with an infantry.
And then play Imperial. Gotta love it.
With the
Let
3
me
empty
grab that
spaces
from you,
intact.
Purple.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then with fleet logistics, I'm gonna pop Imperial.
Oh Jesus.
The table did
Jebble
not see it.
Yeah,
That
did not
reaction
see
says it all.
And I'm
Yeah.
gonna score the 3 empty systems.
Oh my
All right,
goodness.
And
that
an
brings
Imperial
us to
point.
8. Who needs secret objectives when you've got custodians
That
and
was a nice
Imperial
move.
points?
Yeah.
I do think
So is
that
we can just win this round, right?
we are going to
can, I
see
guess.
SAR now probably
Well, I don't have a
come in.
secret, so I actually can't.
Okay, you don't have a secret. That is
No.
very good to know.
That's the
Well,
thing with Imperial if you're on
yeah, I
Megator.
don't have a secret
You don't
yet.
get the
Don't
secret.
focus on me. Don't worry. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, but anyways.
I'm gonna draw a secondary.
I feel like we kind of need to race to that system now, maybe.
All right. I am very much rooting for Empyrean. Very good game so far. Mentak doesn't see it. He should be taking out their empty space just to limit the secret draw.
Thank you, Green. Can I get that card? Where's that at? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm a little disheartened by Mintak kind of just ignoring the obvious shift in the game narrative and not, like, at least saying, okay, well, let's talk through this, guys. Just kind of going ahead with the plan as
Where did it
usual.
land? I didn't see
Yeah,
it. Oh,
SAR
yeah,
has
over
been
here.
doing
Right.
a lot of heavy lifting here. It looks like they're going to continue doing heavy lifting. They will, most assuredly, it looks like, activate the empty space. The cursor is already there. To a certain degree, I almost, as SAR here, it just, I don't know. Do you even bother?
I'm gonna pop Diplo.
Oh, this is
Interesting.
coming up. Yeah, this is coming up all Empyrean all the time.
And do it in here.
Why? Oh, because you want to leave that, but you don't want to leave it for someone else. Of course, NRA could go take it with Warfare.
But by the time they get there, it's not gonna matter. There is no fleet logistics for SAR.
Yep. Oh, interesting. And Empyrean does use diplomacy.
Well, you got to build as much as possible at home now, I think.
Yeah.
And we also have to bear in mind that SAR will be able to destroy all of those fighters with no
So-
effort whatsoever because of the hero.
Mm-hmm.
And you really want mechs on the ground because the infantry will also die under that hero usage. Not to mention, of course, your faction ability with the mechs. But this is looking pretty good for Empyrean.
Hard to believe that with all these explorers, we haven't seen a Malice yet.
Yeah.
Well, don't
It's on the
worry,
cultural explorer. And I
I'm
don't
sure
have any of
that's
those.
coming.
You've got you're all green deck.
Green red.
That's interesting.
I mean, publicized weapons schematics is in place, so Empyrean certainly could build War Suns at home.
And they do have enigmatic device. I don't think that is the way forward, but you know, a lot of people disagree with me.
Yeah, and here's another example of Necro kind of sticking to the script instead of recognizing, okay, what can I do?
Home.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy because I know Necro has had a bad game, but they are tied for second right now. So, you know, going out there and destroying. Well, I mean, but what can Necro do? I guess is the other thing.
And I think that's my point, is not that they should do something, is that they should ask. They should, pause for a second and say, okay, this is the state of the game. What can I do? As opposed to just carrying on.
That is fair. That is fair.
I still think that there's not much that they can do, but I think the question should be asked. Okay, here comes Aranam Mir.
Gonna pick these up.
I'm not sure if Sar's gonna like that. What does he bring? Just the carrier. Couple fighters.
Carrier, 4 fighters, 2 infantry.
Okay, yeah, that's all good. Got the light wave, right?
That will help.
I'm just gonna grab
Got the light wave, yep.
here.
Cool.
I mean, pick and tech that many times, you gotta have something to show for it.
And at the end of my turn, I'll use the Atrament to place 2 infantry here. And that's my turn.
Okay.
Now, I know you didn't ask me what my opinion was of the script, but what I really would like to see here is 2 secret pulls by Empyrean. They
On the
take
hero.
Empyrean's on the hero. They take Empyrean's home system. Empyrean wins the game
Sorry, I forgot
anyway
to take
without the
speed
home
token.
system because of the secret pulls.
Or one of them become a
Right here.
martyr.
Okay, here we go. And I imagine the second
This-
action here will be the hero.
Use my agent
Your
to
hero.
get a command token back.
And the hero.
And then I'm going to use my hero.
There you go. Very good chances here of at least one secret objective.
Gonna start with this one.
This is... There it is.
Get a
First secret objective.
There's
already out. My man playing the odds.
Then
Getting paid
this
off.
one.
Oh,
Gamma
Gamma.
relay. There it is.
Yes.
Alright. Now I don't think you go to Malice because that will open up
This one.
wormholes to the system.
Hero.
oh wow.
Okay.
No, you like that. Love to see that. Alright.
So then we gotta explore.
So I get to explore Mirage.
Eh.
No, I don't think you take up on that. You need the influence for the leadership tokens.
Yeah, sure. I'll place a destroyer there.
Okay, destroyer's fine. Alright, 1 in 7 chance
And
of another
then
secret
the last
objective.
token over here.
Nope.
Okay, just a fragment.
Unknown
Oh well.
fragment.
But
I should have 2.
Bot missed
so when I capture
opportunity.
those,
Could
I'll
have
just
told me.
register.
Could have asked me.
Oh yeah,
Would have been
sure.
an epic end to this game.
And then what else is there? I can use the Flight Academy to get some more fighters. Let's see, get those.
You absolutely do that. Already have the target on your
Just
back.
put them on Mirage.
No reason not to.
All right, let's do leadership.
Alright. Again, Empyrean, happy to see that. No more planets will be taken.
That's it for me.
What I wouldn't pay right now to see what that secret objective is.
Yeah. Hmm.
You know, in the World Series of Poker and those broadcasts, the broadcasters get to see the cards. It's a little unfair that we don't get to see all the hidden information.
Exactly, exactly.
Of course, they weren't broadcasting live. I don't think. I think
That's
those were
fair. That's
recorded
fair.
and aired earlier or later.
Yeah. I do think someone needs to poach Evera. Limit the amount of plastic he can build at home.
And I'll put this into my hand. We can figure it out afterwards if you want it again.
Yeah, of course, man. It's gone.
Yeah.
The wormhole nexus secret would be absolutely amazing, Humble.
Produce en masse would be a killer, though. I believe that's the name of it.
Yeah, there's a couple that would not be scoreable basically in any situation. Produce en masse, 9 infantry, occupy the fringe.
Seat of the
Two-
control the seat of the empire.
Seat of the Empire. Also the 2 faction techs.
I mean, it very well could be Darken the Skies or Become a Martyr, like, which would both be hilarious.
Oh, I hope it's Become a Martyr. Could you imagine?
That would be so funny.
Okay.
But then where would the
Let's,
10th point come
let's
from?
look at everything
Because
I'm bringing.
he won't be scoring the 9th point.
Well, the 9th
roll.
point, because no one's going to be able to
And
get
all
there
the
this
infantry,
turn.
of course,
9th
also
point would
in
be
the air.
lead from the front in this status
not
phase.
not surviving.
Next
Do
round,
I
someone
want to
takes the
retreat
home
if I
system.
can?
Oh, you don't think the home system
Yes.
gets taken this round?
I think I do.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think anyone's in a position
Can
to
I
get
roll
there.
with the smart thing, or does it know my infantry?
There's a
is
lot of
part
hit
it? It
points
doesn't,
in
right?
fighters right now. I do think SAR's
It
hero
does. If
is
they're
going
in
to
the
be
space
part of the
area, it will
equation,
count
but
them.
that's not going to hit
It
until
will.
next round at the
Yeah, you have
earliest.
to
Yeah.
put one on top of the neutral thingies, but so he knows that they are yours. But this way it will work.
I can just press bait combat, and it will.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should. We can check in the chat. We'll see.
One hit, my dreadnought is actually surviving.
Oh yeah, but he did
Wow.
roll for the infantry.
Yeah,
Okay, so how many? Wait.
you made one hit. It only rolled for one dreadnought, didn't it?
It rolled
No, it
2
rolled
dreadnoughts, a
yeah.
flagship, and 5 infantry.
Okay. Then I'm gonna roll.
That's
Just-
very.
Yeah, it just rolled very badly.
I'll sustain on my dreadnought.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I did not expect that.
Neither did I. But yeah.
That
I
will
guess
lock down your
invasion.
secret.
Okay. As for invasion,
So this might come into play.
I will simply
Ambush,
just stack it
does
all
that
on
happen
Vega
before
Major.
or after anti-fighter barrage?
I believe it happens before.
Here we go.
And I might as well bombard, being a miner, I suppose. No, there's no point. There's no point. I will not bombard. I'm done.
I think you.
At the
should
start
have
of a
that you
space
get-
combat, so that would be
you have a
before
sword.
anti-fighter
Thank you.
ambush
Okay.
kicks.
So if it is
I'll play Warfare.
potentially, it could be fight with precision.
Hmm.
The easiest one to do that to, I believe.
Yeah, I'll join that.
Yeah.
I will join
Well,
Warfare.
probably first Yellow's fleet here with
And I'll
the
use
yellow
my hero.
fighter. But we also have one available above Quan, Cormand and Quan. 2 chances at it.
And I'll build 2 War Suns, my flagship, and a mech. And then I'll scuttle my destroyer.
Yeah, and right now there's 2 destroyers that can get to Quan.
Well, no, there's only one. That one's locked down. It's just Mirage is
Oh,
hiding the activated token.
got it.
You have to remember that for my prelims. You hide the token with Mirage.
Actually, there's a blue destroyer in the Gamma that could get over to Quan as well. So 2 destroyers to potentially get that.
Right, but the one in the Gamma can also get to Cormand, which has
Yeah.
one.
Oh, okay. But I guess my point being, if you go to Quan, then you have 2 destroyers rolling anti-fighter instead of just 1, so it's a little bit less of a gamble.
But you have the pre-fire to factor into that.
1 shot, yeah.
So I think I would go with Cormand first. Try to take it out. Although maybe that
Everyone
shows my
done?
hand. Maybe you want to bring in both and just hope that one doesn't
Sorry,
fire.
I'm
Necro's
still
still doing
building with
things.
Warfare, but
You
you
could
can
have a
move on.
shields. You could have a shields holding,
Hmm.
Activate this.
although you don't have a mech adjacent to.
Well, purple
Any
and
response?
red would not be able to use sabotage.
Cheeseman.
Any way I can bribe you?
Perhaps.
What are you interested in? I don't have a lot of trade goods anymore. Kind of spent them all, but I could give you that promise of protection.
It's not really a
enough in this case.
late round trade.
Jebble, do you want to take
Or late game
ceasefire
trade.
back?
I
I'm just-
think we're trying to score the
I don't know.
adjacent
Do
to
you use
anomalies
your
with
ceasefire?
Mentec.
Let me see.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I will play the ceasefire.
Great.
Okay.
So here it is back.
Sure.
So I don't think that Empyrean has that.
Well, that's my turn.
I play refit troops to turn up to 2 of my infantry on the game board to max.
Oh yeah, so good.
So let's
Yeah,
see.
it's so good.
Take 1 at home.
Like you said, putting them on home
The other.
because those infantry probably die.
Well, but this is going to be very instructive.
Ah, damn. What happened there?
Hmm.
So now Necro also can't use sabotages, neither can Sar. Well, Sar I guess already couldn't.
But Mentec still can.
Where did that infantry land?
Mentec still can. He once again, I think a little bit of a misplay here. did not spend Evra.
I'm just gonna.
Oh no, that's
produce
the
in my
dark. You
home
did spend Evra
system.
this time. Good, good, good.
Go ahead and continue while I do that.
Don't love locking down these ships.
Yeah, nobody's taking your home system.
Well, and it, you know, again, this destroyer, I'm nervous about fight with precision. I want to limit whatever secret objectives I can from blue. And I'm a little bit quizzical that this mech
activate
made it onto Mechatol Rex and not
Go
just
right ahead.
at home. I think there's a plan afoot.
My guess was that it's there for the purposes of canceling an action card that might be critical in stopping the point.
No, I agree, but I'm suspecting that there's a plan to score that secret this round, which he needs the mech there, or else I probably would have done it defensively at home.
Fighters.
So there must be some type of action card that he's afraid of on Mechatol Rex. You know what I mean? Like maybe
Yeah. Okay.
he is going to
Do you
do
want to fight or do you want to
fight with precision, and he'll need the potential shields holding.
Yep.
Let's see. Start with this.
There's a bunch of other ones. We won't go
Activation
through all of them, of
ships,
course, but
Space combat,
that
anti-fighter
gives me
barrage,
hope
and
that this
retreat.
might end this
I'm gonna
round
fire my
with the
anti-fighter
secret
barrage
objective.
first. Then maybe if I get 2 hits, I'll stay.
Yeah.
Probably won't though. No. Yeah, I'm just gonna announce a retreat.
Okay, so it means 1 space combat round. 5, 6 or 9. So it's anyway just here.
Evernoob, that's it's not that they weren't ever kicked off, it's that Hakan had researched or flip tech first action, which allowed Empyrean to get fleet logistics and then directly into taking mech and flipping Imperial.
Next round?
At that point, there was no reason to kick Imperial
I
off.
retreated.
You retreated, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, and like Alphane says, it's others are kind of playing solitaire.
Now,
Not been a high sense of urgency around Empyrean's position in this
I'll
game.
put the planet on you.
I do think it's interesting. One of the survey questions we asked was, "What are your feelings on windslaying?" And Mentak Martiniwerewolf had told us that unless he feels he has a path, he will not engage in it. So maybe he's just resigned and isn't going to be contributing to the Windslay.
Okay. Does anyone mind me going to Mechatol?
Go ahead.
No, I'm planning to go there.
Nope.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I don't know if you're considering it, but that's not my plan. He has my support, so I can't.
No, yeah, I know you won't, but I don't know if Nasroka or maybe Sar wants to.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy if you take it.
And this is
I
what
can't
I
get through SARS
was
blockade.
quizzical about the mech
We
on
should take
Mechatol.
plans from Noodle.
Okay, let's see here.
Because it was a prime target to be taken out.
I'm just gonna roll for the carrier, I guess, in Corman. It is 1 to 3 that kills it, right?
Carrier
Yeah,
lives.
You're all good.
So I should be fine. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now with that fighter moving, that might be important. Don't mean to
Yeah.
be fixated on fight with precision, but it hasn't been scored yet, so. Another interesting one would be demonstrate your power. We have 2 dreadnoughts made it onto the game board. So it is entirely possible we might see a conflict above Aaron and Mir with a bombard happen on one of those planets, potentially.
Yeah, make an example. Would be
Yeah,
perfect
make
there.
your example, I mean.
Just to make it clear who came with what.
Always appreciated.
So you're done.
Alphane Parley
with
has
movement?
not been played, so we could have a
not
parlay
quite.
situation. I'm not sure if I would play it,
Now I'm done.
given
Where
how
did you pick this
precarious
one up,
the
the last
situation
one?
is at home, potentially. And Mechatol doesn't really help
All
our
the ones
path
on the carrier
anymore.
side I picked up with the carrier, and those I
Yeah, but
picked up from
where
Vega
did
Major.
you can't take anything from Vega Major because it's you have a command token there.
Right, you're right. Then they all have to leave.
They all need to go.
And
Goodbye.
it's like this.
Okay. Should be enough with the bombardment.
I'd imagine, but you know, we'll see.
All right.
Big's not trusting his luck.
Yeah, I'll announce a retreat.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
So enough hits to take everything out.
So bombardment.
Yep.
I certainly hope this is a secret objective for Necro.
Yep.
This one could be make an example.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, invasion. Just the planet.
Yeah. Put it.
He most likely doesn't
Yep.
have occupy the seat of the Empire because
I don't know why there
only
was a kind of
2
SAR
capital
token on it.
ships here.
Oh, I forgot to remove it, probably.
It's fine. It's fine. I think that's it.
Good.
Interesting.
Noodle Tulip sounds a little bit disappointed, but I think that might be a little bit of Hollywooding. I mean, it's not that bad. Maybe it was just to set up an Imperial play next turn. He does have Speaker. Maybe that is his path forward. Can't be discounted, certainly. Could be a first
So
activation next turn
can you pass
win,
your turn?
Right, sorry.
depending on current secret objectives.
Cheeseman, could I ask you to give me your relic and a couple of trade goods for not attacking your dreadnought there? Sorry, not relic, fragment.
Yeah, that's fine. One trade good and not attacking, right?
Trade good and relic.
Yeah. You mean
Has it been established
want-
that SAR
Not
has
relic,
threatened
the
enemies?
fragment, sorry.
No.
and I get one trade good and not
Threatened
attacking.
enemies would be also
So,
scoreable
yeah, so
for
one, the relic
scoreable
fragment and a
for
trade good, and I won't
Yeah,
attack that.
that's what I was
whatchamacallit
thinking.
right now. So
But
Alright.
that was an interesting extortion.
That's
because
a
I don't
very
know
good
if
deal
maybe-
for you, but I cannot afford it.
Anyway, I don't know what
I mean,
if
it's a
maybe
big
that's what
one for you,
SAR
so
has, so that means that Empyrean doesn't.
Yeah.
But
pretty cheap.
yeah, and SAR hasn't
Um,
scored Explore Deep Space yet, so that's probably just the.
Even here,
Although it wouldn't have mattered because
we'll explore.
he's got. Oh no, Mirage is there now, so yeah, that does matter.
you hate to see all that plastic go to waste.
Well, I'm gonna ask the same. Thing here, two source. I can also activate this system.
Yeah, what you want?
There's two things. You can give me a Mendoza usage, or you can give me your 2 trade goods.
Mendoza usage? What's that?
That's your agent.
I think he must have already used it to get the dreadnought there in the first place.
I think it came from here. I think he chaos mapped it in and then used it. But I don't know.
Fair enough. I thought
So
it came
maybe he
from some.
used it.
I thought it
He
came
might
from
have
somewhere.
used it. It might have come from here.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it
that's.
came from there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you already
Right.
used it. It's just not flipped.
Yeah, you can use it.
Okay, you haven't used it this turn.
No.
This round.
So where the dreadnought came from? Where?
Here, Dreadwood Not 2, Gravity Drive.
Oh yeah, okay. So okay.
Yeah.
So now I just have to.
So the deal is okay? Not
Yeah, I just have
attacking?
to think about what I can. Yeah, the problem is that I kind of have to take one of your planets, and then I'm not sure you want to do the deal. I don't think there's
Something I'd
anything
leave
else
out of
I
the
can take.
negotiation myself.
No,
So,
no,
Jebble,
that's actually
you,
nothing. There's
which
no middle
one?
planet. But I don't know. I'm not sure if you want to. You will accept that taking the blue planet here.
Yeah, that's not a big problem.
That's not a big problem.
But yeah, so
So you have to use the Mendoza. Okay, it's after a player activates the system, so you could break the deal, which might make sense in this in this instance.
I mean, I'm not giving my agent if you use it against me.
No, that's obvious. Okay, just give me the 2 trade goods then.
Yeah.
And then now he could activate it anyway.
And then I'll pass.
Interesting.
Okay. Just this destroyer here.
Sorry, I forgot to say I stole a tech when I won the fight against you.
Yeah.
Blue.
Sure.
Light wave.
Good, right.
Wow.
All right, that's a pass from me.
I'm so excited to find out. Oh, we haven't even seen the codex go off or animatic device. There's a part of me believes that Sar was hoping to go into the empty space and then go into Aaron Amir, then use the hero. And I think Hakan kind of screwed that up. Because Sar can't use the hero without the space dock there. And they can't just, they don't have. Okay, here we go.
I will activate here and build.
Facing them the other way so as not to attract attention. Makes sense.
Yeah, I will add some fighters and to it. So you can go on.
Did Sar ever get Sarween? Nope.
Okay. Just gonna build at home. I guess I can pass the turn and whoever wants to.
Green. Now, do you want to gain a single trade good from Karth?
Yeah, go for it. I mean, sorry, what's the what's the
I
deal
gain
on Karth?
2 and you gain 1. I refresh you, and then I gain 2 and you gain 1.
Yes, sure.
If you gain 2, you're getting pillaged anyway. So
Yeah.
So I'm gonna refresh you with him, and we can
Cool.
just make
I'll
the
just-
deal.
I'll just grab one over to mine.
Yeah.
Martini. Can I buy your cultural fragment off you for 2 gold?
Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I'll do it. Why not?
Did not negotiate the pillage into that.
Cool. Yeah, I will. What am I going to do? I will activate this system to explore Starpoint. Pointless. Okay, so now I go.
It is Mr. Noodle.
Yeah, I'll pass.
So we've got green, yellow, purple. Ooh, looks like, yep, Sar's passing.
Same.
Not even done building. Jesus.
So I think we will get into the next round, at least.
Yes.
This one
I'd
was
like
a
to
bit
imagine
less
so.
the usual midterm fastness, mid-game
I'm not
fastness.
sure we do.
Yeah, round 3 and 4 went by pretty quickly.
Yeah, round 2 was very long. So I'm now eating some noodles. Without the tool.
Oh man. I'm
Okay.
really hungry.
Pass?
I think I will just pass. Yes.
No ceasefire can stop me now.
I'll build at home. I will also try and see what's in the relic box.
decent.
Before you move units, you may put this card to move transport units that are in distance that contain one of your command tokens. Cool. Right, yeah, I'll pass now.
All right, moment of truth.
All right, I'll score first.
Yep.
I'm gonna trash 3 of my tokens for lead from the front, and I also have become the gatekeeper.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Puts me up at 7.
So I have 3 empty space.
We're scoring, right? I was just away
Yep.
for like 2 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, we're scoring now.
Yeah.
It's me. All right. Scoring Secrets of the Cosmos.
Yeah, you
And
called that.
where
You
is it?
called that.
Explore Deep Space. Done.
Yes, green.
3 tokens. And that is all.
I have 3 technology specialties. That's it.
Okay. We'll spend 3 tokens and discard 5 action
What's-
cards to use my
Oh,
network.
nice.
And I'm at 10.
We did not
Whoa.
Wait, what?
anticipate that one. We didn't think about that one.
Well played.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't have any.
Yeah, he got
I
it with
didn't
the
expect
hero,
it.
right?
He got
Yeah.
one from
Oh,
the thing.
hero, of course. Oh my god.
Really well played.
Good game, you guys.
How many cards was it? Oh, yeah. 1, 2,
GG.
3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6.
GG.
Can we just look
Good
at
work,
the next two
Noodle.
too?
So you know what you know how to do it now?
So now
No,
Empyrean
I
has
mean
to
with
enter all the
you have
data.
to place the trophy and the form stuff.
Yeah, okay. I have to place it here and I have to fill out some form. I have to look it up.
Yeah, exactly. It's just place it in there.
It's
your
on the
10, and then
board.
Copy the string.
Yeah, I can do it.
Congratulations, the noodliest of the tulips.
Thanks.
Great game, everyone.
Congrats. Great game.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
game, you guys. Thanks for playing.
Absolutely fantastic. Loved the fleet logistics Imperial play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was feeling pretty lucky when he popped tech right before my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat had called it slightly before, and we were all anxiously watching it, and chat went wild when it happened. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Well,
And also thanks
Noodle,
for organizing.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It was great.
Noodle, you can just click the button that's over here on the draft board, the finish button, I believe.
Okay.
Oh no, wait, that's. I think you flip it over actually. I can't remember. Flip the board over.
Flip the board over.
No.
No.
I'm checking the Discord. I'm checking the pins. Should be there somewhere though. Post what to do.
Wait a second. But it's from the multi-draft tool. You need to get the JSON from the multi-draft.
Results entry form. Yeah.
So where is the multi? Is in the helper again? I
It's in the
think.
helper's bag.
So
It might be in the deleted items because we already
But in the
It's up
pin it
here.
says
It's up here. Right?
the winner of the game is responsible for submitting the results entry form. They should post in this channel after they have submitted the form. So I've got the form open. And I have to. There's a box that says game data text, and I have to copy the. What do I have to
Yeah,
copy?
exactly. But you need the multi-draft tool to copy it from.
We'll take care of this off the stream. So thanks everybody for watching. It was exciting to watch and commentate. So we'll see you in the next game.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Thank you,
pleasure.
everyone.
Thanks, Rasmus.
Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you guys
Thank
for
you,
streaming.
everyone.
Bye bye.
Nice to meet all you
Bye.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
really was.
Later.